doesn't have a medic. Which one is more likely to live?
The same way last week.
Lead,
Yeah.
like the RPG, the Grenadier and Grenadier
Yeah, sure.
Assistant.
I was going to ask which one you wanted to volunteer.
Yeah, we'll just run as a sort of two-man team.
I don't think that is going to be entirely necessary.
No, but you volunteered yourself as a team leader, so it's fine. You're getting assigned to people.
Leonard?
Getting assigned one person. His name is Kino, and I will protect him.
Leonard, are you here?
It's shut up time.
I'm here.
Do you want to take the rifleman slot as 2-2?
Tell me, can we have one of the assistants?
The rifleman
team.
slot in Leonard in second squad. Alec, I'm speaking. Don't make me put on priority speaker. Good. Onion, you're hot micing.
Onion?
Alright, we need 2 medics. Any volunteers to go medic?
I played medic last 2 missions.
Alright, I'll do it.
Alright, Marshall's doing it. Any other volunteer to be medic?
Alex, go grenadier.
Wasn't X literally in my medic slot a minute ago?
Yeah, he's taking platoon medic. Which...
Aim an RPG.
Apologies, but I'd rather somebody else go grenadier because I'm shit.
I'm just saying kill me. Marksman is probably not going to be that useful. You could probably forcibly relocate Ben.
Oh. If Ben can be forcibly relocated wherever he wants.
And Moma, can you keep...
Mortar.
Can you stop wasting our time and actually jump into a slot?
No.
Oh good, he volunteered to be a team leader in the first squad. That's really cool. Anyway. Let's figure out what needs to be done.
Womack quit.
We took casualties.
Just saying, it's 1 minute past.
It's 1 minute past, so you're supposed to not be speaking. Who is not in yet is the only Womack. I take that silence to mean yes.
He told us that.
Yes.
Disconnected from your channel.
Bluegill, obviously I'm not referring to you. Anywho, that means that we're pretty much good to go then. Maybe pick... you know what, I'm going to move over Alex over to Machine Gunner Assistant instead. No, I'm doing you one better. Leonard, congratulations, you're Machine Gunner Assistant. Alright. Do you want to team lead Alex, or do you want to do something else?
Oh no, I can team lead.
Alright, very good. Okay, boom, 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 boom.
So is Womack not coming back?
If he's coming back, he's coming back. At this point, I'm busy. Looks good to me. Grim, look good to you?
Yeah, looks good enough.
D-Man, kill me. You both happy?
Yeah, I'm good. Go.
Yes, I'm happy. Sorry about
that. Okay, good. Boom. Okay, so same as usual, you hush during the briefing. I read out the briefing, then the leaders get to ask their questions, and then everyone else gets to ask questions, and we're hopefully all going to have a wonderful time. As a warning, this is taking place during nighttime. You are going to have a hard time seeing, and that is the point. Oh, Womack got dropped, by the way. He's been forced into Windows Update, so good times. Anyway, overview. It's currently 0 to 30 hours on August 31st, 1989. For those not previously inducted, we're invading America. Good times. Overview. The regiment has dug in for the night. 8th Company pressed on to the nearby town of Whitby after nightfall, while most of 2nd and 3rd Battalions are arrayed between Route 127 and 116. Near a mysterious industrial zone, 9th Company captured earlier this evening. Our parent company remains nowhere to be seen, so we continue to be subordinated to Dmitry. Our losses have been made up for with regimental rear echelon personnel and stragglers from the 7th and 3rd Companies. By morning, we plan to seize Whitby, its regional airports, and the rest of the highway to prepare for the arrival of the 79th Motor Rifle Division. The 9th Company's observation posts are reporting contact to our north, though. It may just be a herd of hogs or a lost civilian, but we should check on our own, just in case. Situation. 9th Company reported contact at OP Irkutsk 10 minutes ago, and 4th Company, which we are subordinated to, has tasked us with checking in on our own observation posts. Mission. Prevent any enemy infiltration or breakthrough of our lines. Execution. Check up on the OPs Muravlenko, Ladoga, and Krasnodar. Like so. Investigate, report, and repel any contact. Be prepared to adapt to a rapidly changing situation. Your orders may not be the same throughout this mission. Rules of engagement, same as always. If somebody's armed and aggressive, you drop them like it's cool. We collect any POWs for the MPs, and if we don't have any MPs spare, we put them all in a nice pile and we do not hurt them, because that's how we do. Elements, enemy forces. Our intelligence has yielded no news of enemy movements or actions, but we expect to be updated by 8th Company as they move into Whitby. The industrial compound currently inhabited by 9th Company was defended by a reinforced platoon of US Army troops, as well as a detachment of Air Force Security Police. Local populace, we've had no interactions with locals during the night, but that may get changed when we get closer to Whitby. Friendly forces, our OPs are 2 or 3 man positions equipped with binoculars, flares, and radios to spot, signal, and report enemy contact. Their exact locations are known to us, but we can only approximate the 9th and 4th Company positions. They are going to be dispersed along the industrial zone, that's here, and the forest road east of 3112, which is like so. Yes. Terrain. Our area of operations is predominantly forest, but there are several clearings, especially between Irkutsk Krasnodar, which is here, and Krasnodar Ladoga, which is here. The industrial compound, it's basically just overgrown brush and saplings. It rained earlier and more showers are expected by morning. Light conditions should improve by 03:30, and dawn is at 04:30 hours. Equipment, we have boxes with night vision optics, flares, and flashlights, and I have been encouraged to employ them liberally. Additionally, helmets are now available at the platoon commander's discretion. I leave it up to Grim if he's going to get you to put those on, because you might not be easy to identify without your blue berets. To be clear, there are boxes near you when you spawn. Those boxes will have night vision optics and different other things that are very useful. You should make sure that your squad leader knows what that box is, and then you should be making sure that he gets to decide who gets what. To be clear. Assets, we have a mortar. It's got HE, flare, and smoke rounds. And as before, we have a medical vehicle. If there is a mass cast, we're going to try to get him to get over there. Alright, Grim, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one. You want us to go Muralavenko, Ladoga, Krasnodar, 0.4, and then down to 4th Company, 2nd Battalion, correct?
Yeah, basically up to Krasnodar and then to 0.4 seems about right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the plan. Ross, it's a PKMN. Any other questions from you, Grim?
Kill me.
Negative.
Kill me, go ahead.
You mentioned there's boxes with equipment. Is that one box per squad or one box per other platoon?
It should be one box per squad, and now that you mention it, Squad 1 is actually... There's someone hot micing. Whoever's an other admin and looking, please make sure that they stop doing that. The first squad is going to be spawning out in trenches, and we'll have to pull back to the base itself. It's up to Grim to make it up between them.
In just a moment,
I'm going to mark exactly where they are.
Get the night optics to be the priority person
because
for
I'm
night
cool.
optics.
Alright, any other questions?
Negative from me.
D-Man, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Suck shit, rifle plebs.
Email your hot mic and mute yourself.
Alright, any other questions from anyone else?
BTS?
Yes.
If you find any civilians, what's the plan?
The only thing with civilians that we should be concerned about is whether or not they are apparently reconnoitering our positions, trying to kill us, or in other ways obstructing us. If that is the case, then we arrest them and get the MPs to take care of them.
Okay.
If they're an armed combatant, maybe. I don't know who's hot micing, but if you don't stop, I'm going to kick you from the TeamSpeak. Anywho, yeah, arrest them. If they're shooting at you, arrest them from 50 feet away with a rifle round. Any other questions? Excellent, Grim. Plan.
Oh, here's the plan. We're just gonna move northeast in a whatever bearing I say. We're gonna move up to Muravlenko, and then if everything checks out there, we're gonna move northwest along the road up to Ladoga. After we reach Ladoga, check that out. We move to Krasnodar, literally the plan. We're just gonna move. We'll see what happens along the way. Any comments on this glorious plan?
Non-glorious commissar.
Good.
Rush B.
Good. All right. In that case, I'm going to be.
Don't pull us through yet. However,
All right.
squad leaders, you should have the AKS-N.
Everyone has the N variant.
Okay. Well, give squad leaders get the red night vision scopes first. Team leaders get them secondary. Okay. Everything else other than that, I don't care. Like, you can divvy them up yourselves. But any rifleman or not an NCO who picks up an NSPU without permission, yeah, you're gonna get fucked.
Look at this Makarov. It's so nice.
Any questions on that?
Yeah, there's like 30 of them in the box.
That's not 30 of them, but anyway.
Doing the test.
Just divvy them up as you choose squad leader.
I will say one thing, Grim.
Squad leader and team leader should have one.
Comment on that, Grim. Putting the NPSU on the team leader's GP25 equipped AK makes the GP25 sites unusable. Just so everyone knows what they're getting into.
Yes. Hopefully you won't have to care that much. All right. I am going to be putting us through then with no other additions. And keep in mind, darkness is the intent. Don't try to game it by upping your gamma settings, because you will give yourself an epileptic fit from everything that is used to counter the darkness. Play the game as it's supposed to be. Now we're going.
I will stare into the sun.
There's only one question from Seal. Can I have a server password? Okay. I'm not in server yet.
Kill me.
Squad 1, go to the medical tent to the south. Squad 1, medical tent to the south.
Hey, Josh.
Negatory, I started out on the line. I'm getting my dudes to go back.
From there if you want.
Kill me if you go to the tent on the right side, to the west, you'll be able to get to your box.
Flashlights, whoever can.
The medical tent, yeah. Squad 1, Squad 1.
No, kill me. I think our box is over here.
Your box is over here, kill me.
Okay, okay.
You were
ACC,
wrong.
You are not engaged.
User
Mute
was
yourself.
moved out of your channel.
Hello.
Okay, there's 10 night vision scopes here. I've grabbed one.
Beautiful.
But there's
I
6
grabbed one
spare,
too.
roughly.
Who was that?
We may never know.
Oh, it's
I'm gonna go
flashlights that
investigate
there's
that.
30 something of.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong.
I can't fit a flashlight on my gun, so it doesn't matter.
I think Squad 2 just fucking fragged themselves.
It's not
Sounds
my
like a
problem,
Squad 2
basically.
problem.
Yeah, pretty much.
That would be excellent if they did.
Let their mistakes be a reminder to put on your safeties.
I will
Oh, well.
start with my safety.
Who are my team leaders then?
Me and...
Situation and mission. It is nighttime. We are
No, they didn't.
checking out these 3 OPs
Yeah.
and then patrolling around the rear of the line. It's basically a defensive patrol at night.
I don't know.
I don't see a Kim right next to us.
Grabbing an
I don't see
NSPU
Kim.
and a flashlight.
Yeah.
JK, I
I'm just grabbing
have a
flashlight.
GP. I can't put a flashlight on.
Are we sticking with
Right,
berets or
I've grabbed a
helmets?
spare scope for Kim, so anyone else is free to grab them.
What do I have?
Because
Fire
I
round
actually
was-
don't care who has them.
Okay, I
Yeah,
know
we're
how
playing
to-
as this
I
player,
can
so
grab
it's same
a-
VVV unit we've been playing the whole time.
Beep 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 beep.
Nothing.
Kill me. Have you divvied
His
up the night
head's made
vision
of
scopes?
lead.
Pretty much. I've not had some of my boys rock up yet, then.
Want me to pick up the scope?
Have you seen Brother Kim?
With the inventory.
Okay.
Yes, you
Oh,
G-Man, if you see Brother Kim, can you get him over to the west?
Have you seen Kim, Bradley?
Yes, it was over northeast.
I see someone.
I think he's
that's
stuck in his
Lazzy's over
trench.
there.
I'm sure he'll be
Right.
showing
Where is
up.
he?
I think that's him.
He's sending him over. Kill me.
Yeah, cool.
Set up the radio.
That's
Yeah, my
I
radio.
see Lazzy seal over there.
Anything you want, my dude. If it's in the boxes, go for it.
Yeah, I was waiting for Kinu, and now some other dude has just taken his spot. So,
Gentlemen, remember to grab flashlights for your gun.
So,
You
Kinu
can't
Where's
with
Seal?
my GP guns.
Can't put them on this 74
and this guy, Lazy Still.
Yeah, he was gonna be
disconnected.
my assistant, but Simo took his spot.
Remember, there are
Is Kinu got a
handheld
slot?
flares too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
grabbed it.
pick up handheld flares as many as you
Has
can.
Kinu got a slot?
Hey, we're over here.
He disconnected, but before
Yeah,
he
yeah.
could reconnect.
I don't have any more space, so.
Brent, you're on
Yes,
net, yeah.
the one mission where I get binoculars,
Right here.
and they're basically useless.
Oh, we were literally here. Never mind. Did you hear what Kim was saying?
Don't take an
There's more
NSPU
mags.
I heard
There's
that
extra
chuckle,
mags here on
boy.
the ground if anybody wants.
Kinu
Unless Kill Me says he can
disconnected, so
anyway.
let's take his slot. So I don't know if Kinu's got a slot to come back into.
There are slots available. He can just
Yeah,
pick one.
that's alright. As long as he's got a slot to come back, that's all good. Kim, you're my other squad leader. Kim, you're my other team leader. You've got an NS. You've got a scope in your
Everybody
backpack.
stop. Squad element.
What else you can take? Leopards?
Squad
Ow.
1 to me. Squad 1 to me. Squad 1 over
Just
here.
take a flashlight,
Ready,
too.
shit.
Okay, listen up. Squad 1 and Squad 2.
Squad 1,
on the,
here.
Chem lights east
Right.
when y'all are done.
Alec, pick a colour that isn't yellow.
Blue. We are blue.
Excellent.
My
Kim,
team
pick a
go
colour
blue.
that isn't yellow or blue.
What color do you
Make
want the
always
gun?
take the right colours.
You are blue. You are part of my team.
Ben,
Steel.
go yellow.
DMZ Samo.
Bradley, Seal, you're green.
What?
Yellow?
DMZ, Simon, you're blue.
Copy.
I'm blue, okay.
Simon,
Where
you're blue.
is
Working on it.
Steel?
1-1's just getting organised.
Probably back at the crates.
Right. Where's Seal?
Over here.
Steel.
Yeah, I know. Alright, everyone set?
Too much.
No, we still got people at Craig.
I'll be advised. I'm a marksman. I got 12 flares on me, so just in case you need light.
Either way, we're going to
who
go
is
set up now,
this?
so Army Squad
I
1
have
in a line.
no
Pod,
idea.
who are you?
Hi, I am Zezak from TeamSpeak, but I couldn't change the name in ArmA. I play ArmA for the second time.
That's fine.
So you see those? Those are the markers between all the OPs.
We're stepping off, guys.
If you get lost, follow them.
Seal fire.
Alec, it's
Yeah.
just the first one.
Oh, it's only to the first one?
Yeah.
Only to the first one.
Explosive bog from your GP.
Squad 1, hope, just stay in line.
Don't
yeah.
bring shoot a flare and blow us all up.
You bring a good idea, my
Whoever's
friend.
let you go do that.
Squad 2, are you good?
Yeah, we're good. Hey Ross, form up
Squad
with
1
blue.
set.
We're missing a couple people.
Green, just
Okay,
tack on the back of the
remember,
column.
Squad 1 in the front, Squad 2 in the rear.
Yeah, France.
Shoot.
I was going in front of me, yeah.
We're following
See.
the chem lights northeast.
Squad 1 stepping off on me. Squad 1 stepping off on me.
Find out whoever
1-1
stepping off.
Or something like that, and then
Let's go.
it's yellow.
Kino.
G-Man.
Yeah.
This white.
If I'm meant to be in front of you, you're parallel to me.
Yeah, I am parallel to you right now.
Okay.
User disconnected from your
Ali,
channel.
what's your role?
Kino's down again.
Yeah.
Looks like I got a
Kill me.
2-man team. Alright.
Yep.
In the briefing, there wasn't mention of a helicopter asset, but there was a call sign for a Molnia call sign helicopter.
Okay.
I mean,
No spoilers.
Hear it now.
G-Man, Prince
He's,
Ali Shai's is machine gunner assistant.
That's an aircraft.
Alright.
You reckon?
One of my Bulgarian mates. By the way, Leonard, you're too far as fuck. I can't really hear
man?
Can you hear you?
Yeah, I heard if you could resist it. Sucks. Well, I guess
It's
we could just
too bad though. It's like your voice is 8-bit.
I can barely hear you, G-Man.
Like we're listening to you from a fucking NES.
I don't think you're on yelling.
Oof.
Weird, I'm like, 10 feet behind you and I can barely hear you.
See, I didn't have too bad of a time, Saber, because all our platoon staff were on their last rotation. They didn't give a fuck anymore. My platoon is really chill. The ones upstairs were like mental.
Squad 1, line on my left. Squad 1, line on my left.
Line left.
Line on left side.
User joined your channel.
I will forget.
Yeah, don't cross the
line left. I'm just going.
Yeah, don't cross the road.
It's fucking dumb.
Hello, all's fine here other than Fedorov's nasty snoring. Ladder goes just up the road, but stay on this side of it unless you want a pedicure by our toe poppers.
Alright, stepping off, Squad 1.
Stepping off.
One stepping off.
Platoon, follow me, let's go!
Alright, we're getting back in column apparently.
Column.
Just tag on behind me, we're going behind Grim.
Formation column.
Alright, green at the back.
Alright, if you hadn't heard it, on the north side
Don't
of
you
this
guys
road
love
there's
it when
mines.
it's so dark you can't tell if you have your rifle shouldered or not?
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell if my stamina bar is going up, then it's shouldered.
I can see like pretty fine. Like
I mean,
yeah, the
I have to
fog
turn my camera
helps.
up a little bit, just to be able to see anything.
Depends on people's individual settings.
Hey,
Like for me, I can discern that you're in front of me, but only by the fact that you are
Guys,
you are
if you can
slightly
see,
differently
change your
flat,
settings so you
square
can.
things moving.
I don't know, I can see like
I can see the
50
highlights on the
meters away, I'd say.
KLMK.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, then you guys have
your
you guys
shit's
have
too
really good
bright then.
settings then.
I'll probably
Good settings for this.
You're not supposed to
I
turn
do
on
not.
the brightness in gamma.
Don't cross
I
the-
didn't.
don't get too
These are my
close to the
normal
road,
settings.
And maybe move a bit left.
It's a nice
Yeah.
thing about KLMK. It's really contrasty.
Oh, that's Ross. I lost you in the picture.
Yeah, I'm over here. You can just follow my voice.
Yep.
Make it Thorius.
I was just trying to stand lined up behind you.
If you ever get lost, just follow Ross's shiny backpack.
KLMK is actually really effective in
I
real
wish
life
I could see
too.
Ross's shiny back.
The white contrast with the bright green makes it look like highlights on a forest floor. I was actually surprised how good it is. Like really, really
I will
effective.
say one thing also,
For a
G-Man,
really
Tracer
simple
fire
pattern, I
is
think it
very
was
easy to spot right now.
brought into service in the 60s,
Am I on traces?
based on
Yeah,
old
I'm
World
on
War II
traces, I can go
patterns.
on traces.
So it's been around a while. I think it's still used in some
Look at me
variants.
remembering things and being useful.
I mean, where it's appropriate, Ben. If you want to turn your torch on and get shot,
Used to mostly be one-piece camo
similar
suits
question, what
issued to
are the rules of
paratroopers
Slayer?
or motor rifles,
Seeing a flashlight or not.
and the KGB border guards used it as well in Afghanistan. In fact, the border guards actually had their own variant of it.
Tree of like that.
They had full-on M88 uniforms. I think even M69 uniforms printed in it.
Do not cross the road.
Do not cross the road. Do not cross the road.
Don't cross the road,
I guess we're crossing the road.
wherever the road is.
Why the fuck do they have the light on?
Oh, I thought this was the road.
Because they're idiots.
No, we're paralleling it.
Squad 1,
we
halt,
can find
blue left, green right.
Squad 1, blue left, green right.
Green right.
I'll take the far left.
Maybe I should. I got the gun.
Alright, I'll take the middle.
Blue team set.
Cheers. Squad 1 moving north on me.
Moving north.
Move north.
Sticking in line. Squad 1 halt.
Well,
Squad 1 halt.
Green keep eyes east. Blue keep eyes northwest.
Got to keep nose northwest.
Who in blue has an NSPU?
I do.
Double check this one.
I do.
And I do have it too. I do have it.
So everyone has in blue has one?
Yeah. If do you want do you want it?
No, I have one.
Oh, okay.
Who in blue has a flashlight?
I do.
Negative.
I have.
Ross, you got a flashlight on your RPK?
No, I got the PKM.
Oh, you're a machine gunner? Gotcha. And Samo's your assistant?
Yeah, I'm his assistant, yeah.
Bradley's the RPK gunner.
And I'm the marksman, so I have no flashlight.
The iron sights aren't set correctly.
Yeah.
Blue team to me.
Mostly going to be using it to look over the gun.
Yeah, we're gonna be following a blood trail. Green's already stepping off down it. Oh.
We didn't have to go far.
Halt.
We didn't have to go far.
Trip flare, it's a trip flare.
Be advised, green flares are popping about 200 meters to our north.
Now we did it.
Squad one on me going west. Squad one on me going west. We're just getting away from that flare. Blue hold. Green team, keep going.
Yep, keep moving, green team.
Pursuit.
Yeah, so we didn't really have to move that far.
Not sure,
Yeah, it's all good.
Josh.
It led to a body about 10 meters further down. Sorry, face north. Sorry, green. I didn't.
You're cutting out, kill me.
So we're just watching north where those flares were. Just keeping an eye for anyone coming in.
Sil, how new are you to the game?
I'm not quite new.
Not new.
Alright.
But I'm new to massive operations, usually just not more than 5 guys.
Lassie's played ArmA for a while, but he doesn't usually play with us.
Alright.
Ross, what bearing you watching?
Whatever you
Straight
Shit!
north.
Shots northeast! That's
Too
close.
in Russian as well.
Be advised, the bodies that have been found have not got uniforms on. So,
infiltrators, lovely.
you know,
Perfect.
I saw movement east, right to left.
It looked like they had
that's
been
the friendly
dragged
position.
and stripped.
The friendlies are there, Alec. Don't worry about it for now. Keep watching north with that optic, Alec.
Yeah, everyone on blue has an NSPU.
Okay.
Alright. Seal, I want you watching northwest, okay?
Okay.
I got no contacts to the east, to the north,
Brad?
friendly or otherwise.
Yep.
I want you over with me.
Yeah, I did.
Watching direct west.
Moving.
Eyes on a tripwire flare northeast.
Negative for now.
150.
I actually really love these optics. I really came close to buying one in real life. I don't have anything
Sorry,
I could
that's too
mount
loud.
it to. I was really tempted to get one.
Repeat
Received.
eyes on
Maybe
tripwire
one
flare
day.
Northeast, 150.
They're a little too clear in game. They're
Let's go, boys. Northwest.
they're kind of janky and there's a bit of distortion
Squad
to
one,
them.
column behind me. We're stepping off.
Squad 2, column
Alright,
behind.
forming back up against column.
Squad 1.
They're just cool.
Go to column.
It's like nearly the length of an AK. It's a huge, big thing. Weighs like a kilo and change.
Okay, Squad 1, I want you to proceed towards Copy Krasnodar at your own pace. And you're all in
Just to confirm,
Home
that's to our
direction.
Yeah.
northwest, yeah?
Yeah, just northwest of here.
Yeah, received.
From memory,
Squad
you
one's
can run it
sitting
off
column behind
normal
me.
batteries.
Roger.
I forget what it actually
Back.
takes. I think it's like a.
Oh,
It's
and
either
you're
a
back in the
9
column.
volt or a
Might be either a bit to our southwest.
Yeah,
D
they're
cell
over here,
or something.
There's an open field here, so don't go.
I think it
over
takes a little bit of rewiring to get it to run off normal batteries because it normally runs off
Let me know, yeah,
proprietary
anyone
ones,
gets
but they're
eyes on
roughly the
this
same
LP,
size as the
I can't
commercially available one, same voltage. So you just rewire the contacts. Same as
Been eating
my
carrots so I can see everything.
same as my PNVs. I just run them off a 9 volt
Is that why you have orange hair?
because they normally run off the 12 volt system in the tank, right?
If only ArmA had HDR.
Oh, Can you repeat that for me? Was that
Hold.
Hold.
Got eyes out.
Yeah, received.
Movement north.
It's actually quite bright.
Movement north.
Where?
In the gaps between the trees.
Yeah, received. Squad
Kill me, keep
facing
cutting it.
northwest.
Kill me, you cut out, repeat.
Squad 1, line, blue on my left, green on my right, facing northwest.
Copy, line, blue, left, green, right.
Thank you for letting my work out. Squad 1, stepping up.
Step up. Do we know if they have Sasquatches in Washington?
I think so. I think like the entire Sasquatch thing is in Washington.
At least we're not invading West Virginia. I wouldn't want to run into Mothman on a night like this.
Air, audio, possibly helicopter.
Yeah, received. Nothing we can do about that for now. Squad 1 hold. Say again, Kim?
Hold, Brad C. Some movement north.
Oh yes. There's a dude to our north in a boonie hat.
Those are Americans with MP5s.
Yes, they are.
Where? I don't see them. Might have been an idea to wait for the machine gunner to get into position, but oh well.
Blue team, move into that position. North, blue team, move north. Green team, hold there.
Spread out.
Blue team, assault that position. Blue team, assault that
Not last guy,
position.
not last guy, one more.
One more.
What bearing? What bearing?
Blue team,
Yeah.
assault that position.
What position? I don't
What
have eyes
position?
Just go northeast. It's that bush. It's literally
Copy.
that I'm pointing.
Flashlights on. Or never mind, never mind. Keep your NSPUs up.
Alright guys, I'll stay behind you and cover you.
Sil, you're going to want to keep a bit of more of a spacing between you and...
Femlight, watch it.
Alright, push in as well, Ben.
Alright.
This is
Hello, Joseph.
Fast on that over here.
That sounds like some shooting in the background there.
Ready. Man, we rolled right up onto these motherfuckers. What are the guys?
Tripwire flare.
Nothing.
North.
Green team, I want you watching northeast. Blue team, I want you watching northwest.
We got dead friendlies here.
Everybody get a position
Alright.
north.
Green, watch north.
Blue, northwest. Green, northeast.
Copy, northwest and northwest.
Ross, I want you watching like bearing 310.
Let's see what's good.
BMZ watch like 260.
If I had
Flares
bearings, I'd
fall.
love to.
You have a compass.
Move.
Negative.
Shit, I haven't got a good fucking...
Press K. You should have a compass.
Can I get my
Negative.
Okay, message grand. Or better yet, take one off this dead body in the trench.
It's fine, I'm watching west.
No. Take a compass
I got north.
Where?
from the dead body
I don't see the dead bodies.
in the trench. At the OP.
DMZ, just a minute.
See this guy here?
Alright, I'm looking at it. I found the
I see movement out in that field. Should I fire on him?
Bearing.
What bearing?
Straight north, right to left. Yes, no?
Wait one.
Straight north.
They're far.
Am I engaging them, yes or no?
Not yet, Ben.
Oh, that's a lot of guys.
Yeah, that is a lot of guys. That's at least platoon strength.
Point it, Ross.
They're straight north, they're behind a bush now. They're in the fucking scrub.
West of the trip flare that just went off.
I can't see them anymore, they're in the fucking
That's
scrub.
12 plus men.
That's a fucking platoon.
Should I flare? Should I see them?
No.
Do we know if they're enemy or not?
No, we don't. That's why we're not shooting.
Kill me.
Yep.
One of these bodies has Claymore and demo charges on it.
I had perfect enfilading fire on that whole fucking platoon.
Are you hearing what he's saying about there being dudes to the north?
Bearing 3, 4, 5.
Hang on.
Moving right to
This is
left in the
4,
clearing.
0, I read you.
They're in amongst the scrub now, I can't see them anymore.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll see a head.
All around? You mean completely secure?
Dude, that would have been beautiful.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't know who they are.
All we know is that there's a lot of them.
And they're all around us.
They're among us.
Let me know if you re-engage them at all.
Ah! Where did you come from?
Me? I was here. I was here all
Northwest
along.
Support Knife Company from...
You just appeared next to me. You scared me.
What bearing?
Hello there.
Roger that. Everybody, we're moving up west. Everybody, we're moving
Alright, looks like we're
west.
moving on.
Staggered column
yeah.
to the west. I want squad 1 on the
Okay.
on my left, and I want squad 2 on my west.
Hey,
on my
kill
north.
me.
Yep.
DMZ says all of those guys had very rounded helmets.
Well, that's awfully nice of them. Squad 1, column on me. Stepping off
Column
in
up.
this position.
One column.
Squad 2, when you reached us, we're stepping off immediately.
Yeah, Grim. We saw unknown people about platoon strength to our northwest, but we didn't confirm who they were.
Houses north occupied.
Well, yeah. You see, like with the smokers and stuff, that sort of way, across the field.
Yeah, the houses up north are occupied, by the way. There's people inside still.
Yeah.
What distance you have, Seth?
Me?
Just normal at the moment. Also, you might want to move your microphone a bit further away from your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
How does it look through your binos?
Squad 2 status.
What, you don't want ASMR?
No.
Yeah.
Hold here.
Oh, we right to step off, Grim.
I feel awfully
Just space out a
exposed.
little bit more, Squad 1.
Spread out.
Big spaces.
Space
I don't
out.
like being sat here like this.
Watch north.
G-Man, we are moving west. Form up column.
Yeah, moving.
M2s. Yeah.
I've got
Yeah,
eyes
so the
on.
sights are
I've
unaligned.
got eyes on.
Oh,
Wait one.
Bearing 3, 1, 5. Moving slowly, right to left. Some
Point.
of them are standing in the field. Lot
Point.
of guys, lot of guys.
Point, Alec.
Do you want me to take a more stable firing position just in case?
Someone,
no visual.
Still no eyes.
Oh, sighting. Yeah, very
you see
far.
that really, really tall tree?
Yeah.
They're near that.
Alright, it's report organization.
Yeah, I see one.
You got radio.
Why the fuck can I still not see these guys?
Because
Can we
they're
confirm who
very
they are?
far.
No idea, but there's 12 plus of them.
It's like an entire platoon, dude.
Hold on.
Grim, be advised, we've got eyes on dudes, potentially in American uniforms, going on the same course we are. They're maybe 100, like 50 to 100 meters to your north right now. We're just sat here covering you at the minute. Yeah, be advised, like, we're gonna sit here and cover you until you got across, just to make sure. So, second squad has already started crossing. We're just gonna watch just to make sure. Is everyone okay with this?
Yeah, we had eyes on them.
Yeah, received.
Victor
Squad
audio,
1, squad
Victor
1.
audio.
It's a helicopter.
Call on me. Call on me, we're leaving.
Hold on. No, yours is fine.
Okay. I was making sure because
I think it might be because you didn't press the alt tab to set yourself to yelling when you needed to.
You're slow jogging, Alec.
You're right. Good chat. Armor audio.
Direction.
Yeah, I heard.
Kill me, armor audio north.
Squad 1, orient north, line.
North line.
Orient north line.
Orient straight north.
Possibly M113s.
Just hold the top of this ridge, we're covering the...
Hold at the top of the ridge. Yeah, those are 113s.
Let's go get me my bride.
I've got a log here I'm going to use. Or a rock, rather.
Just hold on this ridge, squad 1. Hold on this ridge. I mean, at least I can see people out there. It's a shame it's the friendlies now.
Yeah.
I think that's going to change very shortly.
Those are 113s for sure, that noise.
I mean, I
Run
find this
over-
quite spooky.
Hey, kill me, radio to them and tell them DMC says they're about to walk into a tripwire flare.
Squad, to be advised, alleged you're about to walk into a tripwire mine.
Seems like
I'm
it.
not sure how my
Josh.
guy knows
West
that,
of
but
them
he knows.
is tripwire mine
To your
the side of the
west.
field.
To your west, apparently. This is information I'm getting from DMZ. DMZ, how do you know this?
Point one at me. Point to one.
That looks like one right there, actually. It's hard to tell because of the resolution of the
What are you seeing, DMZ?
optics, but looks like two posts with something between.
I can't confirm whether or not that is. I don't
I
believe
can't
it is.
see anything, but I'm also not going to say there isn't anything.
Hard to tell.
That's the
It's
friendlies
not
there.
definitive. That armor got real quiet.
Mm-hmm. That means they're getting out.
Movement, right
this
to
is
left,
squad one.
top of the ridgeline.
Hey guys,
Right to left, top of the ridgeline. Right to left, top of the fucking
I'm
ridgeline.
on point.
Go ahead.
Wait one. We have eyes on top of the on movement on top of the ridgeline to your direct northwest.
Roger that. We want to get.
Yeah, received. Do you want us to start moving now?
Yes, I want you to start moving northwest now.
Squad one on me. We're moving. Squad one, we are moving.
Squad one back up.
They were cresting the ridgeline as far as I could tell. Approximately under that big red flare, I would say. Received, we're moving on to you now. Squad,
You cut out.
Squad 2 is taking fire, we are moving to assist.
Do we know where from?
Unknown at this point.
Jeff Worker writes,
I know
not
where they're
tonight,
taking part
Bezos
from.
takes half of this money.
He does indeed. Thank you, Gilson.
good intel,
Appreciate
Ross.
it. Nearly 2 years. Goddamn. How smart's the AI positioning, maneuvering? It depends. Sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're dumb as rocks. It also depends what add-ons you're using.
Yeah, receive, we're gonna
There are
pass
specific
you on your
mods that
side.
make the AI much smarter.
Yes, you do. Good for you.
Like, there are mods where the AI will wait until you're not looking at them before they do things.
Stepping off west.
Straight west.
They're definitely a lot better in open country than they are in built-up areas. Even just with vanilla ArmA AI, I placed some down in an open field, no waypoints, no orders, nothing. No high command, I just had a couple squads that didn't even have comms with each other, and they started effectively fixing and flanking me over quite hilly terrain, so I was impressed. But they're not perfect.
Blue, 20 meters west.
Blue, we're bounding. Hold.
Yellow bound, sorry, green bound, green bound.
Bring back.
Green set, blue move.
Blue, we're moving.
Squad 1 we're bounding up to position you're taking part in. Green move.
Keep eyes west, not north.
Copy, keeping eyes west. Eyes on, infantry, directly west, special forces, night vision.
Not seen.
Shots, north.
Not seen, not seen. DMZ, I don't have eyes on.
Where?
West. Direct west.
He's down here, he's down
West,
here.
southwest. So at least 2 guys. We just took tracer fire.
Blue team bound west. Blue team bound west.
We took contact. West southwest.
We have enemies west.
West southwest. Yeah,
Yeah,
hold here.
west.
Green team. Bound west 20 meters. West 20 meters. Slow be advised. We take light contact to our southwest as well. We're just investigating it.
I had 2 guys west with night vision. Be advised, anti-tank system west. Exact bearing 250. In between the trees. A coordinate, anti-tank. More infantry.
Fuck. I can't see shit from here. Where are you seeing them?
If you look at bearing 240, roughly 240 on the left side of the tree.
Red flare. Those guys have nods.
Fuck.
Oh fuck! That's a tank. That's a Bradley.
Oh shit.
Kill me.
I couldn't even fucking see them.
Blue team just suppress the shit out of them.
They have a Bradley.
They have a Bradley.
Be advised, Ross is down. I'm patching.
Fucking hate any sort of forest fighting is miserable, especially at night. Like it's cool, it's tense, but it's fucking horrible because you can't see anything.
Ross is down. Hold on. Okay, you work on him. I'm working on the.
I kind of feel like I'd be better off if I had a rifle, because the PKM is enormously inaccurate, even on the bipod, and it doesn't bipod properly. This is one of my big complaints with the way ArmA does bipodding, is that it won't automatically level itself. So if you try and bipod on a sloped surface, it fucks up your angles. Hey Firewolf.
Welcome back,
For fuck's sake, I couldn't see shit.
Well, nobody can. Join the club.
I got movement southwest. I can't tell who it is.
Southwest.
It's American. Machine gunner. Of course, this thing's zeroed really high. Shit.
I'm putting flares in the air.
I think I got him. Moving.
Blue team, we're moving west.
Yeah, moving west, copy.
I'm just morphining myself so I can see.
Keep going. Blue's good. They're bringing up their rear. Ross got shot in the head.
Actually, wait, I was about to say to go to that flare.
The rest of blue team is here.
That armor is getting very close.
We have guys with nods.
I see a guy.
That is very close.
Yep, just take our positions for now. Blue team there, watching east. Do it, Jim.
I've got a trench west.
This is one, be advised for engagement with M113 currently.
Oh, it's just a 113?
I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, it's a 113. That really high pitched sort of engine noise is a 113. I can't see anything.
Yeah, received, Jim. Blue team.
Yes.
I want you to cross over to the fucking fern tree to the west.
Okay, blue on me,
blue on me. We're all still good. It was engaging us, it seems to have moved off for now.
Southwest to you, and then just take the main road past Southgate.
That's Soviet.
Yeah, destroyed BMDs.
Kill me.
Yep.
If shit gets to it, that's it's orange all over, but it's still.
Hey Ross.
Yeah.
There's your ammo for you.
Green team just holding
Cheers.
There's an ammo bearer.
Wait, ammo.
Tracer.
Ugh, I can't take it, it's bugged.
Blue team, I'm gonna take it.
Grab the backpack, place it
just
on
hold
the
here
ground.
whilst the club moves to us.
I'll just take his backpack, he's got more than me anyway.
Repeat last.
We're staying here till the squad comes to us.
Okay.
Just stay there in this open area.
Okay, kill me.
Yep.
Will you send a guy to grab all the nods off the Americans?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to.
Okay.
Hello. Green team.
Blue team, you hold here. I'm gonna try to go get us a tree. Okay.
We're meant to be in that trench we're just in now. Kim. No, we don't have a man down. We never did.
Okay. Good stuff. Can you proceed northwest towards those spooky lights over there as soon as you can?
Northwest towards spooky lights. Understood. Squad 1, line on me, blue on my left, green on my right.
Platoon, follow me.
Squad 1 stepping off northwest. Squad 1 stepping off northwest.
Another 113 straight west, close.
Wow.
I got a bad feeling about this. No, you're probably getting ricochets off the cook-off.
It might have been a cook-off round. Yeah, I think it was just a cook-off round.
No, we're going to keep pushing forward. Squad 1 stepping off northwest. Squad 1 stepping off northwest.
Squad 1 stepping off northwest. I'll be advised, I hear alarms. Far northwest also have street lights northwest.
Is the tree line? Hold. Ross, Simo, watch northwest at that light. DMZ, watch towards the dome to the north.
Copy, watching dome north.
Yeah, see it.
Specifically look for targets on top of things that might see us.
It angles you when you try and bipod on uneven ground, which I really hate. It shouldn't do that. You should be able to, like, it should self-level.
This place has all sorts of alarms going. What bearing?
Squad 1 hold.
280.
You see him?
Hold. 290, 290. Alright. Hey,
Guys, call them up.
I don't remember how.
I've got eyes on.
Shift tilde. So shift and the top left key
Actually,
on the
disregard. I want yellow on my left and green on my right. Disregard. We want the line.
Yellow on his left, green on his right.
Yeah, roger that.
Yeah, eyes on.
Alright, we're pushing west. Let's go. Alright, let's move.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone alive on it, to be honest.
Moving direct west.
Yeah, Kim, shoot that man.
Okay.
There's
113 west.
We're moving westward,
Alright.
yeah? West.
West. Alright, reorient northwest now.
Reorient northwest, green.
Yellow on my left, green on my right.
Green team bound 20 meters. Green team bound 20 meters.
Hold.
Yeah.
Where is rightmost man? Okay, there he is.
Blue team, hold here.
Marshall, one of my boys needs a medic.
Medic.
Dirk needs a medic.
Bradley, stick B team.
Yeah, man, be advised.
Squad 1 down. Squad 1 down 20 meters.
I see some kind of
Yeah, we'll
BMP
We'll
to the
move on to
northwest.
the little hill to the southwest of the position.
340
Forward.
BMD.
Blue
340
team,
BMB.
bound 20 meters.
We've got a flare popped northeast 120 meters.
Just keep moving for now. Everyone else is covering you.
Seen.
That's more like
Marshall, we good?
75 meters.
Yeah, we good.
Alright, squad, we are moving direct west on top of that hill.
Direct
with
west,
the other
moving,
squad.
direct west, green team. Top hill.
Move direct west.
Green team, just hold where you are.
Oh,
Green team. Keep a bearing of 288. Keep a bearing of 288.
Keep bearing 288.
I guess we're moving and no one passed the order down.
Green team spread out. Cover everyone. Fucking Ognian and Pog
Green
watch
move.
northeast. Me and Alex will watch northwest.
Green gun,
Northwest,
green gun.
from the bunkers, from the bunkers.
Such a bad position.
Alright, move up on those rocks. Move up on these rocks.
Yourself or me? Alex is down. Alex is down.
Green
I'm
team,
fucking
push
gone.
on to
We
the
got
building.
Humvees.
I'd like to repeat. Alex is down.
We need Marshall. Marshall.
Green team, push onto the building. Push onto the
Marshall,
second
Alex is
building.
down.
That's to your west.
Push to the building, Green.
Yellow team, keep watching west.
Alright, Alex, good to go.
Yeah, received.
Blue on me, let's breach this building.
Black team over to the
Alright, be advised you're alive.
Roger that.
This is one, we're on southern checkpoint now.
I should have tripwire.
That's
Alright.
You're not friendly! Bad! Kill that motherfucker!
Feel free to turn your torches on.
I think I
Him
got
down,
it.
him down. Maybe keep him down.
Breach past him.
Green team, north down the road. Green team moving north.
West, west, west! West!
Clear.
West close, but I don't fucking see where from.
I'm going for kill me first.
Every time they fire fucking flares
roll
at something, it
26.
blinds me. There's something west close, but I can't see it because I keep fucking shooting flares. into it.
I just shot the guy west, maybe that was him. How close?
Real close.
Pull him in,
Alright,
pull him in,
copy.
pull him in, pull him in, all the way, all the way,
I'm
all the way.
looking. I'm gonna go around the car so I can see the other side.
I'm gonna climb on top of it.
Yep.
If it'll let me. There we go.
What's up?
Come on. No.
Hey, where you guys shooting?
Please.
I'm bandaging him.
No, it ain't gonna do it.
Alex, do you have a medic?
Take up defensive positions. Watch west. Watch west.
Alex, do you have a
DMZ,
medic?
there's friendlies in there.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I have like 2 That's a negative, not there. I checked.
That's usually how it works.
Alright,
I
yellow,
don't.
keep
I don't
watching
think
west.
he's in the building with us.
Because last I saw him, he was around the corner getting shot at, and I don't know if he's little.
Are you in cardiac arrest?
Alright, Dixon.
Yep.
Give me a link.
How much FPS you getting? I'm getting 13.
Moving direct north.
25 already.
Alright, yellow.
What have I missed?
We're moving to the compound. Get your weapons up. You're ready for
I'm
contact.
getting 35.
Forest.
Marshall,
Who
you
else is
stay
down?
here with Green.
One other person didn't know who it was, and we're waiting for them now.
Yeah, I'm working on Kim. Alright, yellow team.
Well, do you want me to
Let's
go
go.
in the
We're
main
entering.
so I
Yeah.
can-
Blue team, are you all up?
Is that like that?
Like
Oh.
that.
Blue team. Up as far as I know. I was working on
Okay,
you.
what have I missed? Thank you much.
Are we securing this position?
This is medical personnel.
DMZ, you up? Ross, you up?
Ross is up.
Alright.
Jesus Christ.
Blue team on me. Blue
I
team
thought
on me.
he didn't care when I was shooting him. Alright.
Blue team on kill me.
Thank you very much, Marshall. Yeah.
I'm ready, Tommy.
Just keep eyes out to the west for now, blue team. I'm just gonna
Copy, eyes west.
figure out what's going on.
Ross, set up at the checkpoint tower.
Two, this is one.
Crossing.
I don't know if it's honorable.
I see we've occupied the same position. Are you just going to proceed straight down the road?
Not honorable.
Do you on the left or the right side? You're received.
Alright, G-Man, I'm back with you, yeah?
Yeah,
It's, Simon? Don't stand in the doorway like that, because it stops other people getting through. Thank you. Is it just Kim that's down? Is it just Kim? Okay.
I'm gonna be bad.
Where is he? Oh, Simon. Yeah, I can't do that for you. Ben will have to get to you eventually. Blue team. Can you just cross the street over to the other side? Blue team, cross the street for now.
Blue on me. DMZ Semo.
No. Be advised, one is still currently stationed.
I be advised, I picked up a law in case we need
Very nice.
80.
You are.
That's what I was looking for. That's why I went over to that 113 and like.
It's a terrible Stallone movie.
We help them. That's the official.
Hey man. Watching west. We took contact from the west. That's what got Kim and kill me.
Okay. Yeah, I took out 2 on the west side before I got here.
That's a terrible shame.
Yeah, they were shooting at us. Then I fired a VOG and they stopped, but I don't know if I got them.
You didn't see what? Ben. I'm gonna leave you.
What the fuck?
You okay with that?
Player to the west. Player to the west.
Friendly.
That's DMZ.
Yeah, it's a passive
Just
system.
making sure there's nobody in there.
The battery goes in the big
Player
box
to
on
make
the
sure
left.
there's no one there.
Well, I can see them.
It is a 1 PM
and a flare, you
34
see stuff really clearly.
NSP.
Do not fire flares.
Copy.
Yeah.
Like I said, I really want one. I very
I
nearly
have
bought
one
one.
flare, so it's fine.
Contact west, direct. Dead.
Nice.
No, it's not.
No, contact. He's dead.
Okay.
I should fucking hope so.
See, the flares work.
Squad 2, we're moving north down the road at this point. We are moving north down the road. Squad 2 is moving north down the road.
Squad.
Sorry, Squad 1. We're Squad 1. We're still moving north down the road. That's the important.
I was like, wait a second, what?
Look, I was just talking to Squad 2. Fuck you.
I was about to say Squad 2, we're moving. I'm like, wait a second. This ain't right.
No. In the past 3 missions, we've been Squad 2 all the time.
Dave, I Squad 2, what was the contact you're facing?
I've been wanting to have a mission where we use these things for ages.
Is that the one parked on the dead center of the road?
Late 60s, early 70s, I think.
Yeah, I'll stay behind.
They were used quite extensively in Afghanistan.
Lights on.
Yeah, I see it. I have law.
Kill it.
A copy, range.
Yeah, it's mine.
To me.
On us.
Squad 1 to me.
Oh my god, it's a fucking... Holy shit. It's the Half-Life APC.
Did he just back?
He missed it.
Kind of on him if he did.
Blue team, I just keep pushing to this building.
Squad 1 is engaging targets to the west. Blue on me. Blue on me,
Green team,
come
how
on.
you doing?
It's a Cadillac Gauge Commando, that's what it is. That thing has a Mark 19 on it. It has a Mark 19 on it.
I'm aware. That's why we're going this way now.
No, LAV's 8 wheels. 8 wheels and a more modern turret with a Bushmaster in it.
Wait, hold here. Squad 1 was engaging targets west of here.
The advised area to our north is clear. At least up to those big piles of sand. It's clear.
really wish you didn't miss with that law.
Sorry. Was quite far, I had no range. Plus, I'm a freaking marksman, I'm not trained with that shit.
You all heard about
You're not
rattlesnakes?
trained with using.
You don't need to be trained.
It is this American inferior shit, doesn't even
I do not know where he is. I do not have the facility to find him at this minute, as I have no idea where he went down.
Okay, I'll follow you.
The law is better than the RPG 26 in every way possible.
Yeah, received my.
I mean, up until those mountain stands were clear.
Ah, poor
User
Green.
joined your channel.
We're clear up until there.
Do shoot that man.
I would if I
Let's move to these big piles.
Clear. Please shoot him.
User joined
Contact
your
front.
channel.
Contact front.
Oh shit.
Dead.
Say again.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna have more of them. There's one on the right side dead.
There's a fucking half-buried position to the northeast. It looks like. I don't know if there's anyone in it.
Northeast,
Though.
I don't see what you mean.
It's in the trees.
Why is this shit so wobbly?
What the fuck? Nuclear launch. Nuclear launch.
Keep pushing north as possible. I don't know. If
It's
I can-
probably just fucking tactical or air defense.
User in your channel.
Be advised, missile launch. Missile launch.
Squad 1, keep moving
2 missiles
north.
out.
Keep moving north.
Oh fuck.
Okay, that's actually concerning.
Squad 1, keep moving north.
Boys, it was nice serving
Direction
with
of
you.
travel that we are going.
They might
North.
just be high explosive ballistic,
We are all
but
up, and we are moving.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, that's.
I love you guys.
They're
Keep that
small
thing
and
being
they're
fast.
quick.
I
They're
love
not
you guys.
to be they could be, but to be fair, it's surprisingly made it this long without tactical nuclear strikes.
It's never too late.
It was either a short-range ballistic missile or some kind of high-level air defense.
I didn't see that then.
Oh,
You're right.
I thought he was still up
Front
for a
still
second.
clear.
There's downed guys here.
They have nods?
Don't know.
Then ignore them. You have nods. Don't. Fuck you.
Alright, Green. Keep your eyes out. Don't have them in. Empty building.
Does NATO even use short-range ballistic? Yeah, the Pershing. Pershing 2. Fuck, that's what nearly kicked off World War III in the 80s.
User joined your channel.
The US was deploying Pershing 2s to West Germany, and that was when Andropov was in charge.
Squad 2, this is Squad 1. We've now reached
And
the
it kicked
storage
off the
site.
whole
Have
Rian
you
program.
cleared the silos yet?
Mid or short, I can't remember.
Yeah, receive. We won't proceed until you've said it's clear and ready to move into operations. Alright, take it slow, start clearing this shit.
Alright, Green team.
I'm gonna set up on this ramp.
Yeah. Sweep and clear.
Helicopter audio, distant.
Oh.
Yeah, I see Hammets.
Alright, first building clear.
Friendly.
Crossing you, cross.
I'm gonna move up to the next ramp.
Alright, first building's clear.
Good shit. Let's get in here behind blue team green.
Alright,
Fuck, this is a big compound.
then into the third.
I hear voices west.
Nice. They're down.
Yo, I heard voices west close.
Green team. I want you to push through into the next building.
No.
They must be inside.
Green team push through.
Flare.
Yep.
Cross in.
Yeah, received.
Guys, I got a flare right on me.
Say again, DMZ.
Building's clear.
West!
Alright, take inside.
In the containers, west!
Those containers to the
Stoppage.
West.
Lead him more. Oh, fuck.
DMZ.
Northeast, a
Well,
lot
don't
of them
cross.
northeast.
Do not cross.
My bad, my bad. The NSP got in the way of the GP site.
Most large air defense missiles could carry nuclear warheads.
Second. Yep. Blue team suppressing fire. Northwest. Blue team suppressing fire. And then nobody stops shooting. Go back.
Kill me.
Ben, go.
At least someone noticed I was down.
Ben, go. Go as well. Okay.
Brad, I want you over here.
Yeah, we also have contact west.
Yeah,
Blue
but
team is
at the
getting that building
moment,
as well.
we need. I want
I'm
you.
working on him.
Seal, move out the
He's
way.
dead.
Lying down,
Yeah.
looking northeast. There was a squad that way.
Blue team, move when you can.
Let's move.
No, he took a fucking bit of shot to your fucking chest.
Crossing, kill me.
Yep, get him.
Crossing.
How you doing? Is it just one casualty?
I
Yeah,
got
just
shot in the
one.
chest, but I'm right now.
Yeah, I got shot.
That's okay.
In the leg.
Yeah, Josh, I think it was like $600 or $700 when I last saw one, but that was 5 years ago. They come up for sale all the time. I just don't check that often.
Who's calling me?
Because it's a lot of money.
Who's calling me?
I killed him. I'm out of ammo.
Once I get like some sort of stable work again, I might
Yeah.
pick one up.
Your team leader just told you what to do. Go for it.
Yeah, retain your SVD if you can.
The other thing is it's kind of a crapshoot whether it's in working order or not. I might be able to repair it, depending what's wrong. My PNVs worked right out of the box. All I had to do was wire them up to a battery.
Blue team, cross over to the next building to the east.
The big problem I have with the PNVs is I don't have a spotlight powerful enough to shine through the filter.
If you need it.
Let me know when you're finished in operations.
In case of the yellow
We're moving
crayon.
east.
So you can have a second.
You received.
But I know they work because I tested them.
We're just dealing with a casualty. Are you
Seal.
in position to assault the north gate?
I want you looking out of this door to the northwest.
Yeah, the prices are probably starting to climb a bit because they're getting less common.
And when you've got him stable, can you?
Victor audio
Vehicle
northeast.
movement.
Yep.
There you go.
Ow.
Yellow crayons. Stay still. I'll quickly just pack.
I got shot because whoever was next to me can't aim.
Hello, do you contain any American secrets?
Choppers, northwest. Choppers incoming.
Got helos coming in northwest.
One Apache, 3 transport.
Alright, blue team back into the other building.
Kevin, you need to
Yeah.
What other building?
I'll go north.
Oh.
Disengage. We're moving. We're regrouping.
I'm a tool, not a weapon.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Now we know what those were. That is a bit bigger than napalm, my guy.
Yeah, that was a little bigger than napalm. That was a nuclear detonation.
Brace!
So it would seem. Continue on task. Blue team, cross to the containers to the west. Blue team,
Let's just go out into the fallout.
I heard vodka safe.
Contact right!
We're still in combat, Ross. There's no time for fallout.
I'm hit.
Crossing the road. Run straight behind you.
I'm hit.
Just run straight across, Greenskin. Straight across.
It's already coming down.
No need.
I mean, what are radios? Alright, we'll receive it, Bradley.
Yeah, I don't know if these have surge filters on them.
Yeah, nothing yet.
I know ours did. If you turned a light on, they just turn off.
Yeah, receive. I'm gonna leave you with him, Ben.
Yeah.
Blue team, cross the street to the north. Unless you're still fucked up.
We don't need the
Blue team across?
1PN anymore. Yeah, I'm moving. Hey, Small Boy.
Green team.
Doing alright. Just got nuked, you know, the usual. Let me take the corner, let me take the corner.
To be advised, landing with them. Oh, I said landing, actually.
Another day in the US, actually. We are in Washington State.
Yes, it is.
And it's going down this way.
Let's stay here.
Black hole down.
There's AI flying.
You were saying?
See, do you need assistance? What is the location of the M113?
Blue, be advised, I'm using an M16 American weapon.
Squad 1, pushing north and after pushing north down this fucking thing. Let's find the prisoners in the building.
A contact north, front, between the fences.
Yeah, received.
Stay down while I'm high.
We got corner on our left as well.
I'm checking left. Corner clear.
Pushing.
Checking further up. Seems clear.
Yeah, that's good.
User left your channel.
Just in case.
Friendly's right.
Lost, be aware, confirmed enemies behind this building.
Yeah, I know, we got friendlies to our right.
Alright, I'm on your left.
I'm middle.
Alright, which one?
What happened? A nuke.
Clear.
There's friendlies over there, Kim, don't worry.
Can we enter this? No.
Keep pushing east but down.
You know what we could do? See that command?
Push east.
Sure, that's radio protected.
You may be able to see the spice particles falling from the air. Gonna have a lovely Adam tan after this. Voices north. I can hear them, but I can't see them.
I got no ears.
Might be the down guys from the helicopter.
Might be.
Might be. Aren't we supposed to be moving somewhere? We're only 3 people here.
I don't know. Where's the rest of the fucking squad?
I
think they're over in the other building. Okay, let's move to them. Don't you hate it when your fucking ho-hum defensive patrol turns into nuclear warfare?
Not really.
Lots of bodies, lots of bodies.
Yeah. Friendly's crossing.
Coming in west.
We have friendly AI on the roof, by the way.
Heads up would have been nice.
2, this is 1.
Yeah.
Well.
More launches, more launches.
Oh god.
Alright, let's get fucking down. Yeah.
What's up there?
Can't go out that way.
There was a launch close to the northeast.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Another one to the southwest as well.
Yeah.
Fuck.
2. Yeah, received.
This is
are you in
fine.
need of assistance currently? What is your situation?
This is fine. Oh, there goes another one.
It killed me.
I think it's time for two
We could probably get to that launch site to the northeast. It didn't look far.
They're all within a kilometer or 2.
Yeah, received. Squad.
You cut out, kill me.
Get on the bottom floor.
That's Bradley, if I hear correctly.
Yeah, sounds like one.
Confirm that you are still in.
I kind of feel like the helmets might have been an idea.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any tanks here. The closest we had were BMDs. And they're mostly destroyed. I hear infantry west-northwest, but I don't see them yet.
It's Bluegill.
I hear enemy infantry west-northwest.
I didn't know. I was about to get someone to
Ross, where are you?
Outside.
Right here. Southeast. You're gonna go assist squad 2. And southeast, southeast.
Oh shit, they're west.
Grim.
No, this.
Boys to join my squad.
Ross, get inside.
Exim, bluegill.
Move.
Go red.
That was mine.
It's a Bradley.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
It's not a tank, it's a Bradley.
It's on the other side of the wall. I see it! I see the gunner! Direct east,
Tim, you ready on that shit? Your turn, Grim. It's your turn, Grim. Ready?
That's a Bradley.
Grim.
Someone just went down by the...
Grim, stop. Grim, come to
Hold
me.
on,
Turn
stop.
around. Grim.
Thank you.
Flank
What?
north, the other side of this wall.
Ben?
Take your team with you. Exim, go north with Grim.
Red team,
Yes.
follow me. Exim,
Oh, this is Boris 2.
Ben, medic.
Inside the vehicle.
Oh yes,
Watch
floating
Forest
barricades.
I'm doing my right arm.
About to come around the corner over there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to come round while he's coming round on
Okay.
You want me to hop in and bandage?
The
That would be
Receive.
appreciated.
giveaway hasn't opened
Town
yet, Robico.
headquarters.
It'll be running next Sunday, so this time next
The
week.
colour still sees fade.
I would have made it enterable
Alright.
all week long, but I don't know how to do that.
Where's
So
Alan?
I thought I'd
Thank you.
best not risk it.
Where's Alec?
I'm in here, I'm bandaging bluegill.
Yeah, receive. Never mind.
3,
Where's Kim?
2, 1.
Thanks.
Who's that up there shooting just constantly?
User left.
AI.
Oh.
I need some blood.
There's 3 AI on the roof.
I don't have any to
Exim, lose your helmet.
bandage you up.
Second over.
Thank you. Guess I'll sell have some myself.
Received.
Hey, kill me.
Received.
Kill me,
Yes.
I checked. Kim only has a thermal barrack rocket left. His
Okay,
launch
where's
is
Kim?
useless.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dead?
Ben, find us some transport that we can all fit in. Squad 2,
think
this
that'll
is
do.
Squad 1, what's
Yeah,
your
we got
situation?
2 of these. What are these? Look at what is this vehicle?
This is M111.
No, it's not. It's a Cadillac Gauge Commando from Half-Life 2.
I believe so. We've got enough
It has.
Oh, yeah, M117. Yeah.
Eyes on a hand.
Say again.
Eyes on.
Oh god.
My game keeps freezing every time I get in or out of a vehicle lately.
Pile in a car.
I don't know why.
Everyone pile in a car. Get in a car and leave. Get in the car and head south. Get in the car and head
I'm
south.
driving this one.
Get
Come
in
on,
a car
guys.
and
Heading
head
south. Heading
We are
south.
leaving.
Who's ever driving?
Is anyone getting in the Commando?
Getting it?
Is
Grim,
anyone in?
ditch the helmet. Exim, ditch the helmet.
I'm in gunner.
Yeah, is anyone going to drive it?
We are leaving. Fucking hide us from high.
Fine, I guess I will.
Ditch the helmet, goddamn Exim. Get in a car. We are heading south.
Kim is down.
Kim's dead. Fuck it.
I'm in.
Is anyone getting in this? I can't tell what's going on.
We've got space for 3 more people.
Let's go.
Fuck them if they're not in.
I'm switching to Commander C. Please tell me that Bradley's dead.
Sorry?
Oh, Jesus. That was a mistake.
Gentlemen, I just saved your life.
Grab the wounded, we can't wait any longer. Let's fucking fuck off the south, yeah?
What happened?
If you have a smoke, throw it.
Something bad.
We're moving out in 5 seconds.
DMC,
Yeah.
stop!
Are we anyway?
No!
He like
Gotta
that.
get engaged.
I
I'm
think
the
we
Let's go, boys!
I'm gonna stop
Yeah,
right now.
south.
Sorry
Let's
to kill
go,
that thing.
get the fuck out.
You can't kill
Reverse.
up. Bradley was
I've
an
got a fractured
NK.
leg. I can't run.
We're gonna try.
Let's just go.
No,
Yeah,
we're
kill
trying
those
to
fellas.
about
They're getting a
Bradley.
big
Doesn't give
fuck
a
out.
fuck.
Yeah, there's an M117 right there looking at you guys.
Did we just get fucking friendly fired?
No.
No.
No, the Bradley's still alive. There's also another one of us. Well, the vehicle we were in that's alive still.
And I put all blame on Grim for.
It would have been nice to know that Bradley was still alive.
Well, the thing is.
No, it's gonna get them too.
The Bradley wouldn't be alive if Grim had
Oh no, it's
decided.
No, it wasn't the Bradley that got us. It's the fucking commando that was parked right next to the wall. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was the
Oh wow.
M11.
I still.
Like mine and Joe's favorite part of it. Joe, did you call the Bradley an M113?
I called it as an M117.
Oh, I heard M113.
Troop transport truck. But we all decided to hop into those that were right in front of the enemies.
That's a pretty big oof, man.
No.
Yeah, Dixon, you got lit up. You died instantly.
Oh, are they gonna fire a fucking?
So did I.
Hold on.
I tried to run away from that wall and got
Grim
lit
might
up.
be preparing to fire a rocket at DMZ. Oh, they did the wiggle.
Sucks.
I was hoping that he was gonna fire a thermobaric into it.
Doubt there's anything out here. It's
I
probably
was really hoping that the unconscious guy on the vehicle behind them
probably,
wasn't actually unconscious.
probably spawned
But
in
he is.
What's the objective
Tochka or
of
something,
this mission?
just to make it seem like they were coming out of
multiple
silos.
times.
It was literally just to check 3 outposts to make sure they were all.
Oh,
awake
unless
and
these are
alive.
the.
And they were.
And we ended up starting a nuclear war.
Yeah, if you guys want to examine the outlying parts of the complex that we were in, you may notice some things.
Yeah.
Such as
things sticking out of the ground.
That might look from a distance to be fuel containers.
Missile silos?
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Where are they?
They're the half Navy. Well, what they call fucking cruise missiles.
It's over by where we were.
Also,
Dixon.
can we appreciate
I
that
see
they
it.
just left
I see
Alex, the Alex.
Yeah, Brent stuck some Mark 41s on those things to make them work.
Kim, how did you die?
Because fucking Bradley. There was a Bradley, not Bradley as a person.
No, I know that.
And I fired one shot off, and then Kill Me and I were both going to Grim because Grim had joined onto our squad. Grim, now take a shot, and Grim was like, no, and started walking the other
Not
way.
sure what's going on
So
here.
I obviously reloaded while wounded and was like,
Oh,
okay, I
Marshall's
guess
about
I've
to
got
die.
to do this. Fired another shot off because my fucking body was bleeding from every orifice known to man.
Oh, he doesn't know,
There's a
chat.
guy literally running right behind. Who's
Marshall
this?
doesn't know.
Marshall, turn
He's
around,
blissfully
Marshall.
unaware.
Marshall!
Oh my god.
I've seen him. Oh,
They're both such bad shots.
He's fucking.
You know why?
Why?
Because they were given specific instructions over the radio to only wear blue berets and to launch a green flare when approaching, otherwise they would be fired.
Who's hot miking?
I don't know.
It's Joe.
I don't know what you're talking about. He
Joe,
finally
you're on
shot him.
Finally. Oh, G-Man must have crashed out of the
My
game or
microphone
something.
is shitty.
Yeah, better microphone.
I will one day.
I'm not surprised that a lone Russian soldier would shoot at a highly armed military convoy, especially on the enemy side.
And can we just appreciate the fact that second squad is now again Alex is being Alex, and is about to become a partisan in the fucking American wilderness. Everything is lost, but he will continue.
This is the
with his
first
small
time I've
band
actually died for quite a long time.
of Eastern Europeans.
Order's weird now. Because he all said retreat, but everyone's gone 2 directions.
Well, I don't think that Second Squad has a radio. Because Alex was only a team leader.
No, I think they do. They got one. Pog
Yeah,
had
Alex has got a backpack radio.
Yeah, Pog for some reason had a backpack radio.
That at the beginning he had one because he had picked the second zoo slot. As you do.
It's Dixon.
He's new. He probably just picked the first open slot he saw.
I'm just sad that Kinu
That's
wasn't
me,
my RPG assistant.
Well, Seal was meant to be my machine gun assistant, but he was late, so... Kim got fucking
It's better off that
deleted
we
by,
died anyway. We would have just died from radiation poisoning
by 25
anyway.
mil.
So
Where did the nukes get set off at? Does anybody know?
One of them went off to
far
the
enough away that
west.
I couldn't see the mushroom cloud.
I saw it. One of them went off to the west.
Oh, they got a big group now.
Wait, what is
Oh yeah, they got a fucking Tonka truck. Look.
What are they shooting at?
There's a load in the woodland.
Yeah, the
Like,
damn
literally,
Oh yeah, there's a
70
couple.
meters.
There's a couple Americans. They're dead. Feels kind of bad because the only reason they were still there was because G-Man got fucking kicked off by Steam.
They got down the ZSU.
Joe, for fuck's sake.
Can't help it. Shit.
Well, you can. You have money. You go buy one.
I am wearing it.
So how's this thing? How deaf are you?
Huh?
How loud is it?
How loud is what?
Your headset.
I don't know.
Joe,
The answer
go
is
buy a new
obviously too
headset.
loud. Like it's giving us a fucking echo.
An echo?
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on.
But the ZSU, both of them, the guys are in the fucking commander seat, not the gunner seat.
I think you can take control from the commander's seat.
That as a player, but not as a AI.
Oh yeah.
They'll just shoot the rifle.
Is it fixed?
Test 1 2 3 4 5. He's waiting
Excellent's
now, yeah.
checking if the Tonka truck is actually drivable. It's
Yeah,
not,
but you can climb
unfortunately.
Trying to get in the
Oops. Was it
trying to
that
get in the
one?
BMP. Seemed like it. Maybe like a small one. Maybe new.
Tactical nuke.
Hey Joe, it's what you've always wanted. This is going to become a Fallout unit.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Like, if that mod wasn't so dog shit, I would be a lot more interested.
Yeah, I tried it.
Assets.
It's just so bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad assets in that.
Like, at least with the Warhammer one, the most of the assets are like new made, or at least were from other mods that.
Yeah, it was stuff that was community made rather than.
So if you guys want to know
There's stuff that
ripped.
if you guys
ripped
want to
from
know
New
what's
Vegas
being
and looks like
said now,
trash.
I
in
just
this
want to
little
do one
hippie
mission as a
circle,
Lemongrass crew.
You'll have to check out Kill Me stream afterwards.
Marshall's gonna die.
Wait, really?
Because if
Yeah,
I
he's
switch
going to- he's
channels,
heading
I'll be able to
down
hear
here,
everything. Unfortunately,
Okay, but on his
T-Far
own?
doesn't
Yeah,
have any
he's got G-Man
integration
in the
for
back.
Spectator.
Well, G-Man's got Braille, so
They've driven into everything.
Yeah.
it's because it's Marshall is bad driver. Look at the
Yes.
drifting.
I just can't wait
Which
for an
road
RPG.
did they take?
The one
What?
that the others two went, and they all got lit up by like 3 PKMs.
Yeah, they're very far away from.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, someone near us got nuked. We didn't get
Whistling
nuked directly, but a nuke went off nearby, and because
Hey, look, it's
look
Bran.
at the compound we blundered into. It's like, oh, there's all special forces around here. I wonder why there's so many special
I
forces.
appreciate whoever's
there you go.
seeing.
It is a mystery.
I appreciate
They
whoever's
crashed.
It is a fucking
seeing,
mystery.
Whoever was in the
turned out
back
in
is
the
uncon. They lost
117.
no
It's
wheels,
very-
but their turning is fucked.
Hey man, is passed out.
Oh yeah.
Taking a nap in the
Yeah,
back.
she man's dead. And now that car with Kill Me in is going to drive straight on past because it's a fucking black car in a fucking night jungle.
Yeah, he's gonna drive straight into the person shooting as well. Here you go. They're running towards the road.
Marshall's was like, do I take the shot?
Oh wait, we're all going back and
Wait.
forth.
Wait.
Oh, green
Oh my
flag in the
god,
trees.
this is hilarious.
Oh,
So,
the soldiers to the right and left.
So G-Man told them they were on the main road. They are on a different road.
Oh. Fuck it's
Whoever was on the fucking thingy on the back of Grimm's just lit up all the fucking.
It's
friendly
X-Imp.
troops.
It's X-Imp.
X-Imp who has lost his.
No, it's the AI. It's the fucking AI.
No, it's X-Imp.
no, because some of these have American radios and MP5 SDs. They're American Spec Ops.
No, there were. So the one that he shot at was definitely Soviet.
No.
No, they were American Spec Ops. One of the guys intermixed.
closely.
I'm pretty sure the guy that's still alive.
Oh, he had an M60.
Yeah.
He look at the guy that is about to get run over by DMZ, and somehow didn't take damage from it. He has an M16. Oh, he's speaking Russian. Weird.
In an American accent.
I'll be honest,
No.
a nuke's gone off. Can you blame anyone?
A Potchki.
That wasn't an American accent.
You know what? I wish there was a show chat mod.
Why are you like this?
What? I like the show chat. It's funky. One of the world's first light machine guns.
Guys,
Oh yeah.
we're about to watch our first
the
ever
French
ArmA
fucker
3
with the
arms
curved
deal.
mag.
Yeah. I know the one you're on about now. Yeah, that is.
It's
that
a
is
piece
cool
of
one.
shit, and I love it.
It's fucking cool.
It's bad. It was not.
If they don't all ram into
fit
each
for
other and
purpose.
explode, I'm going to be disappointed.
If X-Imp doesn't blow someone up, I'm going to be disappointed. I can't wait for it.
the RPG mess.
I can't wait for X-Imp just to like light some fucking infantry while Grimm's driving.
We've
and
already
just
done some
smack a tree round
peacekeeping
with on him.
missions. I'll give you a spoiler, they
Killing
weren't very
everyone.
peaceful. A particular highlight being when one of the members of the 345th who has actually undertaken peacekeeping operations in real life gave the order for the entire
Alright, this is-
fucking platoon to
I guess
expend
it's
its
smart
supply
that
of
they put
RPGs
Grim
on
in
a
the
hotel.
front because at least then they know it's most likely friendly.
Yeah.
Except they deployed fucking pink smoke. And too many people are gonna try and get onto
Oh my
I want to be in the ZSU truck.
Yeah, they never got them. They drove past the road and then like all waited at the bottom, and then drove. Grim was so
oh, and
close
now
to
they
find
get
him.
fired up.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Excellent sound.
Where's the rocket
So much
launchers?
friendly fire. Unironically, so much friendly fire.
User joined your channel.
Oh my god. Again.
Wait, you got domed?
Yeah, I got domed in the gunner seat.
Oh, it was instant.
It's karma for wiping out a squad of friendlies earlier, I guess.
Guy in the back of the vehicle
Wait,
sitting
wait.
there staring at
You know those guys you were firing at on the move as you drove down the road?
Yeah, because I was getting shot, but we were start talking about it with Grim. Oh well.
Yeah, like the remnants of the 345th are unironically going to become a fucking raider gang in the ensuing Fallout wasteland.
My hopes and dreams got dashed as quickly as my car journey did.
Yes.
Hey, Rick.
They really let the air out of my tires.
Which mission was that though, Gilson? Was that the really spicy one, or was that one of the other ones? Because at one point, for those who weren't around to witness it, at one point Brand ran.
Oh my god!
Like
Someone has
It was basically a Bush Wars thing mission, and he never ran one again because it was way too spicy.
Dust from CS:GO into ArmA.
Amazing. There's still one attacking them from the same position.
No, I remember that one.
They drove backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards past this point like 6 times, and every single time they ended up getting engaged.
I'm just surprised that no one stepped on any of the friendly landmines at the beginning of the mission.
Landmines?
I was waiting for it.
Oh, that was...
Interesting.
User was moved out of your channel. User was moved out of your channel. You were moved. User was moved to your channel.
I didn't consent to this.
User was moved to your channel. User
I
was moved
feel
to your channel.
touched. Special places.
Not a good
yeah,
way.
I
Touched
get what you mean. In special places
In
by
all places.
308. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed, as always. Put down your feedback, incredibly important. No matter what it is.
We got
yeah, things occurred. It's a bit of a cliffhanger, but you'll figure out what happens next week, I guess.
Epic.
And somebody
Yes.
actually dared
Brent.
to say those word nukes.
Yes, G-Man?
Brent, do you mind if I skip out on meeting tonight? We can talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah,
You
that's
mind?
fine.
Alright, cool. I'll be off. Good night.
Enjoy yourself, my dude.
Good
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Hats off, by the way, to whoever shot Grim and the rest of Platoon HQ and left them to bleed out.
Oh yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That was a
They,
very funny
they
joke.
narrowly survived a squad of Navy SEALs barreling down on them, only to be pulled back, medicing, and then got wrapped by someone. I don't know who, but you know, well done.
There's no fire like friendly fire.
Exactly.
But,
Yeah, what happened to Grim?
We got
That's-
friendly fire.
Yeah,
Like Doom's twin.
so they were on
Grim, why
the
didn't you
north
take
side
the shot?
at the south gate, on the north side of everyone. They were holding the flank.
Yeah.
Met some Navy SEALs, took contact, shot at them, and returned fire. Killed a bunch of them, and proceeded to get shot at from behind when they
Oh,
were
by the way, I
medicing.
popped purple smoke before I got done.
So
It was literally
next
purple
time,
smoke at us.
I'll be back
check
shortly,
for the
guys.
check for the fancy camo that we have. I hope the FPS wasn't too awful. I realized that no matter what I did, it was going to be low, but hopefully it wasn't unplayable at least.
No, it was good, man.
Cool. I need to drag the boys up, if that's alright.
I got to play most of the mission.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know,
It
you can
could be
only
like
do
that
so much.
twice.
Yeah, right. Let's see. That leaves Grim, me, Kill Me, and Alec. Yes. Yes.
One
Good.
would assume.
All right. I am going to see you all next week. By the way, while this isn't the end of the campaign, it's probably going to last a month, maybe 2 more tops. If you have ideas, things you want to do, be that errors, weapons, anything, put that into mission making, so that I know, and put it into the feedback form. All right. I'm gonna drag the boys up.
Alright, I'm going to bed night.
Good night,
We'll be on Discord as soon as we're done.
Yeah, I'm going to bed, so I don't care.
I'm telling everyone else. Alright,
Well,
I'll see
he
you guys.
doesn't care, Brank. God.
Left your channel.
Oh, he's.
User has been banned from the server.
Oh, I get bad. Oh, man, I have a headache though. I got a question. Does anybody know when exactly the game transitioned from Red Dawn into fucking Fallout?
We got nuked.
Yeah, but when and why?
It's in the last like half an hour, and why is because we saw a couple of missiles go up, and I was the first to call nuclear. People were like, "Nah, probably high explosive."
Yeah. To be honest, to be honest, those missiles were not large enough to be ICBMs. It was just the best Brent could do.
I pulled out the
Are you trying to tell me the Americans don't have enough money for fucking
launch
nukes?
missile off into the distance bullshit.
I've called out the infiltrators to kill me, but he said, "Well, we don't know yet." We don't... At the start, when we found the bodies without the uniform. Also, was it Minutemen?
Oh no.
Or some kind of tactical?
God damn it, no more Minutemen.
If the
It's
size
already
the-
went far into Fallout.
Look, if the size of the missiles is the problem, you just use the attach to command on a submarine. Attach it to the nuke.
No, that would be fantastic to see.
Just a vertical submarine.
I gotta admit, this is pretty poetic. We're fighting Minutemen and a nuke goes off.
User disconnected from your channel.
Something Fallout.
America.
Hey, Alex.
Which Alex you talk to?
The more Slavic sounding one.
Ah, me.
Hi. You know, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of glad I managed to save 2 people from dying today.
User disconnected from your channel.
Well, for every life that's saved, it's another that gets friendly fired.
I gotta admit, hearing that Grim got friendly fired was fucking beautiful.
It was amazing, yeah, I managed to save Dirk.
It wasn't for me, I
since-
was in his fucking squad. I was one of the people that got friendly fired.
Oh, you see, that's your problem. That's what happens when you play with Grim. That's just your personal problem.
I will say one thing though. Hearing the call out of M113 bearing Ogden, and then before D-Man could finish fucking giving the order, he's already schwacked that M113. Pretty good.
Popped in
Hey,
there.
Dirk.
Very nice comment.
Yeah.
Did you notice the Bradley in front of us?
I did.
I was like,
that's what Dixie
wow,
got
we
whacked
didn't
by.
get killed by him.
There's even 2 of them, I think.
So what happened there was Joe called out M117, you know, Bradley. My brain heard M113. I was like, it's got a coaxial machine gun, and from the way it's pointed, it can't really shoot at me too easy. So I gotta sprint over to where Joe is, so I'm not covered. And then I take a 25 millimeter Bushmaster round to the face.
No, but Dixon, real talk. There was something 50 cal over there because that thing killed our machine gunner and.
Bradley's had a coaxial 50 cal.
Coaxial 50 cal. Are you alright?
I
What the
know it
fuck?
does have 50 cal.
Yeah,
It doesn't
got
have that
50
chain
cal.
gun.
So the Bradley has a 25 millimeter Bushmaster autocannon chain gun. It has a coaxial 50 caliber M2 Browning machine gun, and then the Commander has a M240 Bravo general purpose machine gun.
Oh.
It also has, toes. The Bradley is a ridiculous vehicle.
Jesus, dude. But hold on. Who was in G-Man squad?
Me, you, Leonard.
Oh,
Who
Dixon,
got the G spot?
What happened to you?
I have
Oh,
returned.
you know that Bradley at the end?
Yeah?
Shot me in the face.
Give me a moment.
Died
to
instantly.
set all this up.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Okay, so I saw 3 people get knocked out by that Bradley. You were the only person I couldn't save because you were too far out.
No. There was no saving me, Marshall. I don't think you understand.
Yeah, I know.
Disconnected.
Bear with me for a moment. Just got to get my throttle and stick set up. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a flight around the Caucasus in Flight Sim 2020 because I want to show you guys some stuff. It's kind of interesting. The Caucasus shows off both the best and the worst of the sim simultaneously. It's the only area I've found that does that. Now, I haven't explored a whole lot of places in it yet, to be fair, but it was really, really noticeable. In fact, when the game first came out, it was one of the first places Pom flew to, and that's how I know about this. Just before, though, I'm going to quickly clean my glasses so I can see what I'm doing, because they're a bit spotty. So give me another minute or two, guys. I'll get the game running, and then we'll switch scenes again. Hopefully that hasn't been a big update, because usually the Flight Sim updates take forever to install. It's fine, Paula. I'll be able to find my way around. I mean, I know where I'm going as far as the Azeri border, so, and from there I can just BFI the rest of the way. It'll be fine. So what we'll probably do, assuming you guys can still hear me, I'm on the other side of the room, what I'll probably do is take off from Batumi. We'll fly up the coast from Batumi to roughly Kobaleti, Sanaki kind of area. Sanaki is actually modeled, so I know, like, I'll know when I've found it. We'll then head east down the Georgian Valley. Land at Tbilisi probably for a refuel. And then I'm torn between whether to continue straight east. I think I'll continue east this time, and then depending on how long I'm on for, we'll either go up the northern end above the Caucasus, the Russian side of the border, next time I do FS, or we will come back and do it this time. It's going to be a fairly long flight, so I don't know how long I'll be on for. What plane? Probably the Spit. Something a bit faster than the light sport aircraft, but with better visibility than the TBM. Also nice and well behaved in the air. Okay. Get the glasses with the old windscreen wipers so you can see now. I was actually going to, Steve, like I did when I Discord streamed it. Except now I know where I'm going. Ow! Oh, fuck. Just smashed my knee on the bottom of my desk. Apparently they've added some more photogrammetry to the UK, which should be interesting. I suspect they would have done Manchester, so I'm going to check that out at some point. Not today though. Get some light here so the green screen doesn't flicker as much. There we go. Okay. Might take a second for it to hook the right window. There we go. So I can now minimize OBS. Put my phone back here so I can see my alerts. You get faster aircraft. There's a trip I'd like to see from South America, southern tip to the Atlantic Peninsula. It's 1,500 kilometers. That could be done. Although, because I'm impatient, it would need to be a fairly fast aircraft. And jets probably aren't the best thing to make that flight. We'll do it during daytime. Actually do it in the morning, maybe. Yeah. Right about here. Where am I going? I'm too far. Too far south. There we go. That's Sochi. So Batumi is down here. We will actually take off from parking. Jabru is very, very slow, so we're not taking that. We'll take a Spit 9C. We'll take the same livery we usually use. Weight and balance. I don't know if they're going to change this. They need to, though, because... So the thing with this is here to simulate the ammunition, suspended stores, anything else, but the problem is because it's set to the pilot's position on the actual model, as soon as you start adding to this, it moves the center of gravity behind the limit. Whereas the ammunition in the wings is going to be basically on the chord of the wing, right? So that needs fixing. We'll set it for now to like as much as we can get away with, just so the aircraft has a bit of weight in it. I can't remember what the total was for ammunition, but we'll call it something like that. Don't want failures. We're just gonna leave all this shit. I can't be bothered. We'll leave the aircraft in good shape. And we will use live weather. Hopefully it'll be daylight. We might give it just a little bit more. I don't know what time sunup is. We'll make it like 6:16. It should be close enough. 7,400 pounds total for a standard fighter with full fuel. Right, well, what were we on? 7,400. So we're actually a little over. $74.06. That's close enough. There we go. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Thankfully it saved that. It's gone back to 2:16 in the morning though, so we'll set it to... yeah, like 6:16-ish. And it should be live weather. Also got to adjust my monitor because it's still on its special setting it uses for ArmA. I don't know why ArmA insists on using a different mode than everything else. If I'm gifting you Fiat, will you try it now? Probably not today, or at least not during this flight. I might try it later. But I know nothing about the G91, I wouldn't even know how to start it. PR11, there is a livery that's a PR11 livery. Oh yeah, it's still dark. So what we'll do is we'll accelerate time ahead a little. As much as nighttime is the right time, it's not great for sightseeing, so we'll just the clouds aren't helping either. Make it 7:43. I think that's about good. Oh, my track IR has decided not to work with the game, apparently. Give me a second here. Oh, it's because Armor 3 hasn't closed properly. That would do it. I may need to restart Flight Sim to get it to pick up my track IR. Yikes. Let's see. Let's exit it. Restart it. No, I'm gonna have to restart the game. God damn it. Bear with me, guys. It's probably because it was, like, ArmA was running. It just made it shit itself. PR11 was a Merlin, I'm pretty sure. PR11 was a photo reconnaissance variant of the Mark 9. It had a deeper oil pan because it needed more oil for the longer flights and the higher engine settings. I don't think the photo reconnaissance Griff Spitz started until the PR19, I think. That was actually, if you know, aside from the color scheme, that was the quickest way to identify photo reconnaissance Spitfires, is they had a deeper nose because of the larger oil tank. Searching the valley behind it's absolutely stunning. Also Batumi. Batumi, maybe the scenery's not working for me, but both on Pom's stream when he flew it, and for me the last time I flew it, Batumi looks like arse, which is why I specifically want to fly the Caucasus to demonstrate to you guys literally the best and worst of this sim, and also how it compares to DCS. You guys, if you want, feel free to follow along with Google Earth or something, just to see as a comparison, because it's a noticeable difference, especially around Batumi and Sanaki. It's like the further northeast you go, the better the scenery gets. Russian bias. Azeri bias too, apparently, because Azerbaijan is really, really well done. Like, it's all good satellite imagery, or I don't think there's any photogrammetry, but it's all like satellite imagery and autogen. It looks quite good. Tbilisi is quite good. The only real big problem with Tbilisi is the autogen used the wrong buildings in a few places, and also it turned the TV tower into a monolith, giant skyscraper. The hangars at Vaziani are missing too, I think, but it's not really a surprise. How much space does MSFS take up on your drive? That's like, I think it's a fair bit. I don't know off the top of my head though. I'm pretty sure it's over 200 gig, but so is DCS. My DCS install's like nearly 300 because of all the liveries I have. I don't have this running on the NVMe, by the way. This is just running on the normal SSD. The aircraft should hopefully be configured already. No, it's not. So it was 7,400 pounds, right? We're gonna need to move the CG, but that's fine. We've got our right livery. Yep, all that's good. flight conditions, live weather. We will change the time though. What was it? 7:30-ish. Yeah, we'll make it like 7:30. Yeah, I'm gonna have to worry about where to put extra versions of DCS eventually too, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I'll probably have to just put on the normal SSD. I have plenty of space on there, but it'll run a bit slower. That looks better. We'll be able to see where we're going. Okay, got the tracker set up. Not that this actually does anything, but let's use it. It may actually be functional now. They may have updated it. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 should be enough. We'll get the electrics on. Fuel cock. 2, 3, 4, 9, 10. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll flip them on once the engine's actually running. I don't want to overload the electrics. Magnetos, radio. I need to figure out what I can bind them to. You should press them both at once in real life, but you can't do that in this. So we'll have to hold the booster. There we go. It's a little hard to click some of these. We won't worry about the fuel pump yet. Can't remember what that does, but don't worry about it. We'll turn the oxygen on, even though I'm not going to be using it down here. I think there's an oxygen valve somewhere I need to turn, which may well be that. I don't remember, don't recall, but oh well. Yeah, that could be a CO2 line, because that's the emergency gear lever there. Give the engine a little bit to warm up. Probably not, to be honest, Seal. It depends if you want, like, more airports in good detail in vanilla, or if you're happy to pick up third-party packages for them later. Now, the lights in this still function kind of weird. You have to turn them all the way on and then back off again before they actually work. I think it's a bug, but I'm not sure. Like so. Deluxe airports are apparently not as good as payware. Yeah, well, that's not really surprising. But the fact that they've actually bothered to do them is quite nice. Okay, we're gonna put away the parking brake. She's probably gonna start creeping forwards on us here, because very powerful engine, very light aircraft. We'll get the cursor out the way. Actually get it off the screen, because I don't want it tool-tipping me all the time. They haven't figured out how to fix the tail wheel yet. That's an SDK limitation, apparently. By the way, you can also see there's holes in those mountains. That's one of the issues with the scenery around here. Did you get it on Steam? Yeah, I did. So aside from the fact the gun sight doesn't actually work, which, you know, I get it, you're not meant to be shooting stuff in this sim and the guns aren't functional, but it would be a nice detail. The actual lens is flat. They haven't modeled that 3D, which is kind of curious to me. In some ways, this cockpit looks better than the DCS Spitfire. The actual fact that the footwell is shadowed for a start, but in other ways it looks worse. It's not bad though. It's really not bad. Especially for how quickly they got it out after the game released. Hey, ArmA. Holes are broken water effects at range. They could be, but the water shouldn't be flowing on that ridgeline. It should be in a valley, not up there. Got a door closed. The water does have bugged effects in it, like you'll see waterfalls out in the middle of the ocean, but that seems to be a separate thing. It's like a seam in the satellite imagery, I think, that doesn't render properly at long distance. I probably should have actually taken off the other way. It doesn't look like there's any wind anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't really matter which runway we use. Absolutely no flap ever for takeoff in a Spitfire. The Spit's flaps are only for landing. That's the only time they should ever be lowered. Not maneuvering, not taking off, nothing. They're just landing flaps. And they're quite fragile too. Now I'm probably going to botch his takeoff because again the tail wheel steers when it shouldn't. It makes it very hard to keep the aircraft straight. Because you'll, like, as you try and correct for the P-factor, you'll start to overcorrect and then it goes the other way and you end up rubbing the wingtips on the runway. C-Fire's used them well, but, well, that was a special occasion. Yeah, well, C-Fire's, you know, different situation. This one here is off trim. There we go. Now we feed in some rudder trim. I've found that rudder trim on takeoff in this is a bit of a fool's errand at the moment. Probably be better once they fix the tail wheel. Just gonna dial the prop back. We'll actually wait until I'm level. Again, my left throttle on the Warthog's broken, so I have to do this the hard way, which is really annoying. There we go. So this is Batumi. Batumi itself looks quite good, which is really surprising considering what you're about to see in a couple minutes. So this, like, undeniably looks better than DCS, right? Well, mostly. The ground textures are still pretty blurry, but the auto-gen's done quite a good job of populating the city, whereas DCS has less variety in the types of buildings it uses. So cities in DCS, especially Caucasus, tend to look very copy-pasty, and in some places ED did literally copy-paste entire blocks. There's a town, can't remember the name of it, but there's a town east of Nalchik, which is literally just the same prefab block copy-pasted 8 times in a row. It's obvious from the air, it's really, really obvious. Something that this does that DCS doesn't is you can actually see they've modelled the roads that lead up to all these houses in the mountains, well, in the foothills of the mountains. DCS doesn't have anything in these hills except trees and the odd river. In real life, a lot of people live up here. A lot of people live up here, and you can see that MSFS models that. There are houses all through these hills, and there are roads leading up to them. Yeah, it really is super tundra. I've seen photos, not just this region, but like the towns near Kutaisi, like Gori, fuck, what's the other one? The ones from 2 towns from that mission. They're beautiful in real life, and DCS really sells them short. Now we see the other end of the spectrum, right here. You see this? Generic textures. That's not satellite imagery, that's generic textures of English-style fields where they're just random shapes. And then there's road generated through them that goes nowhere. So you have this beautiful scenery until you get past the first ridgeline from Batumi, and then you run into this shit. Like, look at this. This is... DCS makes this look bad by comparison. Yeah, probably had clouds that got cut out. Exactly. But it's quite a large area this extends for. You'll see the full extent of it soon. But again, Batumi looks fantastic, but just up from Batumi, oh my, that reflection. As you can see, the Spit doesn't have real-time reflections on the canopy. It seems to have some degree of them on the gun sight lens, but not on the canopy. I think a lot of the third-party stuff doesn't use doesn't use the real-time reflections that the Asobo modules do. I haven't noticed it in the third-party stuff anyway. So again, Batumi, fantastic. Area north of Batumi, awful. So we're seeing, like, the worst of this sim right now. Even the middle of nowhere out in Mongolia looks better than this, because the middle of nowhere out in Mongolia has satellite imagery, right? Whereas this is just a generic texture with, like... How I think they did the roads is they're using the actual road map that people use to navigate in their car. They're using that to figure out where the roads go, but because they haven't got any imagery for it, they don't know where to put the buildings. Like, the AI can't figure out where the buildings go, and it can't figure out why there are roads there, so it just kind of slaps them down willy-nilly. There should be all houses and shit along here, and there's not. But one thing that this sim does do very well is the rivers in the Caucasus region. In DCS, the rivers are kind of it's a prefab, it's like a fixed width, and the courses are very, how would you say it, predictable? Like, you can tell they're just prefab pieces put together, whereas this does rivers much better, with a few exceptions, again because I think they were using data from both road maps and satellite imagery, and the two conflict in places, particularly down the mid-course of rivers where they're flowing very quickly and they tend to, or towards the end rather, where they tend to erode away the banks very rapidly. And no high res for that area at all. Even low res, honestly, you'd think would be an improvement. Black map with overlaid roads. Oh, Jesus, yeah, that would explain it. Google definitely has data for this area, because Google Maps shows what it's meant to look like. I still need to adjust my curves in this. It's very twitchy. So yeah, and we've got something interesting happening with that ridgeline over there. Well, they want to push Bing, which is their own product, right? And as well as that, it's less expensive than buying data off Google. If there's one thing these mega corporations hate, it's having to actually give each other money, you know? Everything in the Sims twitchy. In some cases that's correct, but in others it's not. Like, the Spitfire was notoriously twitchy in pitch, but I don't think it was this twitchy. I think it's just the way the Sims controls are set up. And here you see they've actually, they're still using generic textures, so this is like a generic field texture. This is the kind of farmland you would find in the UK, not in the Caucasus. So these, like, irregularly shaped fields, this is what English farmland looks like. Whereas all through the former Soviet Union, farmland tends to be long, narrow strips that tessellate with each other. You'll see once we get further east. I am indeed, Mesa. We're doing a bit of a demonstration of both how ugly and how beautiful this sim can be, depending where you fly. Not sure if my lights are on. They should be now. So that actually should be there. I don't remember if it was flooded like that in real life, but there's like some sort of irrigated farm there. So again, this is just generic textures overlaid with the roadmap. You can see the autogen has actually attempted to place some buildings down, which I guess is better than nothing. It hasn't done the most fantastic job of it. So I've shot down many F5s in this valley. As we come over this ridge, we should be approaching Poti on the left and Koboleti just to its east. No, we're not at Zugdidi yet. Zugdidi is further north. Remember, I'm in a Spitfire. It's going to take me much longer to get anywhere. When you're in a slower aircraft like this, you really get a sense of the scale of the Caucasus region. In the MiG-21, it's gone in the flash of an eye. Thanks for the Prime sub, Oberst, by the way. Appreciate it. Shot down F5s in a Spitfire? No, in the MiG-21. I mean, I've shot down Su-27s and Hornets in this thing, but that was on just dogfight, so, you know, it was their own fault for engaging me. Which country is this? Georgia. So we'll be flying over Georgia, and later on we'll be flying over Azerbaijan. Probably go visit Turkmenistan just for the sake of it, just for the memes. Then we might do some flying in southern Russia. I really wish that there was, you could bind an axis to the zoom. There might be a way to do it, but by default it's only bound, or only bindable to a button. So I'm using a hat switch for it, but it just doesn't have the sensitivity I want. It overshoots or undershoots. What mod is this? This is the Flying Iron Spitfire LF Mark 9, which just released a couple weeks ago. So, we're coming up on Poti now, which is straight off the nose. Koboleti is a little further northeast, I believe. And then Sanaki is at the foot of that low hill over there, off the right wing. We probably will pass over Zugdidi, actually. Yeah, they're the ones making the DCS A7. They've also made a lot of stuff for X-Plane. They seem to be pretty solid. The main problem with this module at the moment is they're very limited in what they can do because of the FS 2020 SDK's limitations. So, for example, this thing has tailwheel steering, which it shouldn't. It should just be differential braking with a free-cast tail wheel. They've acknowledged it. They've said, like, we know it's a problem. We're trying to figure it out. There are a few other things which aren't quite modeled, or they're, you know, not modeled 100% correctly, but they are actively supporting it. They just pushed a patch a couple days ago, so they seem to be pretty solid devs, and I'm glad they're coming to DCS. I'd actually like to see more of the flight sim devs come over to DCS as well. That's where Razbam came from originally. I think they're the only one at the moment. Did you lower the water quality? No. I haven't changed any of my settings. The water's just dead still, I think, because there's no wind. We can actually check my settings, but I don't think I changed anything. Graphics. Yeah. Terrain level of detail. I think I had to turn that down just for frames. So I'm not running on full settings, but I'm running pretty fucking close to it. Water waves high. Reflections high. Yeah, it's just that it's dead still out, so there's no wind pushing the waves around. So this should be potty down here, I think. By the way, a good way to spot the direction of wind if you, say if you need to make an emergency landing or something and there's a body of water nearby, even a pond or a dam, is there'll be a flat end and then a wavy end if there's wind. And the flat end is the direction the wind's coming from. Because that, you know, if there's some sort of berm or something, that's the end that the air's not making contact with, basically. See, that doesn't look too bad. That really doesn't look too bad. But again, you look right off the right wing there, and those fields are not right for this area. Like, that is not what these fields are meant to look like. So it's kind of odd. They have satellite data for the city I'm over right now, and literally 500 meters away, nothing. It's just generic textures. Why are my revs set so high? I didn't touch them. I really need to get this throttle fixed. It's annoying the hell out of me. It's a huge hole because it even goes as far as Sanaki. Now we could fly up to Sukumi and Gudauta, but I don't want to push my luck. You know what, we may as well do it. We may as well do it. We could even do Sochi, maybe. Because I'm going to have to refuel in Tbilisi anyway, so... Yeah, it does get much better towards Kutaisi. So I think this should be the general area of Kobaleti here, and the Kobaleti Air Base, which no longer exists as far as I remember, is somewhere in that area. A lot of the air bases in DCS were bombed to pretty much dust in the wars in the 90s. Either in the Abkhaz War or in the war with Russia in 2008. So even Kutaisi is still mostly bomb craters. I think they turned it into like a city airport, but there's still a lot of evidence of bombing. Again, you can see this just generic grass texture under me. It's been really cloudy for the past couple days in Georgia because the last time I did this flight, when I streamed it just on Discord, the weather was about the same, and then as I got further east towards Azerbaijan and the Caspian, it cleared up quite nicely. Hey, Nico. This thing's as much of a fucking pain to trim as a MiG-21. With Warbirds, I'd really prefer to have an actual trim wheel like I used to have with the X52 Pro throttle. That was probably my favorite thing about that entire HOTAS. In fact, it was the only really good thing about that HOTAS by comparison to the Warthog, is that I had those wheels that I could use either for trim on Warbirds, or you could use them for radar antenna elevation if you really wanted to. Quite nice. The sensors in them weren't super precise, but they had clicks in them, or like they had a center detent you could feel. This is what it should, see, this is what it should look like, these fields right here. Long, narrow strips that tessellate into each other. This is correct. So it's about between Batumi and Sanaki, they don't have any good satellite imagery, it seems. This powerful weapon in the spit pit is a crowbar on the left. Yeah, dude. I know, right? Yeah, the X52 has two of them on the throttle as well, Nico. One mounted like vertically and one mounted horizontally. See, this is how it's meant to look, and look how much better the rivers look. Like, they actually flow natural courses. You can see the erosion on the banks, like where they've cut into the shore. Especially once you get towards the end of a river. You know, it's very silty, so it tends to change direction all the time. It's really visible in this. It's not so... well, it's not visible at all in DCS. So we'll head up to Sukumi, and then Gadauda. We may even do Sochi, and then we'll maybe cut across the mountains back to Zugdidi, check out the Inguri Dam if it's there. It might be. And then we'll hook around Sanaki and then fly straight down the valley to Kataisi. It's an optimistic view of what 2.7 will do. 2.7 will do the clouds. It won't do anything else. It won't do anything else. Not for graphics, anyway. Well, actually, I think they were working on some of the effects, like explosions and smoke and that, but yeah, like, the map's not going to look this good for a long time, if ever. Now that we've got the proper part of this, where they've got scenery, you know, the Batumi end of this is worse than DCS 1.0, pretty much, or 1.5, whatever you want to call it. New DCS clouds aren't... I would beg to differ, to be honest. Maybe they're not quite as smooth, but the presets which DCS uses are natural. Like, they look natural, whereas the presets for this look like DCS clouds, basically. The live weather on this is phenomenal, but as soon as you go to a preset, it looks like DCS. Currently. Whereas the DCS presets look much more natural. The DCS presets look like this. This presets look like current DCS. There we go. I know how to use words. While I've seen DCS's wind as good as MSFS, MSFS, Jesus Christ. Yeah, me too. Me too. The actual weather effects, like, on the aircraft in this, I don't know if they're actually calculated properly or if they're just, like, scripted, but either way they feel correct. Like the buffeting as you pass over water or over large forests on a hot day, the effects as you fly over mountains, you get pushed up one side and then slammed down the other. That's how it's meant to be, and you get none of that in DCS. I mean, in DCS, the closest thing you have to turbulence is once every now and then it'll knock one wingtip up. That's all. Like, in this, turbulence, you really feel it. Like, again, I've kind of said it on a previous stream of this game, but the flight model needs some serious work for anything that isn't by-the-book general aviation flying. If you're pulling any kind of G at all, or doing any kind of aerobatics at all, you'll immediately see massive gaping holes in the flight model. But, if you're flying a little civvy runabout plane, the way you're meant to fly it, you know, no banks above 30 degrees, not pulling any G, it feels like real life. It like, legitimately does. The sound design really helps as well. The stock planes, for instance, the sound of the engine buzzing through the airframe at certain power settings, the rumble of the wheels on the tarmac, that's something you feel through the seat in an actual aircraft, and it's actually modeled perfectly here. So it feels to me like, we know Asobo had to rush this out the door because the shareholders got cold feet. That's ruined two promising games over the past year, this and Cyberpunk. Both of them have a lot of potential to be what they should have been, though. We know they had to rush it out the door. I suspect that they just kind of said, fuck it, we'll focus on making the general aviation aspect feel as close as we can get it, and we'll deal with the rest later. I think that's what happened. You know, they wanted to make the best possible impression on the largest possible user base, and they figured the majority of their users would be flying little GA stuff around, and they'd just be doing, you know, like $200 coffee runs, so to speak. Lucas Feliciano, thanks for the follow. Cessna 172 is underpowered. IRL, it can outrate a 172 SP. Yeah. No, like the flight models for any kind of maneuvers beyond flying straight and level or gentle banks is not right. I can tell you that much right now. You can see the lights over at Sukumi Airport from here. So it's kind of like FSX, where you could see runway lights from fucking miles away. I don't know if that's realistic, because I rarely saw the lights come on at Bathurst. Usually they'd only turn them on if the Rex flight was coming in, their Saab, they turned them on like 5 minutes before they were scheduled to arrive, and then they turned them off afterwards. But I don't remember them being very visible, even in overcast, let alone broad daylight. I never did any night flying because, VFR only aircraft, or VMC only aircraft, and I'm not qualified to fly IMC anyway. But I did make one landing right pretty much on sundown, and the lights weren't on. They hadn't come on yet. A renew of Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator? God, I wish. No. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. But we are flying the Flying Iron Spitfire Mark 9 around the Caucasus. Just because it's an aircraft that I'm fairly comfortable with flying, and it's reasonably quick, but also with very good visibility, so it's good for sightseeing. Which fuel we got sitting in that bottom tank? We're still not reading, so that means we got plenty. I may need to touch down, actually, Kutaisi or somewhere for fuel. We'll see how we go. I'm not sure if this thing chews through fuel faster than I'm used to in other sims, or if it's just because I'm so busy looking at the outside world I don't realize how long I've been flying. It could be a bit of both. Really nailed the reflections. When you turn, finally you can see runway lights reflecting under the wings. Yeah. Yeah, so many things about this feel like right on the dot, real. With just a little bit more work and ongoing life support, which is the big thing, as Cathorius likes to bring up. It is a serious question. If they can keep those going, then this will really be an incredible sim going into the future, but the question of ongoing life support, I think, is the big one. I think it's fairly safe to say that even with another couple months worth of work, they can get it really where it should have been on release, and then third parties can handle the rest. But it's just a case of how long they'll support it, and what will happen when they stop. Aha! Right here, you see this? We're back out of satellite imagery, and we're back into generic textures. Right here. No battles yet. No combat yet. Apparently the Fiat G91 module has, like, bombs that you can drop, but they don't actually explode, they're just for show. Flight Sim, well, FSX and I think even FS9 had add-ons that allowed you to use weaponry, but it's never going to be as good as an actual combat sim like DCS, for instance, or IL-2. So again, we're into the generic scenery. So they must have had bad clouds over when Bing did their mapping for this area, because this is not how this is meant to look. I'll be curious to see if they've got actual proper scenery for Sukhumi itself, which is a little further up the coast. Very, very cloudy day. Yeah, that is true, Cathorius. That's true of most companies, though. It's true of our entire economic system, not to start another fucking debate like I usually do, but it is what it is. Everyone wants to fucking squeeze blood out of a stone, and we all know that modern-day economists never took a basic math class and they haven't figured out that perpetual fucking growth doesn't exist. It's not mathematically possible, it's not real. Look how much like, I don't even think there's a river here in DC. Oh no, there is. It's like a creek though, not a proper river. Look how much better that river looks. Like, look at it. That's how the end of a river is meant to look, where it flows into the sea. And this isn't even the proper scenery. This is just generic stuff. Looks like we're back into satellite imagery here. These fields off the nose look right. There is imagery for this, but full of clouds. Yeah, that would explain it, for sure. Sukhumi, in real life, you can actually kind of see it there. The fucking runway surface is a mess. Actually, no, it looks better in this than it does in real life. Sukumi is a fucking train wreck in real life. I think it got bombed out quite heavily during the Abkhaz War, so they probably never fully repaired it. That's generic scenery. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say there'd be more up this way too. That is very true. But then you run into the other issue, which is to get X-Plane to look decent, you have to spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars into it. And it takes up a lot of space, whereas, again, it's kind of a trade-off you make. I don't like the idea of games as a service, but unless you want to have, like, an entire server rack in your house for storage, at some point you're going to have to do it. You know, streaming the data in like this does makes it a lot more convenient for normal people who don't run a literal server rack in their living room. But the eventual trade-off is if they stop supporting it, then you're gonna lose all, you know, all of whatever it is that you're streaming. That looks quite nice. See, that's got actual proper imagery for it. That's beautiful. It's a lumberyard down there. Yeah, I mean, it's a shitty situation. It's a shitty choice that people shouldn't have to make. But again, it is what it is. This is the economic system we fucking saddled ourselves with, so you make your bed and you lie in it, I guess. Until people get sick of the fucking spring poking the middle of their back all night. Home fuel? Don't think so. Nah, we Gucci. I don't need to really worry about fuel until the needle starts moving on the bottom tank. So this is... that specifically is Sukumi itself, so this is the outlying districts of Sukumi. Hell of a lot better than DCS. Hell of a lot more built up than DCS too. I think the DCS world map is supposed to represent like the 90s, like the mid-90s or the early 2000s. But even then it's not 100% correct. Like there's stuff that isn't there that should be, and there's stuff that is there that shouldn't be anymore. But as we know, a lot of DCS is Frankenstein stuff. Similar thing had happened to IL-2, not only multiplayer but single player career doesn't work in offline mode for some reason. I haven't actually tried it offline, not that I really have much reason to, but yeah. We passed Putin's Palace. I don't know if it's actually modeled yet, because most of the satellite imagery for this is between 5 and 10 years old, some of it's older. So I would imagine there's nothing there in this sim. It's in there, really. We'll have a look. Look, see what I mean about the rivers? That looks like an actual river. Like, that looks like the actual outflow of a river compared to DCS. This is really nice, this stretch along here. Yeah, auto-gen. Yeah, it would be, but oh well. Where is it? It's like, it's north of Tuapsa, I think. It's like Lazarevskoye or somewhere around there. Somewhere I belly landed a MiG-21 at least 2 or 3 times, I know that much. Got the ship traffic out on yet? Oh, no, not yet. I'll have to pick that up. Thank you for the reminder. I'll try and remember to do it after the stream. Oh, I wish this thing had some kind of wings level autopilot, because I need to fidget. Ow. I made a mistake. I wore tight jeans today. Not ideal for flying. Okay. Recenter the track IR, thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, that's true, Cathorius. Suppose if it ever reaches end of life, there'd be some sort of community patch for it, or they just release it to the community themselves. Before Novo, like 3/4 away from Sochi. I think it was either north of Tuapse or south of Tuapse. It was near it though, because like literally it's near one of my nav points that I use on Catch Me If You Can. Now compare this to DCS. Like, it's stunning. The resolution of the terrain is better. There's obviously satellite imagery, which DCS doesn't do. The trees look better. The trees actually have shadows out to a much further distance. If you guys have noticed, the default DCS trees only render shadows for a couple 100 meters, and then beyond that, they're just like bright 2D looking cards. And there are mods which improve it. Unfortunately, they break pure textures or integrity checks, so I can't use them. But even those are still limited to a degree. But the trees in this look quite nice. It's south of Gelenjik, yeah. It'll be somewhere around there. Somewhere I've flown over in DCS. The water courses on the mountainsides look a bit much. I think what's happening there is probably the same thing as what happens in DCS. It exists on a map, so it's automatically generated like a full-width river, when that should really just be a small mountain stream. Shouldn't go full width until it gets further down. Still better than DCS at the moment. But again, if we go back around Batumi or Sanaki, DCS is better. Gets better as you get closer, yeah. So what I think happens is the actual water material is based on the road maps, and the actual visual element of the river is based on the sat imagery, because there are a couple of rivers I flew over, particularly around Azerbaijan, where the river itself and the in-game water material flow two completely different courses. So I think that's the actual water material, and the river itself would be less obvious if we flew over there. This is Godauta here. Bumfuck nowhere, Alberta. Ah, my kind of place. So there we go, there's Gelenjik, and it has turned the hardened aircraft shelters into city hangars, which is something, I guess. For Sanaki, I don't think it modeled the hazards at all. Gonna run out of fuel today? Probably not. Nah, we're good. I know where I am anyway. I usually like the non-standard invasion stripes, where they're underside only. That's usually how I paint up my Spitfires. Like if I do personal liveries or whatever. Lean mixture? Yeah, true. Not that lean. That's not how that should... I don't think that's how that's meant to work. There shouldn't be a center detent in that, I don't think. No, that was, that's Godauta. We haven't even hit Sochi yet. This is, Adler in front of us, and then... Actually, no, I think this is the town of Godauta in front of us, and then Sochi's beyond it. We're not there yet, by the way. Getting a little bit of turbulence, probably off these ridges. Just bumping around a bit. The giveaway hasn't started yet, Pancake. I'll be running it this time next week. I was going to leave entries open all week, but I wasn't sure if they'd save properly, so it hasn't started yet. Otherwise, I would have left it run all week so you guys could enter even if you weren't necessarily here. But the other thing is as well, I think whoever wins it is going to have to be present when it's drawn. Just to make it fair on everyone. You can see these hills have a lot more resolution, so to speak, than in DCS. Which is, I mean, it's understandable. DCS Caucasus is a very old terrain, even the updated version, but this is more like what Serial looks like in DCS with the much finer resolution in the terrain. .23? I wish, no. The 23 is not far enough along for me to do that. I don't even know when it's going to be in testing, let alone released. Every single one, Small Boy. Every single one. Yeah, it's Canal. Channel. See, this looks gorgeous. This is what this area is meant to look like. This is really good satellite scenery. The resolution will look worse as you get closer to the ground, but that's understandable. From this altitude even, we're quite low. Even from down here, it's like, what, 150 feet? It looks really good from 150 feet. That... What's that? That almost looks like a small airport, but it looks like it's got the water material on it, so I don't know. Maybe like a little, rowing club or something. I know, right, Seal? It takes forever to update this. That's why I'm just glad we didn't do it like when I tried to launch it this stream, because it did that to me the other day. Fish or row farm? It could be. Could indeed. You've got to get yourself that caviar somehow. So this is the nasty run between Sochi and Gdowta, where if you flame out, you're going to have a really bad day because there's nowhere flat to land. Like, this is the one part that I get really cagey flying over. Pulsar, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Big brain move and select English cockpit. Disgusting. The experimental features, Monk, it turns on the realistic behavior of the SPO-10. So by default, the SPO-10, if you're locked at all, doesn't matter what by or what distance, all 4 lights will come on. Whereas the experimental features were added later. They're called experimental because they weren't sure if it would work properly. That should indicate the direction you're locked from until the enemy gets too close. Then it overloads the sensor. So you want that turned on. It didn't occur to me until I was going back through chat to see if I'd missed anything, and I saw that you mentioned that you only ever see it light up all 4, and I realized you probably didn't have that setting on. Did emergency landing on a fart the other day? Ah, you're channeling Pom, I see. 1,500 feet? You're actually probably correct. I would have been at about 1,500. Reading is hard. It looks a bit... I don't know, it looks a bit low for 1,500. No, you're probably right. The sense of scale in this is better than FSX. I'll say that much. In FSX, even flying at the correct heights for the Bathurst circuit, and with Bathurst scenery so it looked right, it didn't look right, if that makes sense. Like, the scale seemed off. Maybe the trees are giga enormous? What, like they are in DCS, you mean? So we're coming up on Sochi Adler, which is the airport. Used to be in, I think it was a combined Civvy airport and Air Force base. Now it's just a Civvy airport. They got rid of the hardened shelters on the southern side of it. Shot myself down with my own R-27 ET. Oh dear. I don't think I've ever done that. I've been shot down by my own missiles, like when an enemy missile fused on them, so they both went off, but I don't think I've ever actually physically hit myself with my own missile. I've definitely done it with bombs. Definitely. You know what? We may have actually passed the airport at some stage, because this looks like the actual city itself. Unless it's just even more built up than I thought. We'll see here in a minute. I've killed myself with Betab 500s. I released them way too low. Like an F1 track or something down there. Nope. I think this is the airport here. Yeah, this is the airport, so we are in Adler. Does still have 2 runways, but you'll notice in DCS, where all the hazards are, it's flat, and in fact the river winds right along the edge of the airport there. May as well go up the coast. We'll fly to, probably Gelenjik. And then come back down to Sanaki. We'll just cut across on the way back down. Check fuel. It's still good. Why are you hearing localizer and spit? Yeah, I think it's like baked into the game, kind of the way the taxiway and runway cautions were in FSX. Got some traffic out there off the left wing. Well, yeah, but the Spitfire shouldn't have any sort of marker receiver. You will see some areas like right there where that watercourse is running uphill, so it's not perfect, but it's still pretty good. Again, I think that's because the game is using map data, not satellite data, to figure out where the watercourses and some of the roads run. For the same reason, you also see traffic driving across buildings or open fields, like we did in Newcastle when I streamed this last. I think that's because they're going somewhere where there's a road on the road map, but the imagery doesn't have one yet, because, you know, the road map is kept up to date more than the satellite imagery, much more up to date. For instance, there was a lot of stuff in Newcastle that was built within the past 10 years that's still not there. And there's suburbs in Canberra I've been to which don't exist on the Canberra scenery of this. Paired with MiG-21, Spitfire really relies on GCI? Yeah, it really does. Oh, look! There's some nice bridges. Try landing on them someday. I did manage to land on the what's the name of it? Honi or something. There's a really long bridge just north of Sochi Airport in DCS. I landed the 21 on it, and it was a okay landing. It wasn't smooth, but it wasn't terrible. And the bridge collapsed out from under me because DCS. Like, the aircraft rolled to a stop and the bridge just despawned. I was not very impressed. This is Sochi proper up here. Looking very much more like a resort town than it does in DCS. This is just auto-gen. This isn't photogrammetry, this is just auto-gen off the satellite imagery. So, again, like, the AI is not perfect and it does some really goofy shit in places, and it's really obvious when the AI fucks up, but when it doesn't fuck up, it's outstanding. Like, it's just phenomenal. And I think the longer the sim is on the market, and the more people play it, the more they'll be able to spot the fuck-ups and squash them. Although I do hope they leave the odd monolith in the world just for the sake of it. How's it today? It's going alright. We got nuked in ArmA. That was fun. Well, someone else got nuked. We copped the fallout, though. How to kill the tourist town of Sochi, have a live fire exercise 13 miles away from the shore. The Russian military does have exercises off of resort beaches all the fucking time. It's hilarious. I don't think they usually live fire, but they do have military exercises around them all the time. Yeah, I'd be more interested in watching the exercises than going to the fucking beach, Jesus. That's just incentive to go to the beach for me. Okay, we're starting to eat into the bottom tank, so we'll land at Gelenjik, most likely. Top off the fuel, head across the mountains to Sanaki. We'll just cut straight across, I think. I was thinking of climbing above the clouds but we may stay just under them on the way back over. We'll get a good view of the mountains then. Now, if I wanted to really show this area off, I would have set the weather to clear, but I kind of feel like the overcast helps. Like, it makes it nice and moody. I quite like it. It should clear up once we head east towards the Caspian. Usually, if this area is clouded over, the Caspian's pretty clear. Jazz, Saber, and I did a number of road landings in the MiG-21 in this area on Mugger's aerobatic server. Just getting some practice in, you know, it's a useful skill to have just in case. You're not really discouraging me here, Polar. If anything, you're selling it more. If I get to watch cool exercises with the risk of being taken from this suffering, then that sounds good to me. I'm down. Plus, it saves on funeral costs because you don't need to pay for a cremation if you've already been toasted. Look at those rivers. Oh, damn. Again, DCS. This is what a river looks like. Not whatever shit you've got going on. Do you see potential in this sim? Absolutely. There are a few fairly serious flaws with the flight model at the moment, but I see a lot of potential. And if you don't really do any aerobatics or fly any particularly high-performance aircraft, you won't notice the issues with the flight modeling so much. Oh, now there's a bridge. And you can see the traffic freaking out as it goes over it. I don't know if that's a bridge in real life. I think there are some fairly substantial bridges around here, but I don't know if that's one. Even bears in the circus can ride bicycle. You're telling me those 19-year-old gopniks can't fly a helicopter? Shameful admission, I can't ride a bicycle. I was learning how to as a youngling, and I fell off one too many times, and Dad was not very helpful about it, so I just gave up. I've not ridden a bicycle since I was like 6. I just walk everywhere I get public transport. Well, the other problem is as well, I am extremely clumsy, so putting me on a bicycle is generally a bad idea anyway. Like, even if I was competent at riding one, I'd probably still fall off. Gyroscopic inertia is your friend. My dude, like, you know how fucking clumsy my family are. It wouldn't be my friend, it would be my undoing. I'd end up like my sister. I'd face plant into a metal pole at 40 kilometers an hour. Break my face. ArmA physics. Yeah, pretty much. My whole family runs off ArmA physics. Still looks pretty nice down there. So obviously this area wasn't clouded over when they did their scenery, but Batumi and Sanaki and just near Kutaisi were, or not Kutaisi, fucking Sakumi. Check our fuel again. Yeah, we're okay on fuel, but we will land at Galenjik, I think. Just for a bit of a top off. Because there's two tanks, Fox. There's the top tank and the bottom tank, and it's draining off the bottom tank at the moment. But I think the top tank always displays empty in this module. I'm not sure why. It might be a quirk of the way it's wired in the Mark 9. Also, fuel gauges as we know them from modern cars were not really a thing back then. Yeah, once it flattens out here, I think we should pass it. This area seems a lot more hilly in this sim than it is in DCS, but it may just be because I'm quite low and the terrain is more detailed. But also in DCS, this whole stretch of coastline isn't really wooded at all, whereas here it is. We should know once we... See what I mean about the water? That's in-game water, and it's going uphill on the side of a slope. Because that's probably where the map said it goes. And again there, it's much wider than the actual texture shows the watercourse being. So I think that's something they need to work on, is just how they calculate where water is. I mean, it's not terrible, it's better than most sims, but it's still not perfect. Hey, Prey. Oh, frame rate, please. I do get slowdowns every now and then. I think it's just because it's streaming the terrain in for the area I haven't flown into yet. See, now it's fine. Oh, mostly fine again. Yeah, I think it's just because my internet's not quite quick enough. And it seems to be if your internet can't keep up with the streaming, then it causes the entire game to slow down. Introduced for the latest update and it sucks. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it's weird. It should pass, hopefully. I mean, Pom was getting something like this when the game first came out, and it was mostly when he was loading something. Either scenery or another aircraft nearby. Now, this should be Tuapsa, I think. We'll see once we get closer. Turned up the rolling cache? I think so, I can't remember. I'll have to check. This looks like Tuapsa. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I know where we are. Yeah, there's the oil tanks. Still good on fuel. We're getting a bit bumpy down here. It's probably because I'm so low over trees and hills. Which aircraft in DCS has the best range? Probably the F-14. What time of day? It's like 8 AM in-game. Where's my clock? On the left there. Oh, maybe not. Let me double check here. No, 7:47 AM. There we go. The clock's not set for local time, that's why. In fact, the clock in the cockpit here appears to be reading in real time. Oh wait, no, my bad. I'm reading the second hand as the minute hand, my bad. No, the clock is correct. Pick up a little altitude, we're starting to see some breaks in the clouds here. Oh! Is that it? Or is that a resort? It might be a resort, I think it's too close to that town. Because from what I remember, it's kind of out in the boonies by itself. We'll pick up some altitude now the weather's clearing as well. We're on the way, Chris. We're on the way. Should be around here somewhere. That's Galenjik up ahead of me, I think. Looks about right. I think that's Lazarevskoy. I can't remember if it's north or south, because it's one of my nav points for Catch Me If You Can. Most of my Caucasus geography is because of DCS. The green on those mountainsides. It's gorgeous. Off the nose now. Right. Let's kick out a little bit so we can get some separation and see it without this great honking big wing in the way. What are they going to shoot me down with? I don't see any interceptors around here. I guess we'll find out if the Su-35 can turn with the Spitfire. Oh yeah, SAMs, that's true. How's the physics compared with the other games? In some ways better, in some ways much worse. So, the way the aircraft reacts to weather is fantastic. I've never seen another sim do it as well. Now, take that with some salt, as I've never played X-Plane. Or P3D. But, the actual flight modeling, by default, is missing some fairly important things. So if you fly like a Cessna the way you're meant to fly a Cessna, you won't notice. If you fly a Spitfire, or any sort of, fighter jet the way you'd normally fly it, you really notice. Accelerated stalls are not modeled in the game by default, basically, which is kind of yikes. Hey CJ, how? Flying Iron, who are the guys working on the DCS A7 Corsair 2, made this for Flight Sim. Okay, I was wrong, this isn't Galenjik, we're not there yet. It looks so different than DCS, I'm actually having trouble figuring out where exactly I am, how far up the coast I am. Oh, that looks a bit spicy right there. That looks a little spicy. I see a fence line with a clear cutting so you can see if anyone's crossed it. I reckon it might be, yeah. Don't see any buildings down there, though. But again, the buildings probably didn't exist at the time they took the imagery for this. Open the VFR map real quick. How do you even do that? Oh, VFR map right there. DV I'm next to. But that, to me... Bit further? I gotcha. That looks like there was a boundary fence there, but they're not that rare in Russia. I come across them all over the place on Google Earth. Usually where there used to be like a military warehouse or some kind of important defense site. How's fuel? Fuel's okay. I'll be at Galenjik soon anyway. Beautiful, beautiful terrain around here. I can see why he built it here. It's gorgeous. Power plant. Well, the autogen didn't do a very good job of the power plant, but, I mean, kind of understandable. Still two small towns to pass? Well, there's one directly off the nose. I mean, yeah, it's a Spitfire, you can do that. Unlike certain other planes, PF-109. It was actually standard practice in the Spitfire, well, in any single-seat British fighter aircraft of World War II, to take off and land with the canopy open, just in case you needed to make a hurried exit. In fact, the Spitfire, when landing, you would have the canopy latch, or the side door latch, half unlocked, just in case. This flight sure takes a hell of a lot longer in a Spitfire than it does in a MiG-21. Wasn't there a top speed you could have the pit open though? Probably. I mean, we're only doing 250 miles an hour. Fumes too in the Typhoon. Yeah, the Tiffy was notorious for gassing its pilots. As well as breakups in in flight, at least until they put the fish plates on the tail. It was too powerful for its own good. Hey, Kang. Kick out to sea a bit more. Yeah, it is Whippy Cat. We are a bit south of Gelenjik. We are looking for a certain famous building. And I'm going to top off the fuel at Gelenjik, head back across the mountains to Sanaki. We shouldn't need to top up there, but we might. And then on to Tbilisi. That bit sticking out there in front. Uh-huh. Well, there's that second town. The colours in the mountains, that sort of reddish purple up near the tops are the ones in the distance. The beautiful emerald green on the ones that are just off the wingtip. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I didn't stream it on Twitch, I streamed it on Discord because I was just mucking around with a couple of guys. I did a flight from Batumi, Sanaki, Tbilisi, and then landed at Baku to top off the fuel, and then went to the town formerly known as Krasnovodsk, now known as Turkmenbashi. It's paid, Whippy Cat. It's 35 Australian dollars, I think. Something like that. 30 or 35 Australian dollars, so it's not that expensive, honestly. I'd be surprised if it's just a forest there. Yeah. Well, again, like, the scenery in this is probably at least 5 or 10 years old, so it depends when they started building it. And again, the Spitfire's wings are probably going to get in the way, so we'll pop the lid. Oh! Oh, I see something! Here we go. Yep, there it is. There's the mansion itself right on the coast. I wonder if we'll be able to spot the SAM sites that cover it. Getting quite a bit of turbulence off the mountains. Oh, oh, she's very bumpy up here. We're in Russia now. This is southern Russia. We're just south of Gelenjik, and we just overflew the Casa del Putin. We'll be heading back to Georgia shortly, though. I'll get my field of view sorted out. I really wish they'd make it so you could bind zoom to an axis. I can't believe they haven't. I mean, you can use the mouse wheel for it, but that's kind of suboptimal. And especially because it means every time I'm using the mouse wheel to change a setting on a dial, if I miss, it zooms me all the way in or out. Very bumpy. I'm hands off stick at the moment. Look at what the aircraft's doing. Oh, now it stabilizes. That's Gelenjik off the nose. So we'll come off the power. We'll actually open the canopy, as we're going to be landing. And we will kick the revs back up. Very, very bumpy. It's almost like mountains affect the way an aircraft handles. Almost like there's updrafts and downdrafts. What? back on a little bit more power. Whoa, she didn't like that. I don't know if there are any helicopters out for this yet. I don't know if the flight model supports helicopter physics at the moment. Because it's obviously unfinished, but... Yeah, negative ground effect, negative drag, all those wonderful things we know and love from DCS. Chop with a jank together FM. Yeah, gotcha. Understoodable. Don't even joke, Steve. Don't even joke. Now, one thing about this Spit is it really hates bleeding speed. I think it's partly because of the flight model. I think the drag modeling's a bit off, so we're going to need to bring the power all the way to flight idle and the revs all the way up to get the drag off the prop. And then we're going to have to just hold the nose and hope that we can wash the speed off. So this is Gelenjik. Novorossiysk, which is the next major town north, no longer has an airport. Gelenjik is the airport that serves the region. The old, well, I say airport, it's an actual military airbase up at Novorossiysk in DCS. No longer exists, it is now another suburb of the city. So we could go further up the coast into Russia, but we'll do that another time. This one was originally just going to be the Georgian Valley, but we kind of detoured a bit up here for some sightseeing. You can just see how much different this whole area looks compared to DCS. Okay, wheels. 3, well, not 3 greens, 1 green. Flaps, nose kicks down violently as the flaps drop, because they hang down like 85, 90 degrees off the wing. Bit more power just to get her in. We're going to have some pretty spicy wind here, I suspect. Well, we already have some pretty spicy wind. I'm not sure which direction the wind's coming from at the moment. It's the kind of thing you would check in real life, because it could bring you very badly unstuck, but we're just going to kind of guesstimate it here. And hope the ground handling doesn't screw me because of the tail wheel. Which I kind of suspect it will. Okay, so we want to come in over the fence at about 100 miles an hour, maybe a bit less. 80 actually is probably better. Over the fence, off the power, a little bit more rudder to get us on the runway. Oh, actually we're set up good, we're landing into the wind here. She's gonna float, because she's a Spitfire, that's what they do. Down you go. There we are. Now we have to try and avoid... Oh, don't freeze. Have to avoid pilot-induced oscillations with the tail wheel, which is going to be difficult. And I've also got to avoid nose standing because the brakes are very sensitive. There's actually... It's like the brakes are delayed from when you hit the bind for them. So we'll do a bit of a turnaround here. Again, I shouldn't be able to taxi this so easily because it's a tail drag with a cast ring tail wheel, but because of the SDK limitations, this is the best they could do for the ground handling. Find the self-service pump. I think we can just cheat ourselves more fuel on the ground. I don't think there's a way to actually properly set it. Like, there's no way you can go and they automatically refuel you. You just use the menu to set yourself more fuel. Park next to the pump in the menu? Really? Okay, that's pretty cool. We'll try that. I don't know which end of the runway the pump's on. I assume it's this end, because this is where most of the buildings seem to be. And it's nearest the town. I'd really like to see, I know I'm probably, like, getting into the realms of fantasy here, but I'd really like to see better ground crew stuff for DCS. Seeing actual animated ground crew dudes would be one thing, that would be, like, the dream, but even just, you know, more interaction and it taking longer. You shouldn't be able to just refuel and rearm the aircraft in 2 minutes. It should take a bit longer. It might slow down the pace of the airquake servers a bit, but I think that'd be a good thing. And, you know, repairs should be very minor stuff only, not replacing the entire fucking wing. But really for that, you'd need the whole logistics system. You'd need trains that move supplies. You'd need airframes that get replenished as the factory builds them. If DCS had like a full-on proper logistics system, it would be incredible. There are so many little things, well I say little, but there are so many things DCS could add that would just elevate it head and shoulders above anything else. It already doesn't really have competition, except for the F-16 specifically, but it would just be head and shoulders above everything else if they could do stuff like that. It'd be wonderful. And I'd love to have, like, I know I've said this before, but I'd love to have it so that if I have to fucking forced land my MiG-21 somewhere along the coast here, I can take a Mi-6 and go crane it out back to the airfield for repairs. Or, like, you know, if you belly land an F-5 or something, you get a Chinook and crane it out back to the airfield. Splash damage is kind of a thing. Seal, if he's still in chat, can actually expound on it a bit more. So splash damage is in overpressure is a thing. But overpressure in real life isn't going to affect tanks. It'll fuck up trucks, but it won't affect tanks. Whereas DCS doesn't model fragmentation. So I think when most people say splash damage, they actually mean the combination of the two. Yeah, infantry laugh at it because there's no fragmentation, right? If there was fragmentation, it would cut them down like a scythe, but there's not. And overpressure will wreck infantry, but only within a certain distance. I think the relation between pressure and distance is, it's like a square or something, or an inverse square or something. It drops off really quickly. So, if it modeled frag, that would solve most problems at a stroke. Inverse cube, yeah, well, even more then. Fragmentation modeling is what DCS really needs for that. As well as better visual feedback. So for instance, you can actually de-track or de-gun a tank, like you can mission kill it, but you don't see anything. It's not able to react as fast or it can't move, but it looks no different externally, so you have no good feedback of how much damage you've done. Same thing with ships, right? You have no good visual feedback of how much damage you've done. They might be disabled, but you don't know it because you can't see it. Whereas with aircraft, at least you can see if they're missing a wing or if there's an engine, you know, out or something. Whereas the ground vehicles don't give you that at all. So it's something they really need to work on. It's probably something they will work on in the future, especially with how many helicopters are coming out. Like, this is really important shit for helicopter guys, but we'll see. There are just so many things with DCS that it has so much potential, it just needs a little more work. Same with combined arms. Honestly, like, with a little more work, combined arms would actually be, like, legit worth getting. I would actually start recommending people get it. Just a little bit more work. Better interface, bit more visual feedback, better controls, and you have something, and better physics for the ground vehicles, and you've got something that's fun. You know? Combined arms is fun if you do silly shit with it, but you could make it fun if you do it properly as well. Just a little more love. There's actually... So the harpoon thing is partly because it's just, you know, it's hitting a health bar on the ship. You won't hit a specific system on the ship, you'll just hit a health bar. Part of that's why. So some ships in DCS would take legitimately like 10 harpoons to sink, but you don't need to sink a ship to mission kill it, right? Maybe I'm not close enough. Whatever, I can open up the menu manually. Yeah, so like, the other thing is a lot of people think that one Hornet with, what, 4 harpoons or whatever can sink a fucking, a Slava or something like that. Like, no, forget it. You're not even going to saturate its defenses at that point. You need multiple aircraft doing it. But again, once you do land that hit, you don't... You're affecting a health bar. You will eventually kill it, but you're affecting a health bar. Even if you degrade its combat capabilities, you're not doing it in a realistic way, if that makes sense. It all comes back to damage models, basically. Damage models and fragmentation. There we go. Oh, what? Huh, we had more fuel than I thought we did, apparently. Yeah, so harpoons are generally going to disable a ship, and enough of them will sink it. I think a lot of people don't realize ships are really fucking hard to sink. It takes a lot of damage to sink a ship. You know, Bismarck, for instance, when she was sunk, it took the entire home fleet, well, the part of it that was available, pounding 15 and 16-inch shells into her all night, and she still didn't sink. What eventually sank her was the crew scuttled her. Like, ships are really fucking difficult to sink, unless you get lucky and either crack the keel or hit the magazine. Like, most ships that have sunk catastrophically, it's because either a torpedo or a bomb or a missile hit a magazine, or a torpedo cracked a keel. Yeah, Musashi and Yamato took a ridiculous amount to sink. Absolutely ridiculous amount. Barham only took 1 torpedo, I think, but that's because it went straight to a magazine. And likewise, the single shell that sunk Hood straight to a magazine. And all the blast doors were open because they got lazy and decided they'd leave them open to load quicker. Yeah, although the Type 42s weren't exactly the most survivable ships on Earth. Was it I think they were made largely out of magnesium alloy, which is, you know, magnesium is notoriously fireproof. Oops, should have brought my flaps up. Little wobbly. There we go. Not the best idea to do that on climb out, but whatever. Alright, we'll want to head kind of generally... What is going on with my gyro? That is not correct at all. That is not even close to correct. Actually, no, it might be. No, it is, that's right. Because the coast slopes east-southeast along this stretch. We'll just climb out to the east. Should take us where we want to go. Yeah, not quite, not yet. Give it a couple weeks and the clouds will look about as good, but the terrain will take a very long time before it looks anything close to this. With that said, earlier in the stream down around Batumi and Sanaki area, we did see some pretty shabby scenery because Bing Maps had cloud cover on that day. We'll probably see it as we go back towards Sanaki, so if you missed it, you will see it, I guess. Well, yeah, but the IJN were not exactly very good at damage control, were they? That was kind of their whole problem. Cargo 1, I think a number of their carriers... Oh, look, Galenjik, right there on the hillside. That's what that says, Galenjik. I think a number of their carriers only took 1 or 2 solid hits to kill, but it's because they had their entire strike wing fueling and rearming in the hangar and on the deck. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. That was not me that caused that wing drop, by the way. That was wind. Again, something you don't really see in DCS. Very bumpy here over the mountains. So it should be real spicy flying over the North Caucasus. Look, I'm off the controls right now. Look at what the aircraft's doing. We're just doing a cruise climb. We're going quite fast. Best climb is 160 or 180 in the Spit, but we're doing about 220, which is kind of more of a cruise climb. Yeah, dude. Well, they don't call mountains pilot killers for nothing. Both because if you have to land on them, they'll kill you, and because if you overfly them too low, they will kill you. Do a space run? Not on the Spit. I mean, I could, but not today. We'll try the Spit ceiling some other time. I don't even know what in this has the highest ceiling. Probably one of the biz jets. Like I don't know about the Citation. I know the Learjet ceiling's like 42,000 feet or something. Yeah, Josh. I mean, the Germans had similar problems, just not to the same extent. Like the fucking rivalry between the Luftwaffe and the Heer, particularly, about who got control of the paratroopers, who got what equipment. Then the whole other thing with the SS and the Heer about who got the best equipment, who got the best combat assignments. Just a mess. It's a wonder the military was functional at all. But having said that, the US is not much better these days. They have a lot of the same shit going on, particularly between the Air Force and the Navy. Or TAC and SAC during the Vietnam War, where a bunch of SAC bomber crew were lost because TAC didn't deem it necessary to tell SAC that jamming the command guidance signals for the Dvina missile had not worked for like 5 years. Ooh, very bumpy. Tom the Palm, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Off to our left there is Krimsk, somewhere. Further north, I think. Is it further north? I don't remember. And Krasnodar, excuse me, Krasnodar is out there as well. But we can't see the reservoir from here because it's too cloudy. Have the flight physics improved in MSFS? To be honest, I don't know. The Spitfire seems to have its own improved flight physics. They're probably still not quite there, but they feel better than stock. The stock ones I haven't played with as much, but I would say it'll probably be a while before they're really improved. Like, again, if you fly by the sort of normal civvy rules of straight and level flight and no aggressive banking or anything, you're not going to notice, but if you start doing any sort of aerobatics or tide turns, you will absolutely notice holes in the flight model. It's a good precedent for the A7, absolutely. Yeah, this is a very good precedent for the A7, particularly because they've said that they're limited by the SDK, and we know they're limited by the SDK, but they've still got this. Do a barrel roll. Give me a minute. Okay, let's pick up a little more speed. And... there we go. Messy and probably definitely more than 1G on the aircraft, but whatever. I'm a combat pilot, not an aerobatic pilot. You get what you're given. Beautiful scenery from up here. Hey, cheers for the bits, Tricker. Do you even want to win? No, they want to stick one to the other service.
2 years, my second
Hey.
longest commitment.
Well, I feel humbled. Thank you very much for the resub, Millie. Appreciate it. Okay, so Krasnodar is over there somewhere. Krimsk is over there somewhere. Oh, actually, Krimsk is probably right about there, but we're not going to fly over it today. We'll check that out next time. Oh, can I get my zoom correct, please? We'll come off the mixture a bit. I don't need to be running the engine so rich. Much better, much better. Down around Batumi and Sanaki, the terrain's pretty shabby though, because there was a big cloud on the day they did the satellite imagery. So it just uses like shitty generic textures and like the road map to calculate where stuff is, and it looks legit like worse than FSX, let alone DCS. But in this area where they've got good satellite imagery, it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. We paid a visit to Putin earlier on the way up the coast, so now we're gonna head more or less back to Sanaki, and then just follow the Georgian Valley through to Baku, all the way to Azerbaijan, and then we'll do a quick hop across the Caspian to Turkmenistan for the memes, and then from there we might go back the other way, we'll see. Might land in Dagestan somewhere. Derbent should have an airport, or somewhere near Derbent should have an airport. I think there'd be a base around Makhachkala. That might be Krasnodar. One of these lakes, is it? One of these lakes. Okay, we're following mostly the DCS map until we get to Tbilisi, and then we're off the DCS map. But we're gonna basically do a Caucasus tour. And visit all the spicy places. Depending how long I'm flying for, and whether I come back across the Caspian, we might even do an overflight of Grozny. Because I don't know if you guys have ever seen photos of it after the Chechen wars, but Grozny is like quite a seriously built-up city now.
What would happen to that idiotic victory roll? You'd have been spread all over the downfield like strawberry jam. Never
I would
again.
indeed. I would indeed. Thanks, Steve. No, I stand corrected. This is my final answer. That is Krasnodar over there, right off my left wingtip. You see that built-up area? That's it, right there. Because then that's the big lake, and then Mykop is there. Krimsk is either that lake or the one north that I saw earlier. Yep, I know where I am. Look, I needed to wait for the clouds to clear enough to actually see the right lake, okay? It's a very distinctive lake. It is interesting though, like the same stretch of terrain in this, in DCS, and in IL2 looks absolutely nothing alike. Now, to be fair, the time span difference between IL2 and this and DCS is quite substantial, but you'd think it wouldn't be so different, or at least wouldn't seem so different. Switch views twice to make all clouds disappear. Yeah, I know, right? Why are we not in Australia? I actually did a, I think I did 2 different streams flying in Australia. I've done one which was Bathurst to, Canberra to Bathurst. So the reverse of the move that I made. Wait, no, it was Bathurst to Canberra. Yes. Yeah, it was. So basically the move I made down here. And then I did one which was, I started up in Newcastle at Williamtown, and I flew all the way down the coast to Sydney, down to Botany Bay, and then hooked inland and landed on Lake Burragarang. So I've done 2 flights in Australia, both pretty long ones. But I thought we'd do the Caucasus here, because not only is it absolutely gorgeous, and not only does it kind of show just how far DCS could improve their Caucasus terrain, but also it showcases some of the worst scenery in this sim where there was cloud cover, and they had to just kind of cobble something together. Made this move by Spitfire, I wish. Actually, I flew that flight in the Jabiru, which is a plane I have flown for reals. That was the plane I learned to fly on. Be interesting to see if anyone does a Bristol for this. Then I can fly both aircraft I've really flown in the sim. If there's Mozzie coming out in the future, chat demands you fly from Myanmar to Singapore. So actually, one of the things which I'm looking forwards to is Conti, who I have on my auto host, who I've raided a couple times. He's raided me back. For those of you that don't watch him, give him a follow. Continuum. I would give him a shout out, but typing and flying is not a good idea. Either way, he's in my auto host list, so you can just click through that and you'll see him. He is doing a over the hump flight, so he's going to take a C-47 from up around Assam over the Himalayas to Western China. Okay, so we're actually going a little too far east here. So yeah, that's Krasnodar over there. My cop should be coming up kind of in that area somewhere. So we're going to hook a bit more south. So divert fields on the way. Not so many. Not so many. Unless you count the side of one of the tallest mountains in the world as a divert field, then I guess yes. Should be spectacular views though. Absolutely spectacular. Too high for squirrels, I think. I'm not sure there's an alpine squirrel. But that's part of what makes it so interesting, is it's such a dangerous flight, particularly in those old transport planes, you know, with only very basic radio navigation when it was working, which was not often, over the tallest points on Earth, and usually the weather wasn't so good, and then if you had to go down somewhere, the Japanese would be waiting for you. That or you'd freeze to death. So, a couple of years ago, when I was at Bathurst doing my flying lessons, there was a C-47 that was restored in Sydney. It was flown up to Bathurst as a stop along the way. They were going up the east coast of Australia, and then they were going to go to Indonesia. They're going to stop off all along, like, Malaysia, right up to... I can't remember which airport they were starting at. It was somewhere up around Assam. and they were actually doing a memorial flight for the pilots that flew over the hump with this C-47, which I think was one of the original ones that did fly that route. And it was then going on to a museum in China, and it was quite interesting. So I got to sit up front in the pilot seat while they were doing a bunch of the different tests and checks on the avionics. The gyros in that thing are very loud, had to kind of yell to be heard over them. And I got to watch it fly out from here, and
it's hard to teach Aussies how to play chess, because they think every check is checkmate.
yeah, can confirm. Cheers, man. Yeah, they had like a really interesting journey. I can't remember what the URL is for the site. I might post it in my Discord later, but they had like all these different photos from the trip. They had the whole process of what went down. At one point they had engine trouble while they were in Indonesia, and so they had to wait for about a week for a replacement engine, and then it was installed by a bunch of Russian Air Force mechanics who were there to help the Indonesians out with their Sukhois. So they ended up sitting around a campfire slamming vodka with a bunch of Russians. It was quite the adventure. Speaking of animals, cruising at 10,000 in Illinois, an eagle dived just in front of me from above. So, when I was doing my training out at Bathurst, over Christmas one year, I can't remember which year it was probably like 2016, 2017 or something, a guy had a wedge-tailed eagle come through his windscreen, and he was flying with his dog in the passenger seat, and must be the best trained dog on earth because it didn't go like ballistic and crash the plane or anything, but he couldn't see because he had eagle guts in his eyes, and just everything was blood everywhere, blood and feathers. But he managed to put it down safely. It was quite gruesome. There were photos of it in the local paper. It was quite a mess. Of all the things to have a bird strike on, a wedge-tailed eagle that came through talons first. Not pretty. Plot twist, the dog landed it? Could have done. The dog could probably see what was going on better than he could by the time the eagle was finished with him. Saw a crow get cut in two by a glider launch cable once. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, that would not be pretty. Monkeys can land a hurricane. Spring chicken to shitehawk in one easy lesson. I have never actually witnessed a bird strike in person, which is a good thing. I would prefer to keep it that way. But I have seen plenty of photos of the results. Tawny had one of an F-111 that ingested something. I think it was a magpie or something. It may have even been an eagle or a hawk or something, because it was quite large. Took a massive dint out of the radome, then went straight down the intake. Napalm chickens. We had a backburn out at the top paddock of the farm. This is years and years ago now. Just to clear it, because it was really overgrown, full of weeds, and it was going to be quite a bad fire season, so obviously get rid of the fuel. So the local RFS came out, did the backburn, and Dad and I went to just check there were no spot fires still going the day after, and we actually found I think it was a wedge-tail, it was an eagle, and it was sitting on a burnt stump, just looking to see if anything was moving down in it, because, you know, it was all burnt down, so it was easy to spot stuff in it. It's really cool. Probably the closest I've been to a wild wedge-tail there. I also got a sharp reminder about the dangers of smoke inhalation when they were doing that backburn, because I went out to find Dad and bring him in for lunch, and got turned around in a smoke cloud, and by the time I came out of it I was having trouble breathing, so that was a good sharp reminder of don't be a moron and walk into smoke. Had a pheasant stuck in the radiator grill of a van once. Ooh, yikes. I mean, I suppose it probably wasn't that good for eating after it was collecting bug guts along the road as well. We tend to have a lot of near misses with magpies and crows here because they'll sit out in the middle of the road looking for stuff. You know, they'll look for prey that's crossing the road, lizards or whatever. And they don't really move until the last second, and some of them are just a bit too slow. But most of what we collect is kangaroos or wombats. Wombats are really bad because you don't see them until they're in front of you, and they're built like brick shithouses. Whereas if you hit a roo, it'll come through the windscreen. It's like hitting a deer, right? It's so high above the ground. We've hit roos twice. One of them rode off our Peugeot that we used to have, and the second one put a pretty serious dent in the front of the the Cruise that we had. Thankfully not enough to ride it off, but it wasn't pretty. And in both cases, the roo just got up, gave us a filthy look, and skipped away. Apparently unharmed. Chinese mahjong rooms are probably worse. They probably are. They probably are. Smoke inhalation's a real bitch. You might walk away from it, go home, have dinner, and hours later, bam, you're suddenly dead. Yeah, that was what sunk in to get me to go out of it. I was like, yo, this is like that thing that kills people, even though they appear perfectly healthy. I should not do this. And thankfully for me, I was able to figure out which way was out, and headed back out. I was coughing and sputtering for a good half hour afterwards, but I don't think I did myself any lasting damage. And now I don't fuck with that shit. Although, I will say, during the really bad fires last bushfire season, last year, the mail center, which I was working in, was so full of smoke from the nearby bushfires that you couldn't see from one end of the mail center to the other, and it was like 100, 200 meters. Could not see from one end to the other. It was awful. Yeah, I was kind of concerned that I'd have that happen as well. Thankfully it didn't. This year, there was nothing left to burn, dude. There's nothing to burn. Like, that's the thing. There probably won't be really bad fires again, at least in my neck of the country, for a couple of years, minimum. Because there's nothing left. Oh yeah, if you cop heavy smoke, absolutely go to hospital. Don't fuck with that shit. Like, arguably, I probably should have get checked out afterwards, but, you know, it wouldn't have been very easy to do, because my parents' place is out in the sticks. I'm just lucky it wasn't worse. Fuel's still good, as it should be. Doing about 250 miles an hour. I could cruise faster, but we don't want to go too fast. We want to be able to take in the beautiful scenery. This is definitely not forced landing country. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad down there, but look at what's coming. And again, this is something that, in DCS, this area, even though it's quite heavily wooded, this specific part of the mountains, this area, there's still places you can do a forced landing. In real life, or in this sim even, good luck. Like, where are you... Bro, where are you gonna land? Where are you gonna set down? Even pure wood fire is probably pretty sketchy. Like, I wouldn't risk it. Combustion causes all sorts of fun chemicals to come out of things that are normally harmless. I mean, fuck, even if you're cooking food that you are going to eat, if you overdo it and burn it, it releases shit that you really should not be breathing, let alone eating. So now we're getting into some real mountains here. Yeah, exactly. And that's something, I mean, even I didn't really think about it until I was reading through something recently about some industrial disaster or other, and I realized that the chemical names sounded familiar. And then I realized they're chemicals you produce when you cook things. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that. Just the process of cooking is enough to actually release all kinds of toxic chemicals. It's just usually, if you cook things properly, it's not in amounts that cause any harm. But if you burn something, or if you, you know, overdo it or whatever, it might. Burnt toast kills. It does. It actually does. If you eat too much burnt toast, you might get cancer. You know, don't risk burnt toast, my dudes. Burnt meat's really bad for it, yeah. That's the main source of nasty things in food, is burnt meat. Raw meat's bad, burnt meat's just as bad, if not worse. For different reasons, though. Oh, look at that snow. And the snow is actually on the trees as well. So, some of you guys may remember, like, months and months ago, I was on Aerobatics Online in the Act 52, and I stupidly put myself in a blind valley that I only barely got out of. Now imagine you did that in this sim, where the mountains actually cause all kinds of unpleasant wind effects. You would die. That's why generally, if you are near mountains in real life, you don't want to be this close to them. You want to be a little higher up. Especially in a lighter aircraft like the Spitfire or the Act 52. Even in a fairly large jet, though, you'd still notice it. Completed the UFC on my Hornet Pit build. Ooh, let me have a quick look at that. Should be able to open it on my phone, I think. Just make sure I'm not going to crash into anything. Oh, wow. Very nice. Very, very nice. I need to make myself, just out of like scrap wood or something, maybe a little mounting for my clock that I've got. So once I'm over this hill, I'll get it. But I've got a HES chronometer from insert Soviet-built aircraft here. I don't know what it came out of, but basically every Soviet aircraft and several things that weren't aircraft had them. So probably won't show up real well on the camera because of the lighting, but right there. It's one of the ones with phosphorescent paint too, so it glows in the dark. As long as it's had some sunlight on it. So I need to make a little stand for that and use it as a desk clock. They're cheap as chips. It's like $100. You could probably find them cheaper if you don't need to deal with Australian shipping. Getting a bit of downdraft here, I think. MiG-23 sim pit when? God, I wish. I really wish. I'm gonna give her a little bit more moxie to clear this ridge. Set it to about 8 pounds boost. Should be enough. So, they look a little better than DCS, huh? Just a little. And that's probably, that'll probably be Sochi out that way, I'd say. This looks like the area Sochi is in. In fact, we may have actually passed it. This may be between Sochi and Gelendzhik. but we're somewhere in that neighborhood. Still has problems with round mountains? Yeah, well, a lot of things do. Yeah, exactly. And DCS has... DCS not only has that, but DCS also has the problem where the tops of mountains where they should be fairly smooth aren't. So you end up with, like, near 90-degree angles at the top of a ridgeline, and you're trying to deploy an EWR or something on top of it, and it goes one way or the other. You can never quite balance it just right. I mean, on the plus side, it means that you get a lot of good practice doing pinnacle maneuvers in DCS, but on the downside, it makes your life a lot harder than it needs to be. When this sim does get proper helicopters, it should really be something. Imagine doing, like, Mi-8 flights around here or something, like search and rescue stuff. I really hope we get a Kar-26. I really do. I love that helicopter so much. I didn't even know it existed until, like, a year or two ago, and now I think it's my favorite helicopter. I absolutely adore it. It's so hilarious. It's not running yet, Gerbil. It will be running this time next week. I was going to leave entries open all week, but I'm incompetent and have not run a giveaway before, so I don't know if that would actually work properly. So we're just going to run it next week during the stream. What's my thoughts of paramotors? I guess they're fun and cool and interesting, but I don't know if I'd ever go in one. For those that are new here, I also have an all-consuming fear of heights, and the only thing I found that cures that fear of heights is being in a fixed-wing aircraft. I don't know about helicopters. I've never ridden a helicopter in the air. I've been on board them, just not while they were flying. But I have, like, just a terrible fear of heights. If I'm more than my own height above the ground, I can't feel anything from the waist down anymore, and I just feel like an instinct to get as far the fuck away from it as I can. But the one place that I'm not affected is when I'm flying. It's interesting too, because when I was, you know, preparing to go out flying for the day, if I thought about flying, I'd start to lose the feeling in my feet and I'd start to get the jitters, but once I was actually in the aircraft, I was fine. Do you know, apparently the Russian lasers in DCS are compatible with the Western ones? Yeah, I've heard that. They apparently have a bit of overlap with the laser codes. Let's see what this is. Ah, yes, the scuffed School of Engineering. That... Actually, that could well be Sochi there, I reckon. That looks about right. Ah, the zoom is never quite where I want it. There we go. Made it in CAD? Well, that's more than I can do in CAD, so there you go. Need some inspiration on the gear handle. Oh, actually, that's something interesting. So Egg was looking at different switches to make his little button box for the MiG-23's radar control panel, and he realized that a lot of the switches and rotaries and stuff that we used on the actual aircraft are still in production. Like, the exact same. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And what's more, you can buy them on eBay, and they're not that expensive compared to, like, you know, sensors for buttons or slew hats and stuff that you get off the Hornet or a Viper. They cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. You can buy these switches for like 20 bucks. Yep, that's Sochi. You can see the runways. So there's the side runway and there's the main runway right there. And that river is where the houses would be in DCS. Right there. So that's Sochi Adler, and Sochi City is up there. Almost like I know where I am. Almost. Fuel's still good. Not that it matters, we got plenty of airports, aerodromes, air bases, whatever the fuck, that we can divert to if we need to. So Sochi there, Gdowda's a little further down, and then Sukhumi beyond that. We may need to stop off for fuel at Kutaisi, in which case that will shift my refuel point. I was going to do it at Tbilisi. But we might do it at Kutaisi, then skip Tbilisi, refuel somewhere in Azerbaijan, and then we'll do one more stop at Baku, probably. While I'm on the ground at the next airport I land at, I might grab myself a drink, maybe a snack, because I'm getting a bit hungry. Can't get over this scenery, dude. It's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lack of a snack compartment's a major oversight in the Spitfire's design. I know, right? Even the Hurricane has like a map case, but the Spit's got nothing. Nowhere, unless you tuck it in behind the seat. I think that would normally be, I can't remember. I think the radio's on the back of the headrest, but there'd normally be something there. Oxygen bottles, maybe. I don't remember. Or I might have that backwards. Pretty sure the Piper Arrow I've been hurling around MSFS has an ashtray in the armrest. It probably does. Oxygen bottles, but they got sent into the wing. Ah, I gotcha. Don't know if that's for the E-wing. This is the, yeah, this is a C-wing, so... This overcast, man. It's fucking gloomy down here. Oxygen bottles exploding is something no flight sim has. I know, right? I'd love for that to be modeled. It's actually interesting. I don't know if you guys, those of you in my Discord, watched the video about the fire damage in DCS, but it was interesting to learn that fire only really starts in places where fuel tanks are in DCS, whereas Cliffs of Dover, if a tracer round hits a fabric-covered control surface, it will start a spot fire. It'll probably go out without doing much, but it will start a spot fire. Whereas in DCS, the only way to get fire is to hit a fuel tank, it seems. And even then, it won't necessarily kill you, and it won't damage the airframe. What about engine fires? I think you can kind of get an engine fire. So I've seen, it looked like one of the cylinders was missing or something. Because there was gouts of flame coming out, kind of in rhythm, but I don't know for sure. But I can for sure say that DCS doesn't model fire anywhere near as well as Cliffs of Dover does. It's starting to model other elements of the damage model better, but I'd say Cliffs of Dover is still kind of king. Just the structural damage in Clod is too much. You know, things lose pieces too easily in Cliffs of Dover. That's my only real criticism of it. Whereas Great Battles has fixed that, but Great Battles still has other problems. Unlike World of Tanks, where gearboxes will start engine fires on the other side of the tank. Well, yeah, but to be fair, I guess it was easier to code it that way than have the fire start in the gearbox. Like, the end result's basically the same, right? nerfs German tanks. Don't start me. Don't start me on the Germany suffers shit. I spent so long on the World of Tanks forums dealing with unironic fucking Germany suffers posters. Fucking Verabus. Seriously. That's where the term Verabu came from. If you guys have heard that, or like seen Vera Bingo, that's where it came from. The World of Tanks forum in 2000 and... was it 2013 or 2014? I think Baby Oliphant came up with Verabu, and Ensign Expendable came up with Vera Bingo. I was there when those memes were formed. It's like my sole claim to influence in the world. I had input on what is on the Vera Bingo sheet. I can speak real good. I think Ensign still runs his tank blog, so he has like a lot of really good historical documents up from the Russian archives, because he can access them a bit easier than most people. He's Russian. He lives in Canada, but he's Russian. He used to post some really good stuff on there. Particularly things like the gun trials for the D-25, and everyone in World of Tanks assumes the D-25 is horribly inaccurate. And it turns out the D-25 and the KWK-40... I think it was for the 43, the L-71. They're about the same accuracy, just one is more dispersed vertically and the other's more dispersed horizontally, but over, like, generally the mechanical accuracy of the gun is about the same. The real differences come in from the optics quality, as well as the actual layout of the sighting systems of the tank, crew efficiency, stuff like that, but he used to dispel a good number of myths about World War II tanks with his blog. Don't cite the deep magic to me, which I was there when it was written. Yeah, seriously. I'll try the laser stuff sometime? Yeah, might do. Sabre actually has a mission set up for ground attack stuff with Su-25s, and I don't know if he has NATO jets in it too, but you could probably ask him. And then see if, like, you can spot my Su-25's laser or something with the Hornet. Yeah, I could see that, but the other thing as well is for, like, for an aircraft cannon in particular, you don't want it to be too accurate. You want some certain amount of dispersion. Same thing with, like, a machine gun, right? The Bren is kind of too accurate for its own good. Same thing with aircraft. Like, in DCS in particular, it's really noticeable. So, you know, the Gesha 30 on the MiG-29 and Su-27 is laser accurate, but that works against you. If you don't line up a perfect shot, you're not going to hit them. Whereas the M61 has a nice bit of spray to it, and that little bit of spray can be all you need to make sure you hit someone. Again, similarly, the MiG-21's Gesha 23 is quite accurate, but the F5's Colt M39s are horrendous. They just spit bullets in a general area to the front. But I prefer the F5's guns because you just throw up such a cloud of lead, you're bound to hit with at least one of them. Whereas the MiG-21, you have to make a very precise kind of slash across the target before you can even think about getting a hit. Yeah, naval guns too, because you need to actually see the fall of shot and see when you've got them straddled. So you know you've got your ranging correct. Like, that's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize. Unless it's a literal sniper, you don't want too much accuracy over long distance. It's kind of counterproductive. There's Gauda down there. You see it's replaced the Hazes with just civvy hangars. That's Gauda, and then just further off the nose is Sakumi. Beautiful scenery. Absolutely beautiful. Yep, Sakumi City is right off the nose. Yeah, there's a whole science, like a really deep science that goes into the art of hitting something at long distance with multiple guns. Like how they used to harmonize guns in World War II, right? You'd set some guns to fire high, some to fire low, you'd have them converge at a certain distance, all to try and get the best effect on target and the best chance of hitting that target within a certain range. How's this Spitfire compared to the DCS one? The flight model's not quite where DCS is. In a number of ways it feels good, but just due to the limitations of the flight sim currently, it's not quite there. Any sort of aerobatics, you're going to see big problems start to appear. I'd say probably the engine modeling isn't quite up to scratch either. Obviously damage modeling is going to be non-existent, but even the engine. Visually, it's quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. There are a few minor things that bug me, like the reflector glass on the gun sight seems to be parented to the wrong part of the model, and so if the aircraft bobbles around, it lags behind by like 1 frame. It's noticeable. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can. It's really distracting. And the actual lens on the gun sight is dead flat. They didn't model it as convex at all for some reason. But overall, the cockpit looks good. The lighting in the cockpit is, I'd say, better than the DCS Spit, just because you have that shadow in the footwell that you wouldn't have in DCS. Motion blur, I have motion blur turned off, I think. I usually turn motion blur off. I think the only game I still have it turned on is Cyberpunk, because it's not as obtrusive. But overall, it's quite nice. Interior sounds are similar. Exterior sounds, DCS is always going to win. DCS has the best external sounds of any flight sim I've played. Now, the internal sounds in this probably aren't quite up to the same high level yet as the vanilla sounds, so again, the vanilla aircraft in this sim are true to life in terms of sound design. You know, the buzz of the engine at certain power settings as it resonates with the airframe, particularly the perspex and stuff around the cockpit. The rumble of the wheels, you don't get that with this yet, but they'll probably add it in at some point in the future. This only released a couple weeks ago, so it's very early days. The ground handling's wrong, so the SDK for MSFS doesn't support free-castering wheels and differential braking, so at the moment it has tail wheel steering, which is totally incorrect. The devs have acknowledged that. They've said, look, we know, but we can't work around it yet. So I'd expect once they figure out how to do that, or once the SDK's improved a bit, that will become a thing, and the ground handling will be better. But overall, it looks like a Spitfire, it sounds like a Spitfire, it mostly flies like a Spitfire, so it's pretty nice. And for like $30 Australian, it's pretty hard to go wrong. Plus, every purchase of this will no doubt help with the A7 that is coming to DCS. Same developers, so this has certainly made me pretty eager to see their work in DCS. Because if they can do this with a very limited SDK, in a sim that's not designed for combat aircraft, they should be able to do wonderful things in DCS. Harrier's engine does this cool little whine when you throttle down. Yeah, it's adorable. Absolutely adorable. The MiG-29, when it spools up and down, sounds quite good as well. A7 raises a question if I want an A7 or F8. Why not both? I'm getting both. Just eat rice for a week, you'll be fine. Proper nutrition is temporary. Corsair and Crusader is eternal. Easy to say for you with your internet money. Yeah, my $150 a month if I'm really lucky. Basically beer money, doesn't even pay my rent. Hey, Davey! Cheers for the bits, man. There we go, there's a bit more beer money. We're doing a Caucasus tour. We're just coming up on Sukhumi now. Well, Sukhumi Airport. Actually, did we pass it already? We passed the city. Yeah, there's Sukhumi City behind me. Sukhumi Airport will be under my nose. Reminds me of a quote attributed to Erasmus of Rotterdam. Whenever I have money, I buy books. If something is left, I buy food and clothing. Yeah, I feel attacked. Really attacked. Seems wholly more detailed than DCS. The map, yes, very much so. The aircraft's about the same, but the map, absolutely. But you'll see in a minute, and we're just coming to the edge of it now, that looks a lot like DCS right there. That looks real familiar, in fact. And as we come down towards the space between Sukhumi and Sanaki, it will look like DCS but worse. Because the day they did the imagery that this uses for mapping, it was clouded over. So most of the coastal stretch of Georgia between Batumi and Sanaki, and then between Sanaki and Sukhumi, is like just really shitty, not even autogen, just really shitty, like we're gonna guess what's here. Because the AI has taken the road maps that exist and used that to map out roads and roughly where cities are, but it doesn't know where buildings are, it doesn't know where trees are, it doesn't know where any of that shit is, or where the boundaries of farms are. So, like right there, that's what you're looking at right there, generic textures. It's like some FS9 shit right there. See it? But, once we get away from the areas that were clouded over when they did the mapping imagery, you'll see perfect scenery. Like, there's a bit of a narrow strip here where it's about right, like off my left wing. You can see those long, narrow fields. That's what Caucasus fields look like. That's what any former Soviet country, that's what farms usually look like. Really long, narrow strips. But here we've got English-style fields where it's just random shapes with hedges. It's really weird though, Yellow Fox, because Google, I mean, I know Bing doesn't have quite the same coverage as Google, certainly not at the moment, possibly never, we'll see. But Google has really good quality imagery of the Caucasus, and yet Bing is, they have none for whole chunks of it. Okay, we're starting to eat into the bottom tank, so we may actually land at Sanaki. We could probably make Kutaisi on this tank, but I think we might do Sanaki. Just play it safe, because it feels like a much shorter distance than it actually is. I'm used to flying there in a MiG-21 doing 1,000 kilometers an hour at my slowest, and I'm in a Spitfire here doing about 300 kilometers an hour at cruise. Hey, Woz! Just be aware that the giveaway hasn't actually started yet, so it'll be next Sunday European time or next Monday morning my time. So in a week. I was going to let the entries run all week, but I don't know how to do that without breaking things. This is my first giveaway, so I'll do it all on the day. Say that, but it's not like massive tech companies can't work together. They really hate doing it. They really, really hate doing it. Like, why would you want to give the competition money, right? That's the whole thing. Ugh, I really need to adjust this desk, because it is killing my shoulders. I'm trying to, like, I'm kind of leaning into the screen so I can see better, but at the same time, I have to sit right back because of my pedals. Hop off and have some fun on Cold War. Good luck. I'll probably be on Cold War through the week, and then definitely next weekend. I was going to hop on yesterday with Zabby and G-Man because they wanted to do some MiG-21 stuff, but wouldn't you know it, the MiG-21 slots were all, or the MiG-21 airframes were all gone. It's like the only time I've had that happen when I joined the server. So we ended up doing some single-player, well, co-op stuff instead. Which is alright, you know. The targets weren't very reactive, but it was very aesthetic, at least. Yeah, that's true, Noplius. That is very true. I guess they just decided to cheap out. Who knows? So while we're on the ground at Sanaki, I'm gonna grab myself a quick snack, bit of a drink, chill out for a bit. Probably be AFK for like 10-15 minutes, maybe a bit less. So don't go anywhere. If you want to, you can open up something else in the background, but I'll be gone for about 10 minutes. Stream will still be running though. Flying around PNG, I'm super happy they chose Bing because Google's full of clouds and lower res. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Some areas will be better on Google, some areas will be better on Bing. It really depends where you want to fly. I should actually do some PNG flying. Check out the Owen Stanleys. My grandfather on Mum's side was a truck driver with the Australian Army in World War II, so that would have been where he was. And apparently Nana was very confused when he asked her to send him warm socks. Because you know, you kind of just reflexively think, oh, that's the tropics, it's going to be really hot and humid. No, not on the top of the Owen Stanleys, it's not. Best job in Allied side, worst in Axis side. It was actually pretty bad because they had the Americans flying over the top of them, and the Americans weren't so good at the whole IFF thing, which is, you know, a recurring theme, let's just say. And so they were actually more scared when they heard American bombers going over them when they heard Japanese bombers going over, because they knew the Japanese probably couldn't see them, whereas the Americans could both see them and thought they were Japanese. And he came home with a lifelong habit of driving with 2 wheels in the gutter and the headlights off. So apparently road trips with Pop were really, really fun. Especially on sketchy dirt roads. See the runway lights at Tsukumi from all the way down here. I'm not sure they're that bright in real life. I don't think that's right. Nav lights in this are super bright too, though, you notice. Like DCS, like IL-2, Sims always overdo nav lights. Nav lights are not visible in daylight, even overcast daylight, from more than probably a couple hundred meters. And even then they're hard to see. Like, there's no way in hell you would spot an aircraft's nav lights from a couple miles away at daytime. Even at nighttime, they're not quite as easy as they are in Sims. I guess partly because of the pixel density, but also just because they're over-modeled. So we've got some actual proper satellite scenery under us here, so this is correct, this is what the area should look like. But as we go further towards Sanaki, you can see again we're getting more of those patchwork fields. So, yeah, it's kind of sketchy. Worst part is IL-2 has proper light source scaling with distance with muzzle flashes, but not nav lights and traces for some reason. Yeah, I kind of feel like it was an intentional design decision words. I think it was in DCS too. I think they figured, oh, we want to make it so people are really visible with their lights on, or so that traces are really visible, or people complain about not being able to see things. It's like, well, in real life you wouldn't be able to see it either, so are you a simulator, or are you a game? You know, if you want to be a simulator, then fucking simulate it. That's all I'm saying. And then you have DCS, where on the one hand you've got that, but on the other hand, things that are close to you that you should be able to see clearly, you can't, because it doesn't model like flashes off of paint or canopies or whatever, like Dover does. But things that are way beyond what the human eye can see, like aircraft 50 kilometers away, you can see them as if they're right next to you. I mean, I know there's variation in monitors and field of view changes based on player preference or whether they're in VR or 2D, but still, like, it just seems like it wouldn't be so hard to standardize on something a bit more reasonable. Or at least have an option for realistic spotting so that people could tweak it as desired. You can see here, there were clouds on the images. That's why. You see right there, that's the edge of the cloud, and then that's where they just use the generic shit. That's exactly why, because there was a fuck-off cloud bank right there. But there, over the coast, there's a little bit of, like, you can see a little bit of, like, white bloom on the ground where a cloud was, but it's mostly visible. Yeah, we'll have to land at Sanaki. I'm going through fuel faster than I thought I would be. But I have been flying longer than I would normally expect. Again, I'm doing about 250 miles an hour cruise, right? So I'm doing about 300 kilometers an hour in this. I'm used to flying the MiG-21 at no less than 1,000 kilometers an hour, so the Caucasus feels tiny to me in DCS. So I'm zipping around the place barely below the sound barrier. But in this, it's like, Jesus. This is the kind of speed I'd fly the Mi-8 or the Mi-24 when it comes out. Like, this is helicopter speed, basically. So, Sanaki should be behind that ridge right there, that low ridge. Once saw a documentary on bow fighters over PNG, and one of the hilarious bits was taking it off at dawn, finding a wingman who looked odd. Turned out an American A-20 had just joined in with the first set of nav lights he saw. Yep, why not? I mean, it's better than going alone, right? There were a lot of situations in the Western Desert Theatre, so North Africa, where British or American or German or Italian convoys would pass each other on the road and they would wave to each other because they didn't realize who the other guys were, because everyone was wearing the exact same color of uniforms, mostly using each other's captured equipment, so there was no real way to tell each other apart. I've read a few accounts of the war in North Africa, and that was apparently a common theme for everyone. So we should be passing Zugdidi here, but Zugdidi is in that area where the cloud bank was, so it's probably not going to be what it should be, realistically speaking. It is interesting, though, that they had to account for weather like this, so it makes me wonder, there must be like a certain amount of depth to satellite imagery. So perhaps some places, like, say, western Georgia, only have ever been photographed in decent resolution or in color once or twice, whereas, you know, other places, major cities especially, may have been passed over hundreds and hundreds of times with color photography, so it kind of, you know, maybe that's why, I guess. But again, Google has good imagery of this area, so I don't know why they couldn't just go to the same supplier that Google got their imagery from. Captain Laranja, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just about to set down at Sanaki Airbase / airport. I think it's just a city airport now, if it even still exists in real life. And we're going to top off the fuel. I'm going to top off my stomach because I'm hungry. So there'll be a short break, and then we'll be continuing the flight to the east. Priorities? Yeah, probably. Don't even know. Well, I guess they'll find out now. Actually, that's probably something that Flight Sim 2020 is going to do them a huge favor for, is a lot of people are going to want to fly over places they recognize, and so they're going to very quickly find holes in Bing's imagery, right? Maybe that was the plan all along. We're just part of the Bing product improvement program. We've been bamboozled. So there's that ridge. What's the name of the mission? Ships Ahoy, I think it might be. It's either Ships Ahoy or it's the other one, where the fight tends to happen over Poti. That ridge line is like fucking F5 ridge. They always circle around this side of it. There's SAMs on this side, and then I circle around the other side. Had some good fights over there. Okay, that's Sanaki right off my nose, so I really should have come off the power earlier. Oopsie daisies. It's alright. We can just bleed it off. I'm not sure which way the wind's coming from here. We might do a low pass of the airfield just to see if there's a windsock I can look at. Getting a bit of stutter again. See, right here, you can see the actual boundary. You can literally see the boundary right there under the wing before we're back into satellite images, back up to full quality. Not seen a windsock, unless I've already gone over it. Oh, right there. Okay. Looks like it's variable, but we want to land west to east, I think. A little bit too much zoom there. Something I really miss from the DCS Spitfire is the pops and bangs. You don't get them in this. When you cut the cut the throttle, cut the power. In DCS, you get really nice pops and bangs, which are something the Merlin's quite characteristic for. Okay, we'll need a little more power because I'm getting a bit slow. Gears out, flaps are out. The sudden kick down in the nose as the flaps deploy. See the indicators on the wings that show the flaps are up, which are actually mechanically pushed out by the flap linkages as they come down. Wouldn't be one of my landings if I wasn't way off the center line. Please stop floating. There we go. Tiny bounce. Flaps come up. Little bit of a stutter there. I don't get them very often with this. It is actually quite well optimized, at least for my PC. My PC is kind of a beast. I keep forgetting that now. I actually have like a good PC. Beepski Mark 1 was good, just like not specs wise. Beepski Mark 1 was good in like not breaking somehow wise. But Beepski Mark 2 is a monster of a thing. PC's no longer the benchmark. Yeah, I need to stop being in that mindset, because it really isn't anymore. We'll go find a fuel Bowser, we'll park up. I'm just going to leave the engine run, I think, but I'll put the parking brake on. And grab myself some food. Had to buy a new case. Yeah, I thought you might, after what you said before. I would have had to buy a new one for this PC anyway, because I don't think these parts would have fit in my old case. Plus the airflow was terrible in there, so... Good soldier always went above and beyond, absolutely. The best. The very best. So my average FPS in ArmA, I didn't actually check, but I probably guessed somewhere in the 30s or maybe 40s. I do get lower frame rates in ArmA, partly because I've cranked my settings higher than I really should have, and also because some missions are really heavy. I think today's mission was heavier than usual. The literal fucking nuclear explosion probably didn't help. No idea where the fuel Bowser is, but we'll just taxi back onto the main parking stand. It'll probably be over there. So I think it's auto-gen this airport. It does that with a lot of them. Like Bathurst, for instance, for those of you that remember that flight, Bathurst Airport was completely wrong in terms of building layout and such. Looks like Sanaki's the same. They've got trees on the airbase, which they really shouldn't have. Solidus, thanks for the host. Welcome, everybody. I'm just about to take a short break for some food, but we're doing a Spitfire flight. We started at Batumi, we flew up to Gelendzhik up the coast, came back down over the mountains to Sanaki, and then we're going to fly east across Georgia and then Azerbaijan. We'll do a stop at Baku, probably, and then we'll fly across the Caspian to Turkmenistan. Tried to raid, but Twitch shit the bed. It does that sometimes. Appreciate it all the same. Does the mission maker play the missions with you? Just watch what happens. So the mission maker, in that case Brandt, is in a Zeus slot, and they can spectate, like, from a sort of RTS view what's going on, and they can adjust the mission on the fly. But they can also spawn in a character, so you may have noticed at one point Brandt was running around, like, briefing people. The Zeus basically has full control over the mission, pretty much. It's really, really neat. Now, we have a rule where the Zeus doesn't play the mission they made, because then it's kind of cheating. It's like metagaming, basically, but, you know, they can spawn in a character for, like, to give flavor to the mission, like, for some roles like that. I'm going to the car park. That is not where I want to go. Spitfires do not belong in car parks. I'm pretty sure I can't refuel there. Yeah, I've had that happen a few times recently. It seems to freak out and won't do it. Siphon a bit from a Toyota? Yeah. I'm sure they won't notice. Well, I mean, it'd have to be a very old Toyota, because this thing does actually need to run on 100 low lead. Oh. Bit of a freeze. It does happen. Not often, but it does happen. Must be a Bowser here somewhere. Is that it over there, or is that a forklift or some shit? It is a forklift. Good to know. I've probably gone past it already. Oh, actually that might be it there. Which game is this? This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. One of the Russians coming out with a flat 6 twin turbo diesel engine for their Super Tucano Blackman edition. I don't know. Do not know. Yeah, they did. They did. The Yermolayev bomber. The Yer-2? I think it was. Yes, something used to use them. The PE-8 as well. Yep. The Germans built them too. The Junkers 86 used them. Sim crash? Question mark? No, almost. You know what? We're just gonna take a shortcut. We gotta go into the grass for this anyway. Just watch that wing. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Okay. We'll set the parking brake. We're gonna fuel her right up. There we go. Done. And I will be back shortly, guys. I will leave you with the showcase camera, and presumably it will automatically just change angle at some point. I don't know. I'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. I am still here, by the way. I'm just, I've got my mic muted while I eat, because nobody deserves to hear that. I know. We either stand down or blow up. Which do you want? But it should be okay. If I do cook it, then I guess it'll be a learning experience, but I don't think this spit really models, engine damage. It might, but I haven't seen it yet. That's quite a nice detail. You can actually see the undercarriage light from the external view in the cockpit. Right there. I wonder if you can actually read the gauges accurately from the third-person view. That would be quite something, because that is not generally something Sims do. Because usually it doesn't make sense to use the resources to do it. So the model's quite nice. It's about as detailed as DCS. Maybe, I think the texture resolution's slightly lower, but the overall detail's about the same. It's quite pretty. Are the rads open? I don't know, because we can't quite see them from that angle. Should be. Hopefully. Free camera. There we go. I don't know how to manipulate this at all. I've got my track IR paused, so it'll probably try and... Oh, no, there we go. Is it gonna... No, I have no idea. There's probably some way to pan the camera. Excuse me, but I don't know how to do it. I've got to learn the camera controls for this, so I can actually do, like, cool cinematic shit. Go back to the cockpit. Yeah, the temps are okay. The oil's a little warm, but it's not bad. Anyway, I'm gonna finish my, my lunch, question mark, at 11 AM. Right, there we go. That should at least satisfy the tapeworm for a little bit longer. Let's get this thing going again. I might actually just top off the fuel. I would have burnt a little bit. Oh, maybe not. Would have thought I'd burn a little bit sitting there, but I guess I wasn't idling long enough. I need to fidget my chair over a bit. There we go. Parking brake. Wind hasn't really changed, which is good. Let's take off straight towards the east. Well, northeast. And we'll fly down the valley. We'll pass over Kutaisi. We'll mostly stick to the valley, I think. So we'll catch all the major cities. What plane is this? This is the Flying Iron Spitfire Mark 9. Which was just released a couple weeks ago. What we might do though is we might actually pop up and see if we can spot the Ingiri Dam. I'm not sure if it'll be there because of the... like, we're right on the border of the actual satellite imagery versus the generic bullshit, but we'll see how we go. I'd like to at least see if it's there. That helps. A little bit of a stutter. Out with friends all day, what are those? You'll have to fill me into this bizarre, strange concept. You haven't missed that much. Well, you missed us getting nuked, but other than that. Oh, and we visited Putin as well. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll dial the revs back a bit. If I can get the right thing. There we go. Give her about 8 pounds of boost. Low revs, high boost is the best way to cruise in the Spitfire. Well, in most things, I think. You guys count. So I usually stick an EWR on top of that hill when we do missions around Sanaki. It's quite a good spot for it. No one's on Cold War. It's kind of weird because the last couple of days it stayed populated well into the afternoon my time, which it usually doesn't. Types of planes do you normally fly? Military ones. So in this I've mostly been flying the Spitfire. I'm waiting for more stuff to come out. In DCS I fly the MiG-21 mainly. But I'll fly pretty much anything Cold War. In real life, I've flown a Jabiru J170D and a Bristol, BRM era Bristol NG5. I've got a Jabiru in this sim, which I have flown a bit, but there isn't a Bristol yet, I don't think. I also do some helicopters in DCS. There aren't any for this sim, really, at the moment. But I'm primarily a fixed wing guy. Fixed wing and usually fighters or interceptors. See, if we had much more towards Zugdidi, we're going to end up back in the generic terrain. So, I don't know. The Inguri Dam may be there or it may not. We'll find out. Should be over there, I think. That kind of dip between the mountains. So we may actually need to do a fuel stop at Tbilisi as well. If I go up this way, we'll burn a bit on the way up and then back. Then we'll fly down the valley past Kutaisi. We won't need to land there, I don't think. Top off at Tbilisi, that should get us across Azerbaijan. Top off again at Baku. And then that'll get us across the Caspian. And then we'll do one last fuel up at Turkmenbashi, and we'll maybe head north. We'll see if we can get to Akhtal, but I don't really know. I'll have to bring up Google Maps or something and check the heading for it. Yeah, Davey, it does, but I think part of it's because we're not flying at 1,000 kilometers an hour everywhere. Like, I'm doing 300 kilometers an hour, and it's usually when I'm cruising. In the MiG, I'm rarely going less than 1,000. Actually saw several adorable tiny airports today. One was a small tarmac field that had a jet A pump for some reason. Oh, nice. I think it's, yeah, I'd say it's partly because of the speed you're moving at, and partly also because there's more depth to the scenery in this. Like, DCS isn't very detailed, so it seems much smaller, because you can see shit far away that you really shouldn't be able to. And there's just not as much fine detail, I guess. Like, the more fine detail, the higher the resolution, so to speak, seems to be. Okay, so we've got a river there, but I don't think that's the Inguri. I think the Inguri is further to my left. Because usually you spit out the back of that, like, out there, zip down here. This is all flat in DCS. These ridges aren't here. Then you whiz out behind Sanaki. In-game time is currently just coming up on 12 noon. So it's actually nearly real-life time. It's 11:30 in the morning here. Oh, I see lightning. I'm gonna get some very spicy weather. I'm glad I'm not flying across the mountains now. I'm glad I already flew across. So this is about where Zugdidi should be, but again, see, we're over satellite terrain now, but if we go much further, we'll be over generic. So I'm not sure. There's a stretch of road somewhere along here in DCS that I've landed the MiG-21 on. I'm not sure how clear this comes out on stream, just because the, you know, video compression tends to mess with colors and contrast, but the overcast is giving this a really nice sense of moodiness to it. It's beautiful. That river down there. See, that's how rivers are meant to look, DCS. That's how rivers are meant to look. A little bit of frame rate drop, but again, I think that's just from when it's loading in scenery chunks, because my PC can easily handle this game. I think it's just, when you download stuff, it seems to choke it a bit. What are meanders? Yeah. What's silt? What on earth is that? Yeah, I think this should be the Inguri up here. Oh, in fact it is, but it looks like the dam's not really modelled. You can see the lake, but the dam just looks like a piece of mountain that's kind of sketchy. So, Zugdidi's along here. And I think from memory, the sim does Zugdidi much better than DCS. In DCS, it just looks like a standard Soviet Legoland kind of planned city. And in real life, I think it's much more traditional. Hopefully they hotfix that performance regression or include it in the next world update. Yeah. Fingers crossed. And those clouds. I can't wait for the clouds in DCS. It's going to be amazing. Imagine flying on the Cold War server. The ground won't look as good, but imagine the sky like this on Cold War. And then disappearing into the clouds to hide from heat-seeking missiles. Be awesome. I may even be able to turn my settings up then once I patch it, because I have got them turned down a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. Because I was getting a little bit of stutter and chop, but maybe I'll be able to crank them. Look at that. Look at that, man. It's fucking gorgeous. There's the Inguri Dam, which is snow-covered at the time they took the imagery, I guess. So yeah, the dam is there, it's just snow. Gotta watch for the air around these mountains. It's gonna be really sketchy because of that thunderstorm as well. So we're not gonna go any further up the valley. I really don't want to risk it. But yeah, there's the dam. Fly right into it. Sadly, there's no damage model on aircraft, let alone objects on the ground. And I don't think they're going to add one, because they immediately know what people would do with it. They know us too well. Okay, we'll head back down the valley now. Get a nose down trim, please. Okay, a lot of nose down trim, please. Stop climbing. Spitfire just wants to climb. It's like the MiG-21. You take your eyes off it for 1 second, it's climbing to space. The lightning reflected off the wing there. That's really cool. Just please, someone, I don't care who. Okay, maybe I care who. Please, someone make a Su-15 for this. I would pay, like, Hornet or JF-17 money for a Su-15 in this, even if it can't shoot anything. As long as I can put the as long as I can visually carry missiles, even if I can't use them, please, give me a Su-15. That's the whole point, Nucleus. I want to intercept people. Not shoot them down, but I want to run intercepts on people in it. Over this terrain. Imagine. Warp, how did you guess that was exactly what was going through my head as I said that? Oh, Jesus. Put that thought out of my head. Oh god, no. No, please. Legit though, I do want to do it, because you watch like the fucking clip reels that people put together of the city simmers, and there's always like some squeaker kid trying to do it, like trying to be cool and do an intercept on them, like on Bat Sim, but they fuck it up. I want to actually like do a proper Soviet doctrine interception on them, and the only comms are the comms that I would actually have. I just need to find like a VAT Sim controller or something who's willing to take bribes so they can moonlight as my GCI without telling anyone they're doing it. Imagine vodka flight. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. The perp's resisting. Uh-oh. R98 time. Yeah, I know, but it's more immersive to actually have a controller talking me on. You know, I want to do things properly, because I want to be streaming it when I do it. I would not cut you guys out of such a glorious thing. You'd be able to bear witness to it. Where else on Twitch would you be able to find PVO content? Nowhere, that's where. It's actually something else too. If DCS, Integrated Air Defense System, is a thing that ever actually does happen, I'll probably have whole streams where I just play PVO Commander. Like, I'm really keen. I really want to. I still gotta actually get SamSim and install that and learn how to do things with it, and I will stream that at some point, but I want to do the overall, like, big picture PVO stuff. Well, that's the thing, Super Rotundot. I think there's like add-ons that kind of approximate what an aircraft is, even if you don't have it. Like they use a generic model for that model of aircraft or something. So whoever does the Su-15 module just needs to upload the model to that and be like, here, display this. T-Dog, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. Tell you what it certainly wouldn't be able to see is the line of AP being fired as warning shots across the front of it. Should I see a Cal 747? Yeah. I mean, I'd take any 747, but, you know, just for historical accuracy, we could do that. Yeah, exactly, because it was an AP belt. Because the alert aircraft, there would be one Su-15 that had drop tanks, and there'd be one that had gun pods, because the Su-15 had no internal gun, but it could carry a pair of UPK-23s. And so they would. They'd have one that carried those for either weather balloons or low or slow targets, like Cessnas or fucking transport planes or helicopters or whatever. And I guess that was the aircraft that happened to intercept the airliner, but it was loaded with AP because it was intended to shoot stuff down, not fire warning shots. Everyone knows you shoot Cessnas with Hellfires, yeah. Obviously, duh. I can't get over these clouds. Soon, guys, soon DCS will have clouds like this. Like another 2 weeks, TM, except unironically. Didn't the pilot notice it was tracerless ammo? I mean, presumably he did, but he's like, well, what can you do at that point? You got it wrong. Not delayed another month. Delayed another month because there was some minor feature of the F-16 no one cares about that was bugged. And so, because of the F-16 stands, they had to delay the whole thing for a month to fix it. Historically, they get R-73s, yeah. Yep, they do. Okay, so this is satellite imagery. You see how, like, good it is, yeah? You see this? We're about to pass over yet another area which was covered by cloud when they did the satellite imagery. So see all this generic shit in front of me, like all these irregular shaped fields? That's because there was a cloud here they had to airbrush out, and so this whole section of the map, because it was covered by cloud, looks like dog shit. So again, like I said at the start of this flight, you will see the best and the worst of this sim in this flight. Best of this sim, except for photogrammetry, and then worst of this sim. Literally divided by a river. And that river itself as well, as that would have been clouded over, because you can see the whole riverbed's all fucked up. KL007 pilot, if his account is to be believed, yeah, the Su-15 pilot was telling them the whole time what was up and they wouldn't listen. Not in the transcript, yeah. No, I don't remember seeing that in the transcript. Although it wouldn't matter anyway, because I severely doubt that the crew of the airliner would speak Russian. They're not going to know what the fuck he's saying to them. Even if he was on guard speaking to them, they're not going to know what the fuck. They're just going to be like, who's this Russian guy on comms? Like, what the fuck's he doing? Get off guard, you know? So I don't think it would have helped him either way. The moral of the story is don't get lost. Like, actually check you plug in your waypoints correctly and your INS is working, huh? Yeah, I mean, I could imagine. I think he ended up doing a lot of the typical thing you would expect, where he just justified it to himself so much he actually started believing the justifications he was making. Oh, the controllers? Yeah, no. Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because they probably would have told him, what the fuck do you know? We just train you to shoot the missiles, you don't know how to identify a plane. Alright? Because the thing is, it was a face-saving. But, like, this is the whole reason it happened, is because it was face-saving. They'd already crossed a restricted zone once. They passed over a major naval base. And so, in the minds of the PVO hierarchy, it was, we need to kill this thing before it exits our airspace a second time, because if that's an American spy plane, which it probably is, because they just convinced themselves, then it's going to be a massive embarrassment. As it turns out, it was a massive embarrassment to the PVO and the Soviet Union, but for another reason. But that's the thing, right? I've talked about this before with DCS. You will see the aircraft you think you see. So, for those of you who have been with the stream a long time, you may remember one of my very first experiences on DDCS. I was in the Mirage, and I accidentally shot down a friendly F-16. Why? Because it looked very much like a MiG-21. Oh, actually, no, it was the MiG-21, I think, because it was Jazz. But the F-16, the MiG-21, if you're far enough away from the right angle and you think you're going to see the other plane, you will see what you think you see. They look similar enough. Same thing with the MiG-29 and the F-15. They're similar enough that if you expect to see a MiG-29, that F-15 will become a MiG-29 to your brain. And like, you can stare at it, you can zoom right in. It doesn't matter. Your brain sees what it thinks is there. It's a very interesting sort of psychological phenomenon. It probably has a name. In fact, I probably know the name, I just can't remember it, but it is very much a factor in DCS. Monkey indeed. So, again, generic scenery, it looks like FS9, or not even FSX. FSX looks better than that. But then, in front of the wing, satellite. It's beautiful. Satellite with good autogen. I don't think there's any photogrammetry on the entire route we're flying, but the autogen does a really good job. That's Kutaisi right there. In fact, you know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to buzz over Kutaisi and see if I can spot the oh my god, I have no fuel and yet I must land airstrip. Which is, one of them's a flying school, the other one's like, one's a military pilot school, rather, and the other one's like a, civvy gliding club or some shit. Gory Fortress on here, do you think? In DCS it's a football stadium? It's probably a football stadium in this too, or like a warehouse, but we'll see. Oh my god, how good does that look, guys? How fucking good does that look? That is gorgeous. One's right next to the Special Industrial Zone with all the Chinese companies in it. That is one right there. Actually, I do wonder if that's a factory, like if that's a satellite factory for Sukhoi or something. Or was, rather. Won't be now, but was, because it looks like, you know, there's a big complex there and then a single long taxiway. It might be. So that's that one. That's the longer of the two runways, and then the shorter one should be basically off my nose. Possibly under me now. We might need to circle back to spot it. Maybe that, yeah, I'd say that other one's been built over between when DCS's Caucasus is set and when they did this. It's probably been built over, it's been turned into a new suburb or something. A lot of the airports and airfields in DCS Caucasus no longer exist, both on the Georgian and the Russian sides of the border. A lot of the Georgian ones have been bombed into ashes. And a lot of the Russian ones have just been turned into suburbs or whatever. There's that slowdown again. It must be something to do with loading scenery. Yeah, it must be gone, because it would have been right under where I am now, pretty much. I think it's turned a train into a building. See that? That's probably meant to be a train. Still, it gets, like, it's not bad. It gets things right more often than it gets them wrong, which is honestly really impressive, considering that this was all AI. No human has touched this, I'm pretty sure. Like, some of the bigger cities are human-curated, but there's no way a human would have spent any time at all on fucking Kutaisi. I think they built a new parliament building on top of it? Ah. Oh yeah, because we're in South Ossetia now, aren't we? Technically speaking. I think Kutaisi is like right on the edge of South Ossetia. God, how good does that look though? Funniest fuck up I saw in MSFS was a football stadium that replaced the stands with office blocks arranged in a circle. Beautiful. The so I've said this before, but for those who missed it, the Duga antenna array, the over-the-horizon radar, which you may know from, well, Chernobyl, or, if you're a Stalker fan, from the Brain Scorcher, which is what they turned it into in-game. The Duga array, in the default scenery, is a very long, very thin, very tall apartment block. It might be, Kang, but I don't know. I thought it was somewhere around here, like Kutaisi, Ambrolori kind of area. Jesus. Tongue twister. Speaking of which, the I give the fuck up. That dam should be over there. I can't speak today. I really, really can't. Look at this. Look at this fucking Windows XP background looking motherfucker over here. God, that's pretty. Abkhazia is just north of Zodidi, South Ossetia is east of here? I gotcha. We're in the spicy zone, either way. Don't mind me just casually slamming the screenshot button. Here you can see the boundary of the satellite imagery right there. See that? It's a visible seam because the lighting conditions are slightly different, but other than that visible seam, it's quite contiguous. Like, it looks really, really good. Really, really, really good. Like, I am genuinely impressed with how well done the scenery in this is. You can see kind of a seam there with the river, but... Map crease, yeah, exactly. It's most obvious where it crosses a body of water, particularly if it's in the meanders of a river, because they tend to, you know... Oh, we got a cloud spot there. So there would have been a cloud there. You can kind of see where they've airbrushed it. And then a few more clouds off the nose, it looks like. Oh my god. That's just stunning. Where the AI would have airbrushed it. Correct, actually. The AI would have handled that, not a human. It really is impressive tech. It's also kind of terrifying tech, but really impressive. It's like, I don't know how many of you guys watching now are in my Discord, but there's been some Wombo AIs getting posted lately. And never before in my life have I been simultaneously absolutely horrified for the future and also laughing my ass off. Like, it's scary what that technology can do, but god, it's funny. Well, it seems that Churchill was a few years off, but we are indeed travelling into broad sunlit uplands right here. God, it looks so good, and it looks so different from DCS. Kutaisi Air Base, I don't know where it would be, actually. It should have been behind me. Well, it would be behind me, but I don't know where. I didn't see it. It is still there. It's a civvy airport now, but I think it still has some of its hazards in real life. And some very obvious bomb craters. Oh, don't freeze. That was because I took a screenshot. Steam does that sometimes. Honestly though, like, the performance of the flight sim on my PC is really, really good. Really, really, really good, despite the hiccups. Some kind of big industrial concern down there. Amount of trees alone would cause DCS to kick the bucket, yeah. And the fact that we have... There was a cloud right there off the left wing. The fact we have actual satellite imagery as well. DCS just uses generic tiling textures. You can get texture packs that make DCS look more natural, but the problem is that almost all of them break pure textures and or integrity, so I can't use them if I want to play multiplayer. But even then, they're still just changing, like, generic pre-built textures. They're, you know, they're trying to make them blend in better, but they don't actually use the real satellite imagery like this does. So we are now passing over the sort of dividing range that separates Kutaisi from Tbilisi, the site of many spicy dogfights in the Two Towns mission on Cold War. Look at that little river valley down there. Like, I can't deal with this. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's Two Towns time, except without smoke. So I'm just gonna... Just imagine DCS in, like, 20 years with scenery that's beginning to look this good. It's already got the clouds as of the end of this month, fingers crossed. But just imagine DCS with this scenery and these clouds, and when the F5 closes to within visual range, he doesn't just phase out of existence, but you see flashes of silver off his wings, or a glint off his canopy, and you can actually keep track of him. Maybe one day. There's a Stalin museum in Gori. Yeah, I knew there was one somewhere in the Caucasus. I think, fuck, where was it he was from? Was it Sukhumi or was it Batumi? It was one of those towns. Fucking Beria was from Batumi, I think. I knew there was a museum in one of the larger cities. I didn't realize there was one in Gori as well. Oh, he was born in Gori. There we go. His Dasha was in Batumi. Ah, there we go. Close enough. A bit more generic scenery off that left wing. You can see it all through there. There must have been cloud cover. Interesting. I wonder if that's a lake in real life or something. Oh no, you know what that is? That's probably a little wispy bit of cloud that didn't quite get airbrushed out. Or snow or something. Half melted snow maybe. These valleys though. Wonder what would happen if the MSFS AI would run over World War II air reconnaissance photos. It'd be cool to have authentic World War II maps. Yeah, really. Actually, I found a whole bunch of the old German reconnaissance photos of Stalingrad, and I stitched them together into a single image. It's like a fucking 40 megabyte image. And then I used it to spot the Red Orchestra maps that I knew from RO1 and RO2. And it was pretty cool. You could figure out which maps were where and how close they were to each other and different sight lines from stuff. It was actually kind of sad. Like, the Eastern Front of World War II was my thing for such a long time that I could recognize. There's a fairly well-known photo. It's a bunch of it's like a German infantry squad standing in front of a half-destroyed factory building, and one of them, I think it's the corporal, has a G41, like a Walther G41, and I looked at that photo and I went, that would be October 1942 at the Jazinski tractor factory on the eastern, like the Volga side of the factory, and I was right. I had, like, literally, I pinpointed the building it was in front of, just from memory, and it was like, oh. Ooh, I need to go outside more. It's pretty cool, though. They were. RO2, kind of. So RO2 was accurate in the placement of buildings, but it wasn't accurate in the state of the map. Like, they weren't destroyed or dug up enough. Partly for gameplay and partly just to match the photos. Whereas RO1, some of the maps took a bit more liberty, but it gave better gameplay, because, you know, infantry needs shit to hide behind. So, some of the RO1 maps were dead accurate. The Tractor Factory map, which is a custom map, that was dead accurate. That's how I found that photo. That's how I, like, knew where it was. The Kriegstadt map that Evil Hobo made, that was dead accurate. That was for Berlin. There were a whole bunch of them that were, like, spot on. The RO1 custom map version of Pavlov's house was probably more accurate for the exterior of the map, but the interior of the actual apartment building was dead on in RO2. So RO2 got the floor plan of the buildings right, but it didn't do a good job on the rest of the map, I feel. I actually have, somewhere on my PC, and I also uploaded it to my Imager account, so I have it kind of to hand if I need it. I found somebody had scanned the hand-drawn map, which Pavlov gave to the guys that relieved him and his squad on 25th of November 1942, the night before, I think, they attacked the milk building. It's quite neat. It's a very detailed map for being hand-drawn. It shows which buildings are intact, which buildings are just reduced to foundations. It shows the trenches, it shows the mines, it shows everything. Also the observer positions for both the Soviets and the Germans. So that was kind of what I used as my metric for how accurate the RO2 version of Pavlov's house was. It is. It really, really is. But I guess someone somewhere realized they'd be important to put in an after-action report, and that in turn found its way into an archive somewhere. Because in the same vein, the hand-drawn diagram of what happened to Hood still survives as well, showing the explosion of the aft magazine. Oh god, look at that! Fucking look at that. How's our fuel? Still not registering on the bottom tank, so we got plenty. We'll make it to Tbilisi easy, and we'll just top it off there. Sure wish we could have this in another flight sim we played. I know, right? One day. Fucking one day. Oh my god, look at that. Sorry about the occasional freezes, that's because I'm just constantly slapping the screenshot button. That's my fault, it's not the game. How's it going? It's going good, Trip. It's going good. We got nuked in our ArmA mission. We flew over Putin's palace and didn't get shot down in this. So, it's been interesting today. So, we are now in Two Townsville. Gori and... fuck, what's the other one? I can never remember the name. It's not Hashuri, it's the other one. Anyway, they're both off the nose. Red Farp... no, it's not Kashuri, isn't it? Kashuri is where the Red Farp is, I think, which is down there. And then Gori is there, and then the other ones. Maybe I got it all ass backwards, I don't know. Damn, I wish I could read. I just can't get over how good this looks. God damn. Caspian's where the blue artillery is? Yeah, no, not that far down. That is a hell of a storm over the Caucasus. I am so glad we flew across them before that rolled in. I'm very glad we crossed them before that rolled in. We'd be dead if we were still there. So current in-game time is 12:34-ish. Right around the middle of the day. Man, I can't. It's so good. And yet, just a few dozen kilometers back there, I was like, look at how bad this scenery is. And now it's like, look at how amazing this scenery is. Like I said, this would be a flight of extremes, my dudes. The best and the worst that Flight Sim 2020 has to offer. Looks like War Thunder? No, War Thunder doesn't even look close to this. Like, from this altitude it's not as noticeable, but once you get down low, War Thunder's buildings are a bit blockier. The resolution isn't quite as good. And the lighting in this is better. War Thunder's come a long way though. Like, War Thunder's legitimately a good looking game now, but I would say this is still... This is what I was talking about. It uses the road maps to populate roads, and yet there's no road built there when the satellite imagery was taken. So it thinks there's meant to be a road there from the Bing road maps, but the Bing satellite maps say, no, this is farms down here. This is all farmers' fields. And so you end up with cars off-roading. Again, it's a small little thing, but it's funny when you see it. Sport the Spitfire too? Hey, nice. I am definitely enjoying it. It's my go-to sightseeing plane in this sim. And Flying Iron so far have done a good enough job communicating the things that they are unable to do yet because of the SDK, and also fixing the things they can do, that I'm very optimistic about their upcoming DCS module, the A7. The river looks fantastic, yeah. Water courses in this sim, as long as the water agrees between the satellite image and you know, the actual in-game water material, they're just, oh my god, they're amazing. But see, this is what I meant about the farms. They're long, narrow strips, kind of in tessellating patterns, all through the former Soviet Union. That's what you'll see. Yep, that should be Gori off the nose. So the two towns, one of them's that one, I think, and the other one is that one. And then the red FARP is down there. The blue FARP is like kind of off to one side of Gori. It's like past this, just in there, tucked into that valley is where the blue FARP is. Player flights off? Yeah. At least I think so. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't actually think to check whether they were on or off, but I haven't seen any other players, put it that way. Just possible no one wants to fly in this part of the world, who knows. Yep, windmills. And assuming they're actually animated to track the wind, which I should hope they are, but I don't know if they actually are, that would give us wind direction and speed. The windsocks are animated to show wind, but I don't know about things like windmills. Let's just get a nice beauty shot of them on that ridge. Let's get a beauty shot of Gordy off the wing. Should have low blow in here. He's been to a whole bunch of these areas in real life. Tell us how accurate this is. I mean, I'd expect it to be accurate satellite imagery, but like the auto-gen and stuff. Yeah, it really is stunning. There's local experts, and then there's Local experts. Knowing us, if any of us went there, we'd pick up the other kind of escort. The fucking police kind. So where is it that the castle's meant to be? Is it in town or is it on the hill? I mean, I would have put it on the hill, but you never know. It's in the center of town. I think we've passed it then. I think that was it I was just looking at. So it's turned into an apartment building. Which is maybe a step up from a fucking sports field. Like, at least they got the purpose of it right to house people in it. Dude, I just can't with this sim. I am 100% white girl with this sim. Yeah, seriously, Trip. Although, apparently the clouds really don't impact performance in DCS, so that should be nice. Don't know how much difference they'll make to file size, though, like file footprint. Left wing. We'll circle back over. Yep, I see it. Oh my lord. I don't think it's turned into a shopping center or something, but it's close enough that from the air you might not notice. So points for that. It's close enough you might get away with it. As opposed to DCS. Misformed stadium? Maybe. It had like a mall roof though. Oh, the castle hill was behind. Ah. Why is your map so clear? Mine's fully pixelated in the ultra graphics. Have you got the online features turned on? Because it streams the satellite imagery from online. If you don't have a good enough internet connection, it won't be able to load this and you'll be stuck with the default scenery, which looks like crap, to be dead honest. So if you don't have a really good net connection, you're not going to get the full potential out of this sim. Hill just looks like a hill. There's no... Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, right there. No, I getcha. Yeah, there's no auto-gen. Still, though, I mean, it's better than a stadium. Yeah, that is a malformed stadium. My bad. We're starting to drain off the bottom tank, so good thing we'll be in Tbilisi soon, because we're going to need to refill. Yeah, the outline's there. So, it's a start. I love the design of this city. Look at it. The way the two roads fork into the main avenue. It's... Oh, man. I gotta get workers and resources up and running. I gotta stream that. I need to get my city skylines working again as well. I need to scratch that urban planning itch. A little bit of dust on the screen. The eternal struggle. Main Street, Stalin Avenue. Well, I mean... I guess if your town's famous for the birth of one person, then you kind of... You stick with it. There's actually a whole bunch of outlying suburbs of Mari in Turkmenistan that are still like named after Stalin and Lenin, and there's one called there's literally a suburb, not of Mari, it's of one of the other Turkmen cities up north near the border, named Communism. Like, real creative place names there, real creative. Oh yeah, yeah. FSX is quite long in the tooth these days. That released what, the like mid 2000s? No, late 2000s, early 2010s. So yeah, you're on a much older sim. This is the brand new one that just released last year. You can get scenery packs for FSX that make it look much better, but they cost. Some of them cost quite a lot. But at this point, if you want good looking scenery, this is the way to go, pretty much. Isn't there a mountain in Tajikistan that's literally named Peak of the 19th Party Congress? Probably. I would not be surprised. There's well, there's a fucking suburb. Warp would remember it because he's the one that pointed it out to me. There's a suburb somewhere around Krimsk, I think it is, called Economic. Well, I mean, I guess there's no mysteries about what happens in that part of town, but still. You know, you could have just tried a little harder. You could have not phoned it in so obviously. Screenshot Simulator 2020 right here. I'm sorry, I'm even more unable to speak than usual because this scenery is just something else. The red light district. Yep. Yep, that's the one. Let's have a look at Krimsk. We flew past it on the way down. So we went from Batumi up the coast to Gelendzhik, passed over Putin's place, cut back across from Gelendzhik across the North Caucasus to Sanaki, refueled, and now we're going from Sanaki kind of up and down the valley towards Tbilisi. You'll be able to catch it in the VOD, don't worry. Oh man, it's so good. It's so beautiful. It really is a good thing this came out during a pandemic when people like couldn't go outside. Like the best way to stop everyone from going stir crazy. I think just a few months ago you'd gone down a flanker just a few miles from here in this very aircraft. Actually no, the one I was in was a different livery. But yeah. Like a quarry or something down there, maybe? This ridgeline in DCS is literally just a hill. It's not a ridgeline in DCS. Like, look how much more rugged this looks in DCS. In DCS, it looks like the kind of hill you'd roll down. You know, when you're a kid, you'd fucking wrap yourself up in plastic or something and roll down it. And in this, it's like, you don't want to roll down that, you'll break something. How did you even catch it? It was on Just Dogfight. I didn't have to catch it. He was stupid enough to come to me. I've shot down several F-18s with the Spitfire, one of which was Tawny. Actually, I think I shot down Tawny 2 or 3 times with it. I've shot down Jeff with it, as in Jeff the person, not Jeff the jet. I think I have shot down a Jeff with it, though. That, I don't know what that's meant to be. It looks... I want to say, like, pig farms or something, except most of them are rubble, but I don't know. But yeah, no, there is a clip of it. There are multiple clips on this channel of the Spitfire shooting down things Spitfires shouldn't shoot down. Hornets, I think there might be one F-16, flankers, what else have I bagged in this thing? I think a Tomcat. Yeah, I think I got a Tomcat with this as well. I do have the I-16, yes. I don't fly it that often. I need to fly it more. The guy who made the I-16 for DCS is now working on a Lavochkin La-7, which I cannot wait for. I also want him to start doing stuff for this, because he made an AN2 for, I think it was X-Plane, or FSX, or both, and it looked really, really good. Yep, La-7 for DCS. Imagine the blue tears when that thing fucking releases. Yeah, AN2 in DCS would be quite nice. I wanted 12 though. That's like, to me, that's a quintessential Cold War turboprop Red 4 transport. And a de Havilland Caribou for blue. Dr. Sasso, thanks for the follow. Hope you've been enjoying the show. Look at this. This looks so much better than DCS. This whole area in DCS is just boring as fuck. Where are we flying? We are on our way to Tbilisi to top off the fuel tanks. Then we're going to fly over to Baku. Then we're going to fly over to the artist formerly known as Krasnovodsk, now known as Turkmenbashi. We might, after that, depending how I'm going for time and appetite, because I'm getting hungry again, we might head up to Aktau and possibly even into Russia again. Oh, don't worry, Trip. DCS has certain aces up its sleeve. We'll leave it at that. But DCS does have certain aces up its sleeve, or it will do. How much can I buy a house for in this area? Probably not that much. Honestly, probably not that much. I spy Tbilisi. Has such high potential. Feel like it's gotten a lot better in the last 2 years. Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that DCS is never going to have a true competitor. I think that ED are doing their best, but I also think that a lot of the upper management decisions that are made at ED make little to no sense. I think the devs themselves, though, really do care about the game. Really, really do care about the game. It'll take a while. It'll be a messy process, but it will eventually get there. It will get where it's going. Excuse the performance issues. That is not the game being badly optimized. That is me hammering the screenshot key over and over again. And every time I do, it freezes the game. If I become a part-time surgeon, I might get a discount Gilson can come to. Don't encourage him, Jesus Christ. So remember what I was saying about the TV tower being turned into a monolith? That's it over there. That should be the TV tower. It's been turned into like a skyscraper. Which wouldn't look out of place in Manhattan, but it does look out of place in Tbilisi. Again, like the detail of the terrain. In DCS, this is just nondescript green hills. At least it's there? Yeah, it's true. That is true. So since we're going to be landing here to refuel, we can kind of take our time flying around the valley. We're not really under any sort of time pressure. So this is where a very spicy fight happened here on the last stream. It's on the TAC view. I didn't see it personally because I think I was busy returning to base at the time, but Zachrix and the L-39 AK got into a massive merge. AK got shot down right away, and Zachrix was left fighting alone 2 Vigans and 2 F5s. He baited a Chaparral, which he was directly over. He baited a Chaparral into 1 Vigan, killing it. He then shot down 1 F5 with a hip shot R60, shot down the other F5 by waiting for it to stall itself in the vertical and then gunning it as it tail slid back down. The last remaining Vigan fucking shat himself so hard he ran at Mach 1.3 all the way back to Vaziani, dropping flares until his wheels were on the ground, and he still got strafed. It was magical. Oh no, Kang. Chaparrals hit stuff all the time. It's just they usually hit blue aircraft. I've got... Fuck, what is it, like 3 or 4 kills with Chaparrals? Because I baited them into an enemy aircraft. One over his own airfield, one next to his own airfield, and I think the rest were kind of over objectives. Yeah, AK redeemed himself later by killing an F-14 with an R3S in the L-39. Like, that whole session was just wall-to-wall memery. I think, more so than the fact he actually killed it, I think my favourite thing about it was watching the F-14 panic jettison all his AIM-7s and still get shot down. Oh, don't freeze. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Nucleus. Damascus is the closest thing DCS has to this. Even Dubai, really. Dubai is a couple of recognizable buildings and then just a bunch of copy-pasted shit. Hey, Worky GLA, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody to the 2021 Caucasus tour. We're just kind of tooling around in the Spitfire, checking the area out, comparing and contrasting to DCS Caucasus. We're a couple hours into the flight so far. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. So yeah, this is Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia. No, not the Georgia in America, the other one. And off that direction, probably about 50 kilometers, maybe a bit less, is Azerbaijan, where we will be going next. I mean, yes, paradox, but also no. Like in DCS, it's even more copy-paste than real Dubai. That is Soganlug down there. That is Tbilisi-Lachini International Airport, and that strip down there in the distance is Vasyani Air Base, which is no longer used as an air base. But we might actually land at Vasyani. It's just absolutely beautiful down there. Oop. Stuck my head through the perspex there. There are a few, well, not really fighter jets. There's a Fiat G91, which is kind of like a light attack aircraft. There are fighters, but they're not very well done, to be dead honest with you. A lot of them are just kind of money grabs. But apparently the G91's quite well done. Otherwise, it's mostly light trainers for jets. Yeah. Yeah, so I've heard. Actually, I watched a bit of a stream. I think it was Shifty that was flying it from memory. With the F-15, and it looked horrific. Yeah, the MB-339 is decent because, you know, those guys actually know what they're doing. Spaghetti Saber. Okay. Kick the revs up a bit, come off the boost, and we'll get set for landing. You can actually see here as well, the second runway at Tbilisi Airport is X'd out, it's out of service, whereas in DCS it's not. In DCS it's not marked as an active runway, but it's also not X'd out, whereas here it is. Curiously though, it doesn't have the new terminal buildings, the autogen just used generic buildings, which is a shame because Tbilisi Airport has some really nice architecture going on. which is actually present in DCS. So again, that's Soganug down there. Landed there a few times in DCS. And then Vaziani is right over there where I'm looking now. Way of summing up the G91, it got the F5's engines later and that was a major upgrade. Yeah. Feels underpowered, man. That's where the JDF magic happens, yep. This is the same airspace where in this, well, in this type of aircraft, we claimed many a overconfident Gen 4 player. I think I bagged a Mirage with it too, actually, from memory. Or I know I at least damaged a Mirage with it. Carlos airspace. Yeah, we better hurry up and land before Carlos comes to investigate. The last thing you need. Now, I don't know if the sim considers Vaziani an active airport, because like I said, it's not used as one anymore, so I don't know if the runway's maintained in the sim. Probably not. But we're going to land on it anyway. Even if there's no fuel bowser down there, we can just use the weight and balance menu to give ourselves some more. God, it's so beautiful. Oh, that runway does look rather bumpy. You know what? I don't think we'll do Vaziani. Just because I don't want it to consider the aircraft, you know, as crashed or something if it noses over. We'll do a flyby. Yeah, it's just scenery. It doesn't consider it to be an airport. And it's quite bumpy as well, so we would have had some unpleasant bounces, I think. It's turned some of the hazards into houses, apparently. Fairly typical layout for a Soviet fighter base. There was a, was it the 980 something fighter aviation regiment, I think. Flew MiG-21s and then later MiG-23s, including during an Afghan deployment. They operated from Vaziani. So you can see it's a whole bunch of hardened aircraft shelters, even all the way out here. Those are all hazards as well. Asparagus off single taxiways. And then one main taxiway that runs the length of the runway. Very, very stereotypical Soviet fighter base layout. Su-25 factory, probably right there, I would say. Make a house. I was seriously thinking about that the other day. Like, if I could, I would. Yeah, I'd say that's the factory there, because you can see it's got like a fairly substantial road straight to Vaziani Air Base. And these obviously were factory buildings until the Autogen decided to turn them into houses. I don't know which direction the wind's coming from, so we probably should do a flyby to check. Wow, we'll be fine. We should be fine. Interestingly, it still has the approach lights for the out of service runway. See that? Which is a bit odd, but you know, whatever. Yeah, we'll just set it down. I think we should be okay for wind, honestly. I'm not too concerned. For me, this is a GS airfield, not much else nowadays. I know, right? It really do get like that. See, there's a bit of a sudden cliff over there. It's a bit hard to see now, but right there. So the auto-gen did freak out a little over there, but overall the entire Tbilisi Valley is quite well done. Again, this was all automatically done by AI, so it's honestly impressive. Not perfect, but fucking impressive. Try not to collect the approach lights on the way down. I have a very bad habit of landing flat. Oh yeah, the wind's not bad. There's a slight crosswind, but not really gusting at all. I know, right? Tomcats and Jeffs taking off in opposite directions on both runways simultaneously, never to return. Don't forget the massive crater right in the middle of the main runway where somebody tried to pull a Cobra to show off to their friends and fucked it up. That's my personal favorite, is when they do that. They just sad turtle themselves. Oh hey, there's a jet taxi. Wonder if that's a real world flight. We are over here. Finding the fuel bowser here could be interesting. Presumably it will have one, I just don't know where. God. Oh no. Ah, there's the fuel bowser right there. How convenient. There's probably more than one, actually, an airport this size, but we'll go to that one. Yeah, they haven't done the airport buildings here justice, but, you know, it is auto-gen, so it is what it is. It was never going to be perfect. Maybe they'll release an add-on scenery for this airport sometime. They would want to. This whole area is so beautiful. I think they should probably do a little retouching of the area just to get in the details that that they missed because of the clouds. And then get this airport and maybe a couple of the others upgraded, because people, like, if you fix this scenery up a little, this could be one of the most beautiful areas in the game without having to, you know, lean on photogrammetry. Especially for us DCS weirdos. Thought they were going to release 7 planes in 2015. Who would have thought it'd be -1 instead? Yeah, it always makes me laugh whenever the DCS community starts calling a developer the next VEAO, because it's like, no, do you actually remember how bad they were? Like, I don't think so, or you wouldn't be saying that. Oh! Ooh, nearly. Nearly. Gotta be gentle with the brakes on this thing. Right, there we go. Take a moment to stretch. Just get my feet off the pedals for a bit. This seat looks quite comfy. I mean, for a World War II fighter. Oh wow, this is all wood too. That'd probably be some pretty impressive laminate job. The shape of this. Neat. Tilt sign all over it. Yeah. Totally dodged a bullet on VEAO because I was literally considering the Hawk just for the love of the Hawk, but the very week they quit, oh yeah, no, like, I couldn't play DCS at the time, my PC definitely couldn't run it and I didn't have a working HOTAS, so I was kind of watching from the sidelines. I knew my first module was going to be the MiG-21, probably followed by the Viggen, and then I was like, I'll get the Hawk too, because my red arrows, and then, yeah, I'm really glad I didn't. I'm really, really glad I didn't. Have a friend who has the Hawk but has absolutely no memory. You get absolutely blackout drunk on absinthe and you wake up the next morning with the Hawk on your DCS account. Truly a terrifying thought. If there's ever anything to turn me off drinking, that would be it. Buckfast. Yeah, my bad. I'm thinking too classy. This really is a nice cockpit though. Like, I'd say this is pretty close to an equal of the DCS Spit in terms of the cockpit detail. Some aspects I'd say are better. Overall, the lighting's better. You can actually see stuff better. The DCS cockpit's kind of dark. It's dark where it shouldn't be on the instrument panel, and then it's not dark where it should be here in the footwell. The detail's about the same. This has lower res textures in a few places, which I really think they should have gone higher res. I think part of that's because I don't have my settings 100% maxed out, but still. But it's not bad. It's really, really not bad. DCS Spit 9 canopy bars geometry feels off, like too wide. It's probably just the field of view and the head position, because I move all my head positions back and up generally in DCS, and how I've got my spit set is about the same as this. Same height, same kind of field of view, maybe slightly less than this for field of view, but similar. Can't trick me into thinking you don't remember the titles of all Wildstorm songs. Oh man. Aircraft's made me even more stoked for flying Iron A7 for DCS. Yeah, same here. I'm really excited to see what they can bring to the sim. Their P-38 they did for X-Plane looks really, really slick too. I'd love to see that in both this and DCS, because God knows we could use a P-38 in DCS. Imagine the fucking Varibu tears. Oh, it'd be glorious. Max. I think my textures are maxed though. I don't know. Because I was watching Phil's video of this, and the textures look sharper on his end, but maybe he's got reshade or something going. I don't know. Could be a resolution thing. I think he runs at a really high res and downscales. That's probably it, actually. Got rid of the 90s hair, and you look actually suits you better. I just missed the 90s. I only get my hair cut when I can finally be bothered to do it. It was getting a bit annoying before. But the problem is, every time I get my hair cut, it goes from looking like Cousin It to looking like a fucking toilet brush. Because as soon as my hair's cut, it just stands straight up, and I cannot get it to sit flat no matter what I do. It's still doing it, it's at least got some length in it now. Hey, Jazz. I spy a Jabberoo. That right there, that's a J160, I think. I was gonna say it's a plane I learnt flying, but it's not. I learnt flying a J170D, not a 160. Some plane choices are quite... I mean, I guess you could get better documentation on the Spanish-built German stuff than you could on the actual German stuff. Maybe that's why. Seafire 17 is fucking bizarre, though. Not that I've got anything against it, it's just fucking bizarre. Oh, it really is like I'm playing on GS. Carrier BF... Could you imagine? Varibu Dream there? Yeah, until they try and take off all land with it. What would be the real fucking big brain move is to announce a BF-109 team module, or like the carrier-based Focke-Wulf or something, and then when you release the actual carrier to go with it, they can't land on it because it's just full of lumber. I did indeed, Driftwood. I did indeed. That is how I am playing this game, in fact. Because Beepski Mark 1, first of all, didn't have Windows 10, so I wouldn't even be able to launch it. And second of all, wouldn't be able to run it. For April Fools? No, it doesn't even need to be April Fools, dude. Anyone who actually unironically wants the fucking Graf Zeppelin with the carrier-based 109 is enough of a fool that it can be year-round. Am I the only one who thinks that with the time some people spend on that, but I need easy in-flight refueling modes where they could all... Yeah, no, they could have. Fuck, dude, even I can in-flight refuel the Hornet. If I can in-flight refuel an American aircraft then, like, no one else has an excuse. It's like the most irrelevant skill to someone who flies Cold War Red 4 stuff. Nothing I fly can air-to-air refuel. Like, there is literally no reason for me to even bother learning it, but I can do it. Not in the Tomcat, maybe. Well, actually, I haven't tried in the F-14. Maybe I should. But I can refuel the Hornet. Don't psych yourself out about it, Trip. It's easy. Just don't get frustrated. Don't get in your own head about it. Just let it come to you. F-14's probably the hardest one? Yeah. Meanwhile, Aussie's out here refueling upside down, flexing on all us scrubs. P-38 Pacific Islands map, Operation Vengeance hours 24/7? Yeah, really. I do love the P-38 though. I hate the cockpit. I fucking despise the P-38's cockpit, but I love that plane. Yeah, true. But dude, the only reason I did refuel in the Hornet is because I got basically peer pressured into it by Tawny and the gang. I did it on Tawny's stream. I don't even have a clip of me doing it anymore. Because I wasn't streaming at the time, but I have done it. So at least I can say that. Dude, everything's a mess. The cockpit layout literally reversed between, I think it was the P-38E and the P-38J. Somewhere in like the mid-series, the cockpit layout literally flipped end for end. And it has a fucking yoke. What? Lapse of concentration. Yes, I have, and I wish I hadn't. American cockpits in World War II are just fucking cancerous. They're so bad. Brits were the best, Soviets were second best. Germans, depending what time, the 109 is a train wreck, but the 190 was quite nice. No. No, you don't. See, now we're getting the pilot-induced oscillation because of the tail wheel steering. Also because I put the power on too fast. Figures, after all those beautiful takeoffs and landings, I would eventually screw one up. At least we didn't break anything yet. Multi-crew P-82? Oh, Jesus Christ. But why? I'd actually like a P-61. Really like a P-61. Night Fighter Gang. See, that's my thing for Cold War is air defense, and my thing for World War II is night fighters. Yeah, what? It doesn't? I knew they could lock it forwards. Kind kind of hope the next map Ugra makes is either Korea or Vietnam. That would be very, very nice for either of those. But also, Ugra, man, I sure hope they optimize it better. Imagine all the trees on a fucking Vietnam map with the performance that Syria has. Also, you can see there's a seam there because these two bits of satellite imagery were taken in different seasons. See that? They kind of, or the AIs kind of stitched it together and tried to blend it, which is kind of cool. Anyway, off to Azerbaijan we go. Fuck, what was it? There was some discussion that we had. I can't remember if it was even on stream or in Discord. It might have been on stream the other day about fucking Zeppelins and lighter than air flight. And what a terrible fucking idea it would be to do it these days. You know, on account of helium is too expensive and hydrogen is too explosive. You know what we could do sometime for this game on stream is we could spot the S-25 batteries around Moscow. Not today though, but we could do it. And I want to find the A-135 and see what it turned that into. Or not the A-130, the radar for it, the Don 2N. Let's see what it turned it into, probably a big warehouse or something. Kind of frame rate are you getting? Pretty good. Every now and then I get a bit of a slowdown. It seems to just be random or when the game's loading scenery or something, but frame rates overall are quite good. I don't know what it is in a number value, but I'd say it's probably more than 60. Hydrogen wasn't even the problem. The envelope was sealed with a material that is chemically very similar to what is now used for solid rocket fuel. Ah yes, of course. Let's surround a highly flammable explosive gas with solid rocket fuel. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess now we know why they decided it would make good solid rocket fuel. They saw what it did on fucking airships and went, oh yeah, well, we know what kind of properties this material has. Ideal ones, if you want to send something to space. I mean, it kind of is, but also they kind of didn't make a whole lot of sense. They're big, easy targets. You can see them coming. They're slow. They're really cool, though. And they'd be really cool for, like, passenger flights. Now, I would love to figure out where exactly Gabala is, so I can overfly the radar site there. Although I know the radar won't actually be modeled properly, it'll probably just be an apartment building or something. I think it's on the northern end. I think it's like somewhere in the slopes over there, but I don't know for sure. I don't want to get lost. So we'll just keep flying down the valley. You know what you can't do with a cruise ship, though? Go over land? I don't know. The guy that managed to beach the Costa Concordia managed it with a cruise ship before he beached the Costa Concordia. Went through about 2 blocks worth of land, as I recall it. It's all about attitude. I think in the modern, the journey is the destination kind of vacation airship makes a lot more. Yeah, it does. It does. Honestly. And you've got a better view. Like, honestly, I've never really understood cruise ships. Like, I kind of understand it, but also kind of not. I understand them even less now. Why would you want to get on that fucking plague ship, right? But an airship would be quite cool. You have a much better view, that's for sure. Speaking of better views, holy fuck. Oh my lord, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I did not intend on doing this today. Oops. Oh well, we're seeing it through to the bitter end, guys. We're going to Baku, then we're going to cross the Caspian, and I think we might wrap up the stream in Turkmenbashi. Maybe next time we can pick up the flight up to Aktau, and then from Aktau we'll go into, like... I kind of want to do one across Kazakhstan, actually. I kind of do. We'll go to Baikonur. Maybe do part of it at night so we can see if Semipalatinsk glows in the dark. So, welcome to Azerbaijan. We should actually, considering we just took off from Tbilisi, we should actually have enough fuel to cross the entire country. We will stop off at Baku for some more SIP, and then we will continue across the Caspian. The Caspian's gonna be the most boring leg, there's fucking nothing to look at, but whatever. Can we see the Astrakhan Delta? You know what? Fuck it, why not? We'll marathon it. I'm not going to be able to move tomorrow, but let's do it. We'll go Baku, Turkmenbashi, Aktau, Astrakhan. Fucking, you know what? We could probably then extend out to Akhtubinsk. Because I think that was one of the major VVS testing centers from memory, Akhtubinsk. I'm trying to remember as well where, fucking PVO one, what was it? Big PVO range started with A. Ashuluk. I can't remember where exactly Ashuluk is, but I think, from memory, it's somewhere along the southern Volga. So we could fly over that and get shot down. We could even... I need to stop. I'm going to be here like 24 hours flying the Spitfire if I keep this up. We could actually go around the northern coast and then back down the other side and like land in Derbent or something. Or go to fucking Grozny. Frogman Delta, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the show and my terrible life decisions. Vacations that are open your mind to new places and aesthetics. Cruise ship style, just chill bro vacations are degenerate and will be banned fully when my intellectual this, but unironically. Cool Magic Guy, thanks for the follow. No, okay, so cruise ships are places where families with feral kids and retirees are put so they don't annoy everyone else on holiday. Changed my mind. The worst type of English people for some reason. Yeah, all the ones that aren't in Spain, you mean? All the ones not busy colonizing the entire coast of Spain. See, my mate Donnie spent quite a while on Ibiza, but my mate Donnie is also the one that travelled through southern Afghanistan on a bus. Like, that man is a fucking Chad, he doesn't give a shit. And he actually, like, visits places off the beaten track, so he ended up staying with random families while he was travelling through Pakistan, I think. He ended up making a big impression in Iran, they loved him there. Like, he visited Ibiza because he's into the music scene there, but he also worked on Hamilton Island for a bit, which probably also, well, for a long time, which also probably helped. But he's not your typical holiday kind of guy. He's also got an excellent way with words. I used to really look forwards to every time he posts an update on his trip because it was fantastic. It was like traveling to that part of the world with him, just in text form. We're visiting exotic places so you can claim you saw them, or you just get drunk on the disco deck instead. Yeah, exactly. Bali is like the main destination for that if you're Australian. Followed probably by Phuket. Yeah, well, he still lives in Mexico. He's shacked up with a local girl. And they seem to be having quite a happy life over there. Because Donnie, like, his secret dream was to always, like, be a tequila producer, and I think he's actually, like, close to... He may even be doing it already. He initially went over there to teach English, but then he started actually getting into the business of it, so... That dude's living his best life, dude. Absolutely living his best life. Gotta wait for a MiG-21 to come out for this war. MiG-21 F or PF. So I can scramble from Cap. Not even Australian. Why do I know that song? It's kind of it transcends nationality. If anything, I think it's more directed at a US audience than an Australian one. Make 17F for all Sims by law. Yeah, I'm down with this. Okay, so this is the big lake that Polar was trying to get me to nav to when I flew this on Discord. So there's a Azeri Air Force base somewhere around here. We're past Gunja, I think. I could be wrong. But we don't need fuel, like I said, so we'll just keep flying. No. Nico, talking about K-Sun by Cold Chisel. Down Under is like... Land Down Under is like the most over fucking blown... I mean, it's not a bad song, and Men at Work are not a bad band, but if you're gonna go for like the truly authentic Australian meme song, it's not that song. Like, that's the song that Americans think represents Australia. The song that actually represents Australia is Sounds of Then by Ganga Jang. Yeah, that's probably Gunja off the wing there, actually. Because that would be Gunja Airport. There it is. Now, if only I knew where Gabala was from here. Because that over-the-horizon radar site should be on one of those mountainsides overlooking it. Reminds me of the bar in Poland with the MiG-21 on the seat. Fuck, I know where I'm going next time I'm in Poland. Wrecked 215 somewhere by the side of the road. Yeah, there is. There is. Also that fucking ridiculous hotel in the middle of nowhere. Probably out there somewhere. In the sort of more desertified area. It was a pedestal monument, but it got attacked by scrap scavengers. Oh, there's a map seam right there. It's only a fairly small one though. You can see the difference in resolution. So you got fairly high res satellite imagery, and then we got fucking low res potato shit over here. And then there was a cloud there, you can tell. And there was a cloud there as well. It's not bad though. Not too bad. Whoop. See the moon above the clouds there? God, this game looks so fucking good, dude. Yeah, the was it Kiev, I think, that the Chinese turned into a... It was initially a theme park, now it's like a fucking casino or a hotel or something, and a theme park. Like, of all the undignified ends that ship could have come to, being turned into a cynical Chinese money-making venture. This is just grim. I think she would have been proud of being sunk as a target, honestly. Minsk, that's right, it's Minsk. Fucking haunted by Kuznetsov's angry ghost. Wanted to build a world-class blue water navy, and instead he ends up at a fucking theme park. And now the USS Dengism. Oof. Company that started that went bankrupt despite the Minsk actually earning money. That is impressive. And probably indicative of something very sketchy going on behind the scenes. That or just, you know, normal commercial mismanagement, who knows. They're often one and the same thing. Look at the clouds over the Caucasus. Look at that. As far back as you can see, just beautiful cloud bank right to the end of the mountains. God, that's glorious. Oh, and I'm descending because Spitfire is a pain to trim. But look at that though. Look. All the way back from Georgia right along the mountains, right to the end. Next door to a pretty good air museum, has a MiG-23 and the Spruce Goose and stuff. Ooh, nice. Add that to my list. You know, I'm really starting to see the value. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm starting to see the value of the spade grip that the RAF used. My hand is killing me. I wish I had a spade grip, so I could just hold it like this and just steer like that. Having to hold the Warthog, especially because it's sitting on my desk, so it's kind of high up above me. Like, just having to hold the Warthog is killing my hand and it's killing my arm. And I'm not even like death gripping it. I just got my hand resting like that on the top of the stick. Yeah, that's the purpose of spade grip, so you can grab it anywhere along where it's most comfortable to you and still have access to all the buttons and everything. Spitfires in the Caucasus. This is a slight reference to Armenia's outdated equipment. No, it's just... It's the best sightseeing aircraft I have in this sim. It's faster than the little light sport aircraft, but it's also got a better... You know, the view's better than the, like the TBM or any of the jets. And it's easier to fly than the TBM or any of the jets. I know how to start it. People sell... I know, I've seen them. They look really good. I just can't justify spending more money on sim stuff at the moment. If I was going to spend money on anything, it'd be a new throttle. Monks offered me a Verpal one, but I'm kind of attached to my afterburner detents. I just need the sensor in this fixed. If I can fix the sensor in this at some point, then I'll probably actually upgrade it with a better slew sensor and stuff, but having an actual functional left throttle is the main objective at the moment, without losing my detents, because I do use them a lot. I even use the detents when I'm flying helicopters because I have them set so that even just off the default curve, which isn't really a curve, it's a straight line, for collective on the Mi-8, the afterburner detent is right about the most power I can pull from it without over-torquing. In standard conditions, anyway. How do you even use the detent on it? I just push it through, because I filed down the face of it. Normally it's a lift gate, so you have to lift it over the top and then drop it, and then do it both ways. I didn't like that, so I just filed off the backside so I can just push through with a bit of friction. You can get, like, 3D printed friction locks, but I just made my own, because it's fucking easy. You just file the face of it down, test and adjust. Can't you buy a sensor and replace it, or would soldering be required? I'm not sure. Like, I still don't know for sure if it's the actual sensor itself, or if it's the wiring's pinched, or a solder's come loose or something. I just know it's fucked. That's all I know. And I'm kind of scared. Every time I take it apart, I just look at it, and there's so many wires hot glued into plugs, and wires hot glued to the PCB, and just... I really don't like taking it apart, because Thrustmaster stuff is not well built. At all. Every time I open it up, I feel like I'm going to break something. Worse than it already is. But eventually I'll get round to it. It's probably either something needs resoldering, or maybe a new sensor. I don't know where I'll find one that isn't, like, expensive, but... I know that the SimPit guys tend to have spare parts on hand because they take these things apart to use bits out of them, so... I'm sure I'll find something. What I don't get about MSFS is that almost all the stock airplanes have that weird big screen GPS. Look at the great simulation we made in which you can spend the whole time looking at a two-color map. Yeah, I know, right? It's not even like a good GPS. Like the one, I think I said this when I was doing the Jabiru stream, but the one we had in the Jab at the flying school and in the Bristol had like terrain mapping on it. Not actual terrain mapping, but from a database. So you had elevation of the terrain, is what I'm trying to say, and then time on circuit, the actual time, ground speed, airspeed, altitude, like it had everything on it. I didn't like using it because screen, but still it was useful, especially if I needed to know what time I'd be on circuit. Whereas the one in this is just really oversimplified to the point of being useless. Yeah, I know. It's weird. Let's get some nice screenies. God, this whole valley is so gorgeous. Really want to get my throttle joystick mounted to my desk, but I need to buy a new desk to do that. It's hard to justify. Yeah. So when I moved, I had a nice, like, it wasn't a computer desk, it was like a banker's desk or something, like a big, heavy-duty, old-school work desk. It was beautifully built, really solid, but it weighed a fucking ton, and I wasn't sure if it would fit in this flat. It would have, because it's actually only slightly larger than my current one, but all the same, it was like, well, I got off the Salvation Army when I moved in to Bathurst, so I donated it back to them. So at least it's going to someone that needs it. But it was not very good for the PC. Like, it was just the wrong shape, wrong height, everything. This one is actually lower down, so I need to raise this desk up about 2 or 3 inches so I can sit closer. Because at the moment I have to sit this far back, otherwise I smash my knees on the other side of the desk when I'm using the rudder pedals, which is not pleasant. But as well as that, I need to just generally get like something to put my monitor on to raise it up a bit. It's not a bad desk for it, but I do need to lift the desk and then put mounts or something. Monk actually has some mounts too that he's offered me. I just got to figure out how much I need to raise this desk by, get that done, and then I can start thinking about mounts. Because definitely, even at this height where it's lower down than my old desk, using the throttle and stick on desktop is just extremely painful, both literally and metaphorically. Also, if I get mounts, then it affords me better precision in my flying, because I can start looking at stick extensions, with the eventual end goal being a floor mount for the stick with like a full-length extension, so I've got the same amount of, like the same length fulcrum as on a MiG-21 stick, or a MiG-23 stick. And then when I actually get my MiG-21 and 23 sticks, or either or, probably I'll do the 23 stick first, when I get them converted to use with the Thrustmaster base, I will actually be able to use the original stick plus like a copy of the extension from the aircraft. Make sure if you have a light IKEA one. It is a light IKEA one, but it's not light at all. It's not cardboard. It's fucking chipboard. It's quite heavy. It might leave like a dent in the surface of it or something, but you know, chipboard gonna chipboard. It's not cardboard, that's for sure. Jazz, have you just had a realization? Have you just had a realization, my friend? You'll be fine. Just don't tighten it down too much and don't get too heavy-handed with your stick. In an ideal world, I actually have a friend who I would commission to make me a desk. My mate Bodie, he is probably one of the best carpenters I've ever seen. His furniture is bomb-proof. I don't even know if he does it for... I don't think he does do it for a living anymore, but he used to do it for work, and he built absolutely wonderful furniture. Like, you could drive a fucking truck over it and you wouldn't even notice. It was so well built. He was the one with the really good still. Man of many talents. Oh, how good does that river look? Again, DCS, take note. That is how a river looks. I did get a scenery pack for Pripyat as well, so that will be something I can stream at some point. It's flying over the city and over the power plant. Because the Pripyat River looks very much like that. It's very, very windy, and there's a lot of closed loops and stuff where it used to meander through. The default auto-gen for it wasn't terrible, but it definitely wasn't accurate either. It turned the power plant into a bunch of warehouses, and it turned, like I said, the Duga radar into a very long, very tall, very thin apartment block. Little bit of stutter there, I think, because it's loading a major city in up ahead. The stutter appears to be tied to loading or streaming data. It isn't a game performance thing. Because give it a couple seconds, it'll clear up perfectly. So, I don't know. The clouds just hugging the mountains on either side of the valley, though, is just stunning. Just absolutely stunning. Still chugging a little bit. Can you play with VR device? I do not have VR, so I don't use it. I don't know if they've enabled VR for this yet. I don't think so. I could be wrong. But I don't personally use it. I can't afford it. And I don't really have enough space for it either. Got a pilot's license in real life. I do not have a pilot's license. However, I do have about 50 hours, about 15 solo. So I was working towards a recreational license, which is kind of like an ultra lightweight class, but for normal aircraft. So light sport aircraft, predominantly. I was working towards that, and I nearly got it. I just had my check flight and I think 2 theory exams left to do. But then I had some, you know, outside of flying issues. I had a lot of trouble with work. I wasn't getting enough time off to actually fly, and I kind of let it lapse. I haven't got back into it yet, but one day I will actually complete it, because I need to get back into the air again. It's about the only place I actually feel comfortable is when I'm in the air. So we're still getting stuttering. I do not know why. We shouldn't be. It wasn't doing this last time I flew over this area, so it's probably just trying to stream in a whole shitload of data and it's making the game chug because of it. When you get your license, what would be your dream plane to own? I mean, most of the planes I really, really want to own, I would not be able to fly on a recreational license. Even if I had a PPL, I probably wouldn't be able to fly most of the ones I want. I would love to have one of these. I would love to have a MiG-21 or a MiG-23. But more realistically speaking, I don't know, some nice vintage light sport aircraft or something of that sort. I am not expecting to ever have the money or space to be able to afford my own plane, honestly. I don't even have a car at the moment. That is a beautiful view. I just can't get over how good this looks. Oh, excuse the freeze there, that was me screenshotting. Not the game this time, that was me. So we're probably most of the way to the Caspian by now. Maybe. I mean, I'd still have to... So, like, the plan I had was I'd do my recreational first, because that's relatively cheap to do, and it gives you, you know, the basic experience you need to fly whatever aircraft. And then once I'd done that, maybe try and go for an instructor rating for recreational, because then that counts as hours towards either a general aviation or even commercial. Like, my instructor that I was learning from was working towards his commercial license, using his time instructing RA. I'm not a very good student either, so the more I have to study, the less likely I am to actually get something done. So for me, that seemed like the best route. It was the most practical route, where I'd be doing more flying and not less studying, but the study wouldn't be so full on. A little bit of a stutter again, but not too bad. How's our fuel? Plenty. So we'll set down in Baku, top the fuel tanks off, and then we'll head across the Caspian. Mammoth, thanks for the Prime sub. Hope you've been enjoying the show. Certainly a little slower pace today than things usually are around here. But it's nice to have a break once in a while. Mothfly, thanks for the follow as well. Welcome to all my new viewers. So for those who haven't been here before, I mostly stream DCS, Digital Combat Simulator, which is a flight sim of the shooty variety. I mostly fly Cold War aircraft, primarily Soviet ones. MiG-21 is my most flown DCS module. Eagerly awaiting the MiG-23. I do dabble in a bit of everything, but Cold War Red 4 is definitely my main area. Vibes Nation, thanks for the follow as well. Just missed 4 hours of your stream because of work. Can you double back and redo your part? No. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. At least the VOD will be up. You can catch the VOD. Okay, so I think we're going to have some cloud over Baku by the looks of it. It's alright, we can deal with that. How do we get into the giveaway? So that'll be running next weekend, so a week from now basically. If you're around then, drop into the stream and you can enter then. I was going to try and leave the entries open all week, but I've never run a giveaway before, so I'd probably break something, so I'm just going to do them next weekend. Modisisnet. I hope I read that correctly. I'm struggling to pick things up on my phone screen here. I am using... Oh, you're right there. Yeah, I am using a head tracker. It's a TrackIR 5. I've had it for about 11 or 12 years now, I think. I've had to replace the clip about 3 or 4 times, but the camera is still my original one I got. I don't know. I've never used any other sort of head tracking. When I got this, there was no other sort of head tracking, basically. So, I couldn't tell you how it compares to other ones. All I can tell you is that for the past 11 or 12 years, it's worked quite well for me, and I can't fly without it now. A couple of my regular viewers have different head tracking solutions. Some have tried eye tracking or like the phone solutions that you use your phone for and it tracks your face, but I've only ever used TrackIR. What I can say though, oh, there's an airbase down there. That is actually a former Soviet military airbase, I can tell by the layout. Those are the HAZs, the hardened aircraft shelters. That was probably an interceptor base, because they're all right at the end of the runway. See that? You got fueling points and hard standing up there, and then you got HAZs down the end. That would be for the QRA aircraft. So that would be either an interceptor base or maybe maybe bombers. Probably interceptors in this area though. Yeah, what I can tell you is that your mileage with head tracking will vary based on your setup, so everyone uses a slightly different kind of profile they find comfortable. I tend to have mine less sensitive, so I have to move around a lot more to get anything out of it. I just find that works better for me. Some people have it so if they just twitch their head the slightest bit, it turns them right the way around. TrackIR is sensitive to like sunlight or reflections behind it. So I've got a window behind me at the moment, and my green screen thankfully blocks out the light, but if this wasn't here, if this green screen wasn't here, my TrackIR camera would just see the sunlight and it wouldn't know what to do with itself. So I think some of the new head tracking solutions, particularly like the kind of open track ones and stuff, I don't think they're as vulnerable because they don't use infrared. They use the actual, like they use AI algorithms to try and figure out where your face is pointed. But because TrackIR does use infrared LEDs, it's very sensitive to background light. It's easy to solve with like a curtain or something, but it is something to be mindful of. Can you tilt your head and you tracks it? Yep. I can lean in and out. Up, down, whatever. So I can move my head any which way I want and it'll track it. Nathan's Knack, thanks for the follow. Some low cloud over the, well, foothills over there. They're not really mountains anymore. Interesting, I haven't seen any other traffic except for that one aircraft we saw over the Black Sea, which is probably coming out of Crimea. There's been absolutely, well, and the guy taxiing at Tbilisi, I guess, but there's been absolutely nothing over Azerbaijan so far. Absolutely nothing. Apologies for the frame rate again, I think it's loading something. So this is something I've noticed about Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is my frame rate is dead stable until it just randomly dips, I think because it's trying to stream data. It was something that my mate Pom picked up when the game first came out. He realized as soon as it tried to stream in terrain data or other aircraft, the game would freeze, and then it would perform fine afterwards. So I think it's like the game throttles its performance based on how quickly it can stream data, which is very odd. Got a little town down there. I do wonder what that is. That looks kind of like a border to me. But I shouldn't be over one unless I've gone too far south, which I might have done. How's the Spit? It's nice. It's still a work in progress because there's a lot of stuff they can't simulate at the moment just due to how FS 2020 does things, but for what it is and for how little it costs, by comparison, it's quite nice. This is how you can tell where clouds were when they did the satellite imagery. It's just generic fields. It's the wrong type of fields for this part of the world. So there was a big cloud here, and that's what all this shit is. So all of this that you see here should actually look more like that you see there. That's what that should look like. Surprised we haven't hit the coast yet. I actually could have gone too far south, perhaps. Let's open up our VFR map. So I was tracking more or less southeast. Oh no, there I am. I'm going the right way. I'm too far south. Baku's up here, so I'll need to hook left and then come around the north. So I'll just go east-northeast now. Like when you find airliners embedded in the ground texture. Yeah. Using the map in VFR. Look, I wasn't using it until right then. Well, actually, we used it once to figure out if I was flying over Putin's mansion or not, but other than that, I don't really use it. Like, I know roughly where I am, I just didn't realize I was that far south. What does the Spit have for nav? A compass and a clock. Packafan, thanks for the follow. Welcome. No, Laura? No, fuck no. It's a point defense fighter interceptor, my dude. Why is it going to need long-range radio? These things flew under GCI. Like, you only need a compass and a clock. It doesn't have enough range to need LORAN. Finally got the Oculus Quest 2 to work in VR wirelessly for this game. Lots of steps. Steam installed, even if not using it, to get Steam VR to work, plus virtual desktop. It's surreal once it works without any wires. Eye tracking VR headsets, the next tech needed. I am interested in VR, but I'm going to wait until the technology matures a bit before I even think of buying a set. Partly because I don't have the money for it. I am not well off at all. Like, if any of my sim stuff breaks, I'm screwed, basically. I can't replace it. But eventually, once I actually get some savings back up, I'd like to get it, but I want to wait for... The resolution's getting there, I guess, but field of view is my big thing. I want a field of view at least as good as my 16:9 monitor, if not better. Like, that was always the thing that I thought for VR, was that it would have really good field of view, and I'd have better peripheral vision than I do with TrackIR, but according to a few friends that have actually tried out VR, coming from TrackIR, it actually has less field of view. It feels like you're looking through binoculars, kind of, which is a bit of a killer for me. Play any non-realistic flying games? Any sci-fi stuff? I used to play space games quite a bit when I was younger. I do actually need to reinstall Free Space 2 and play that on stream sometime, because I have a lot of nostalgia for that game. I do have one ship in Star Citizen, because thank God I understand the meaning of the word self-control, to at least some degree. I think I have Elite Dangerous too, I just never played it, because I didn't have a working HOTAS when I got it. So I like space games, I just am more into flight sims these days. all know how much you enjoy Halo. I do actually, like, unironically love Halo, just not Halo 4. Reverb G2 is apparently amazing. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. The resolution's really good, but still, the field of view on it's quite ordinary, shall we say. I think out of all the headsets on the market right now, the Pimax has the widest field of view, but doesn't have very good resolution. And I think apparently the Valve Index is like the kind of best middle ground, like the best compromise solution. It's got decent resolution, but also a good field of view. Because again, for me, it's the peripheral vision. If I didn't have the peripheral vision, I'd be kind of really lost. For me, the main draw of VR, it would be nice to have in flight sims, particularly this. VR with this, I can imagine, would be, like, mind-blowing. But the main draw for me is actually, I really want to play Half-Life Alyx. Like, I really, really want to play that game. That's the main reason I want VR. Is so I can play that. Everything else can come second. The other issue with VR is, particularly when it comes to things like DCS, unless you set your stream up perfectly, it's really difficult, at least for me, to watch VR streams. There are a few VR streams I'll watch from time to time. There are some I can watch all day and there's no issues. There are some that I can only watch for a couple minutes before I start. Just, like, it's too off-putting. You know, it's too shaky is the main thing. So from a streaming point of view, TrackIR is better, just because it's not doing these ones all at... See, I can't even make it do it. But it's not wobbling all over the place, whereas... VR is. Kind of makes me feel seasick when I watch it. I don't really want to buy an Oculus set because I don't want my data mined by Facebook. Like, I just... any more than it already is, put it that way. Like, that just puts me right off. Even if Oculus had the perfect VR set, I would not buy it just on principle because of that. But I also don't have $300 to spend, so... I just spent most of my savings, which I was going to use for a holiday in Europe last year until COVID happened. I just spent basically all of that on a new PC, and it's the first time I've bought a PC in 8 years. My old one was 8 years old, and it's the first time in my life I've ever bought like a top-end gaming PC, so don't let the high-end PC specs fool you. I do not have money. Like, at all. This is my one little luxury I allow myself, pretty much. How top-end is it? If you put in ! specs, the bot will tell you. I always build my own PCs. I did ask Super Tondard to give me a parts list, because I don't know who has which best parts at any given time, but I built it myself. Specs with an S, plural. I think ! PC works as well, but I'm not sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we are over the coast. That is the Caspian Sea in front of me, and Baku is up that way. Actually, about my 10 o'clock near the horizon. It kind of juts out off the end of the mountains there. Oh, maybe PC doesn't work. I thought it did. Well, I'll have to add that one later. Come the Caspian Sea monster. It would be nice if we overflew Debent, we would actually see the Lun beached, or if we, I suppose when they took the imagery, if we overflew Caspisk even, we would see it on its dry dock, but I don't know, it'd probably just be a really grainy image if anything. There's a fix out for the USB issues with the AMD processors you might want for BIOS. Yeah, I heard about that. It's not an urgent issue anymore because I'm back to rendering on on hardware, so it's not causing the issue, but yeah, I'll probably pick it up later, just in case. But I figured out what DCS's problem was with OBS, and so I've got DCS running beautifully on stream now, while still on hardware encoding. Ever try Battlefield 1? No. I haven't played any Battlefield games after Battlefield 3. I used to play a lot of Bad Company 2, but I played a bit of 3 and then I never played any of the ones after that. Seen Trackhouse streams of the full Blair Witch 2. Yeah, I mean, if it's really badly configured, I could see that happening. So I use the precision mode on mine that kind of damps out the movements. Like I said, I also have my profile set where it's not very sensitive, so I have to really move around for it to do anything. But that's because I'm a naturally twitchy person, and I also don't have full control of my muscles, so every now and then I will twitch involuntarily. And it's better for me if I have to move more to make the track IR do something, otherwise you guys would be seasick. Yeah, I don't know why the oxygen is showing nothing. I mean, we're not high enough to need it. We're only about 4,000 feet up, but still, it is a little concerning. I don't remember if this is the oxygen valve. I seem to recall the oxygen valve is towards the back right of the cockpit. I just don't want to hit this and then realize that's like something bad. Because I do have the oxygen turned on here. That's a regulator. But I think there's a actual valve I have to turn on as well. But it used to be on by default, so they must have changed it. Very arid up this end of the country. No, that's only the top tank. Bottom tank's half full. Well, actually, no, it's less than half full. It's about a quarter full. Because it doesn't start reading until it's getting near empty. But we're going to land up ahead at Baku anyway, so we're good. Don't know if you guys can see it on the stream, but there's a magical waterfall where the for some reason the height data for the terrain doesn't match up between the coastline of Azerbaijan and the actual Caspian Sea, and so there's a bit of a, if I zoom in, there's a bit of a waterfall there. Like, it's, I've spotted a few of those in this sim. Yeah, very funky tides. Very, very funky. Sadism, why not both? Yeah, why not both? So there's the tip of the North Caucasus over there, off in the distance. Clouds just kind of hanging above them. A lot of oil fields all along here. Yeah, it really is, Jeff. Although I don't go to Jasper. Jasper's a bit of a train wreck at the moment. I don't know why. I guess the AI didn't like the satellite images they fed it or something, because it's all fucking wonky. It's a real shame, because I did a flyover of Edmonton, it looked gorgeous, and I was like, let's go check out Jasper, that'll be beautiful, and then it was just, ugh. Yeah, like, most of the, like, this whole area, I've been flying down the Caucasus Valley, this whole area is 100% AI auto-gen. And aside from the areas where they, you know, where it just uses generic textures because there was a cloud there on the day they took the photos, it's really good. Like, the screw-ups are few and far between considering it was all done by AI. I'm really impressed. Unfortunately, most of the west of Georgia was under cloud when they did take the imagery, so there's a lot of shitty textures and stuff there, but once you get more inland, it's glorious. I'll wait a few years to get into the game, wait for a lot of the kinks to be worked out. Might not even take that long, to be honest. Like, they've got a fair bit done already. I think another year or two and it should be pretty excellent. My main concern at the moment is the flight model stuff, because everything else can be worked out. Like, the scenery stuff can be either worked out later or dealt with by third parties. I don't really care, but... Is that a fucking Dulux color chart factory down there? What the fuck? What color do you want your roof painted? Yes. Salt ponds? Oh, yeah, I bet you they are. I bet you they are, actually. And it's turned them into warehouses, you're probably right. Here's the plateau. Here is the plateau of people who want to overlook the pores until their houses put them into the pores living rooms through erosion. Just build all the way up to the edge of the escarpment, it's fine. Not sure what this is, but it got turned into a massive warehouse. Could be a big mall, I guess. Definitely has parking there of some sort. I just can't tell. So this is all automatically generated by the AI. It looked at the satellite image, it interpreted what it saw, it put a building there. And it's pretty accurate. Again, for being AI, it is pretty fucking accurate. I'm genuinely surprised. But yeah, this is Baku. This is the capital of Azerbaijan. And this is the worst time to get an itchy foot. Shitload of parking spaces for trucks. It might be some sort of distribution center or something. Even turned my boat into a house. Nice. Very nice. Somewhere an F1 car race? Yeah, yeah. They do run an F1 race in Baku, in part of the old town, I think. I'm not sure where exactly that is from here, but it's somewhere around here. Right in the city centre. Ah, there you go. Go ahead and pop the lid. I don't think I'd be able... Well, I mean, even if it wouldn't immediately blow back into my face with the wind, I wouldn't be able to spit that far. The nose on this thing is very long. Racetrack or something down there. Yeah, racetrack. Stadium. Ah, interesting. The AI didn't even try on the stadium. It just said, oh, fuck this. Left it. There's like some sort of mall or something down there. Government building, maybe. Aliyev's palace, who knows? Okay, yeah, we still got enough fuel for a bit more sightseeing here before we set down. Obviously. Yeah, me too, Yellow Fox. I wasn't planning to still be going this long, but here we are. Bad life choices central. We've yet to cross the Caspian. We're about to do our last refuel stop before we go to Turkmenistan. And from there, who knows, maybe I will head up to Akhtal if I can find it. It should be more or less north-northwest, I think, along the coast. The actual airport is over there somewhere. Right there I can see the lights off the left wing. It's a hell of a city. It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Much, much bigger than I thought it would be. How many hours you put on this bird at this point? The specific one we're in now, like 5, 6. Oh, I see where there was a cloud right there. See what I mean? And it's put buildings in the middle of it because it knows there's streets there and it knows there's buildings there, but it doesn't know what the ground looks like. Oopsie daisies. No, it doesn't, Jeff. I mean, we'll be able to look up how much time I have on the Spit in the logbook later. Oh my, that's interesting. According to the sim, this is below sea level. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but if it is, then oof. In fact, according to the sim, most of this area is below sea level. Huh. Intriguing. Yeah, exactly. They just need someone to actually go through the area and fix it up. Google Earth, most of the area around north of Baku is under a transparent layer of sea. Yeah. So it would be below sea level then. Post my next major flight across Australia and into New Zealand. Oh, nice. I will check that out once my stream is done. There's an airport. But I don't think the sim recognizes an airport. It's probably an air base, actually. No, I think I saw another one over there, and then the actual international airport's further back, because I flew past it already. Oh, it has a windsock. No, it knows it's an airport. We'll refuel here. We won't go to the international airport. We'll go here. Again, cloud right there. A little bit mismatched. And another one there. Gear down. Do a couple S-turns because I need to wash off some speed here. I'm too fast. Flaps. There we go. That also gives us a nice curved Spitfire approach so I can see where I'm going. I haven't even been using the radio at all, dude. I've been introducing ATC to my friend Sugon. Imagine actually being on the center line. Who does that? Not me. Neither in real life nor in Sims. Do you want to not? Do you want to not? Ground handling. Not so great because of the steering tail wheel that shouldn't steer. That's the first landing I fucked up today. What about the flight model? It's better than the vanilla aircraft, but it's still not perfect. So, the issue with this Spitfire, and the devs know about it, they can't do anything about it yet, because the Flight Sim 2020 SDK doesn't support free castering tail wheels. The issue is the tail wheel is coupled into the rudder for steering, and so as soon as that tail wheel touches the ground, if you're trying to correct a slip with rudder, you're going to go straight off the runway like I just did there. So if you don't line your landing up perfectly, you're going to have a really bad day. Which is a shame, because it handles fairly nicely in the air. Not perfectly, but nicely. And then as soon as you get it on the ground, it's the absolute opposite of what a real Spitfire does. So if you've flown a Spit at all in any other sim, or especially in DCS where it's very sensitive on the ground, then it really messes you up. Well, the thing is, Asobo probably didn't have time or resources to put the effort into free castering wheels, because they expected the majority of planes in the game to have either nose wheel steering, or for to not be like a big deal, right? That's the thing. Again, I think that Asobo, because the game was rushed and they had to release something, otherwise Microsoft would be breathing down their necks, my shareholders. They just tried to polish general aviation stuff, and kind of everything else fell by the wayside. That's the impression I get, and that would explain why certain things are not modeled at all, or not modeled properly, while, if you fly a Cessna the way you're meant to fly a Cessna, it feels 100% true to life, basically. Oh. That's the other thing, the way the brakes apply. So, I'm holding the brakes now. See how there's a delay before they actually take effect? I keep almost nose standing the aircraft because of that. Now, I think that might actually be a thing in the real aircraft, just not to the same degree, because I seem to recall reading pilots, you know, testimonies about how there was a delay before the brakes would take effect, so you had to kind of be ahead of the aircraft. On the MiG-21, it's a lot quicker, though. It's not quite instantaneous, but it's much faster. Oh, there's the fuel bowser. I was going to say we'll just fuel up here, but we'll actually go over to that, because it's right there. Look, the squeak is a character on the stream at this point. It's been here since the start. I can't just get rid of it. Far be it from me to criticize the wisdom and the love of democracy of Mr. Aliyev, but it strikes me that you would only put your attack helicopters in your capital city if you were not exactly, you know, planning to use them on a hostile foreign power, but rather your own people. Just a thought. Okay, we are fueled. Get the flaps up. I don't want to forget and leave them down on takeoff. That will kill me. Trying to figure out where I need to go now. I think this is a taxiway that I can follow down the runway. Yeah, I know, right? Well, that was my other thought, is he's probably done it so they can conveniently parade around the capital, but still, that's dumb. It's not like they can't carry long-range tanks. One thing I will say about the sounds for this is there's distinct, like there's no blending, so you can tell when you're idle, low revs, medium revs, high revs, that like it doesn't transition smoothly. Okay. Is he driving on the runway? Bruh. I find it interesting, this spit on that has not to be walked on, and the little line there, and on that side doesn't. Would have thought they'd be symmetrical across both wings. So I'm actually steering with the rudder, like, or the, you know, because it's linked and it shouldn't be. You can hear me pulling the brakes out of habit. They aren't actually helping me here, I'm just doing it out of habit, because that's how you're meant to steer a Spitfire on the ground. Why is there so much goddamn traffic on the taxiways? Bro, fuck off. This is an airport, not a highway. Well, it's an air base, actually. We'll just take off from here. I don't need the entire runway. I'm in fucking Spitfire. Probably don't even need a quarter of the runway in this thing. Oi! What the fuck? I don't know why it did that. I might have had my rudder trim over or something. Actually, yeah, that's why. I had my rudder trim the wrong way. That was my bad. That wasn't the tail wheel, that was me fucking up. Wait. No, not that one. Give me this one. I so badly need this throttle fixed. Oh, yeah, you don't need to tell me, Yellow Fox. Both aircraft I've flown in real life have no rudder trim, and it is a pain. A huge pain. And then I usually fly the Yak in IL-2, which also has no rudder trim, because I hate myself, apparently. Okay, so I need to fly just slightly east-southeast. Like 100 degrees or so. Pick up some altitude as well, because there's not going to be anything worth seeing over the Caspian, really. Be better off if we can see a bit further into the distance. And then if I fly along that spittle land, basically... Oh my god. Bro. That is so far. I mean, we could do it, but fuck, that's a long way. But you know what? You know what? Fuck it. Let's go to Akhtal, and then we'll cut across to Astrakhan. Why not? May as well. In for a penny, in for a pound. But I might need a brief breather when I touch down at Turkmenbashi. Just get my wits back, so I've been streaming for like 8 hours, 15 minutes. Oops. Here was me thinking I'd stream for like 6 hours today, maybe. It's going to be a fairly uneventful part of the flight over the Caspian Sea. There's really nothing to see over here. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to close the compass on the starter and the booster switches. Silly me. as I am climbing a bit. Fingers crossed. Ah, that is the oxygen valve. There we go. Good. I thought it might be, but I wasn't 100% sure. Bye-bye, Azerbaijan. So down that way is Iran. That way is Turkmenistan. That way is Kazakhstan. That way is Russia. And as with last time I flew over this area, we had total overcast and storms in Georgia. And now it's almost completely clear over the Caspian. So that seems to be a regular weather pattern this time of the year in this part of the world, is you get really huge fuck-off storms coming down from Russia and off the Black Sea. And then you get beautiful, clear, sunny weather out over the Caspian. It thins out somewhere around the eastern end of Georgia, right around the Azeri border. Reset my track IR there so I'm not pulled back so far. No, it isn't. It is a Spitfire. Over the Caspian Sea, currently. Yep, it is indeed. Anyone ever unlocked the 25,000 point reward? Yes. Yeah, if that's the more gun reward, yes they have, and then we discovered it was an abysmal failure because I didn't realize that you could over-G the pods on the MiG-21 and they'd fall off. So as soon as I got into a dogfight, the pods fell off. Sadly. Not by default, crewman, but Flying Iron, who are the same guys working on the DCS A7 Corsair 2, released this a couple weeks ago. Oh no, that one, yeah, no, that gets that one gets redeemed all the time. We've done that plenty of times. The other one was 80,000, I think, from memory. I need to add some more stuff in there, but I need to think of something first. I need to try and think of stuff that it doesn't ruin my flow, because if I end up getting, you know, someone requesting me to go in the F-15 and just dogfight in the middle of a really solid Cold War run, I either have to IOU them, or it really screws my flow up. What's just dogfight? It's a, well, it's a server in DCS, which, you know, lives up to its name. It's just dogfighting, pretty much. Airquake. pure airquake. But it's decent for practicing, like if you want to practice your gunfighting. There's areas to practice missile stuff too, but I don't really see the point. Gunfighting's the main thing I go there for. Supercharger just kicked over into its second stage as we're passing through 12,000 feet, 12.5 shortly. Do you ever take a walk? Yeah, I've shot down Hornets in this thing in there. In the DCS Spitfire, I've shot down multiple F-18s. I've shot down, I think, an F-16, at least one Su-27. I've damaged or shot down a Mirage, I can't remember. I shot down a Tomcat. Like, this thing will eat jets alive if they're stupid enough to come anywhere near it. Obviously, if they just run away, I can't do anything to them, but if they're dumb enough to try and turn fight me, and a lot of people are, they lose. There are clips of it. If you browse through my clips, you'll eventually find some. I know one of them's called RJ Mitchell 1, McDonnell Douglas 0 or something like that. And that was me shooting down Tawny when he was in his F-18. Oh, accidentally stuck my head out. Like some DCS modules, particularly ones made by Heatblur, any aircraft in MSFS you can stick your head through. It's kind of like what DCS does with VR. There's no hard limitation on it, and I really wish there was, because I keep accidentally sticking my head out the canopy. I wish it would just bounce you back inside or something. Yeah, extremely annoying. Okay, we're now cruising at 15,650 feet and climbing very slightly because the Spitfire always wants to climb no matter how high you already are. Stuck your head through. I don't fly the A10. It's like the second module I ever got. A friend bought me it like when the module first came out, and I've never flown it. Literally never flown it. I don't even have it bound. Like, it's not that I don't like it or I don't want to or whatever, I just have no incentive at all to learn it. I'm just not interested in it. So, Astrakhan is over there. I'm just rethinking this whole let's fly around the entire Caspian thing. I really am rethinking it. We might do, I think we'll land at Turkmenbashi and we'll pick up later. We won't do it this stream, but we'll go from Turkmenbashi to Akhtal. From Akhtal we'll go up to Astrakhan. From there we'll go Ashaluk, then Akhtubinsk, and then we'll just follow the Volga, maybe. I don't even know if there's an actual airport near Ashaluk. I assume there is, because they would need to launch targets from somewhere, but... Actually, that's not a bad idea. I did say I wanted to do a flight over Pripyat at some point, so I could do that as part of like a whole trip in the Spitfire. We'll just do it over the course of several streams. They won't be consecutive streams, but several streams. So the next leg will be around the top of the Caspian and then back towards, like, I don't know, towards the Don River, and they'll probably do the rest in one sitting or 2 sittings. Feels still good. Any thanks for the follow. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Not a whole lot to enjoy at the moment, to be honest, but we'll get there. You can actually see the shoreline over there, so that spit of land heads up to the Kazakh border, which is a... You know what, we could probably do Kazakhstan. And go to Akhtal. I reckon we could probably do that. So Turkmenbashi's off my nose. We'll do a fuel stop there. Then we'll fly up here, and we should at least hit Akhtal, and I can just end it there. Because I don't think I got the patience to go all the way back. Oh, you know what? I think I can actually see the shoreline there. Maybe. Because what I need to do then is I am going into here. I need to fly all the way up there, which is the same distance I've just flown. Yeah, no, we'll do all this stuff next time. Paradox, stop encouraging bad life choices, please. We won't do it today. I don't have time to do it today, dude. But we'll do Turkmenbashi and we'll see what airport is next up the coast. I don't think Akhtal is. I think Akhtal is further north, but we'll get as far up the coast as we can, find an airfield, set down, and pick up from there next time. Dude, the Spitfire's a monster. If you're silly enough to turn with the Spitfire, there's only one way that's gonna end, pretty much. It's just don't. Just don't. Okay, we're nearly there. Oh yeah, if you're at an I-16, you can turn with a Spitfire. Honestly, a well-flown 109 can turn with a Spitfire. Maybe not a K. Maybe, kinda, sorta. But like a 109F could turn with a Spitfire comfortably, so could an E. But, yeah, if you're in a jet, don't turn with a Spitfire. We'll amend it to that. Some of the props can kinda pull it off, but the jets, nah, no way. And the few jets that actually have turn radiuses, well, turn rates and radii, whatever, that are comparable-ish to the Spitfire, still worse, but at least kinda close, don't have the thrust. Like, arguably the Spitfire probably has better thrust-to-weight ratio than the fucking C-101 does. I would not be surprised. The C-101 couldn't get out of its own way if its life depended on it, much less anyone else's. Yesterday I got into a dogfight with Su-27 while flying a Yak-52. Oh, that would have been interesting. If only you had some guns. Could have really embarrassed him, although you could probably bait him into maneuver killing himself. Get him to, like, Sad Turtle or something. I need to fly the Yak-52 more in DCS, it's really pleasant. Really nice plane to fly. It needs a fucking damage model. It hasn't had one since they released it, but in terms of how it handles in the air, it's quite beautiful. I just wish they'd finish it. Dude, imagine wasting an R27 on a Yak 52. What the fuck? What? Why? I have the CA-101. I picked it up during a sale fairly recently. I've flown it like twice. It's a nice plane. It seems quite cozy. I'm just more of a fast jets kind of guy, and the C-101's not fast. But it's nice to have. I do need to actually, like, take it up for a spin again. Wasting R27, he got me when he fired both his... Bruh. Oh my god. Why? I mean, he probably could have killed you with his fucking jet wash. Who needs to waste weapons when you can just pull a Cobra or something? Oh, DCS AI. Yeah, true. My bad. I forgot. Still, DCS AI and some DCS players are not that different. I sometimes mistake them for each other. Not in a good way. Not like Cliffs of Dover, where it's a good thing. Do I... I don't know where the nearest airport further north is. It's probably like up here. That looks like there's probably a city there, so it might be there. But that's the same distance I've just flown. I'm gonna have to refuel. I don't think I can do that on one tank. I want to do a flyby of the town anyway, but I don't think I can do that on one tank. Is that like a VR headset without the screen? Not really. So it has 3 infrared LEDs on it, and there's a camera next to my webcam which detects where they are, and it uses that to figure out where my head's looking. So I'm just playing on a normal monitor right now, but I use this to tell the game where to turn my head. It doesn't have any fancy, like, 3D depth perception shit like VR or anything. It's very old technology as well. In fact, the technology this uses is basically the pretty much identical technology that the MiG-29 and the Su-27 used to tell where the pilot's looking with his head for the helmet-mounted mode for the R-73 missiles. It's basically the same thing, except the way they detect the LEDs on those is slightly different. Instead of using basically kind of a normal camera for us, like a digital camera, instead of that they use some, like, choppers or something. But it has the same sort of 3 LEDs mounted on the helmet in a triangle. So if we were to fly... I know I said we'd stick to the Caspian. But do you guys want to go to Ashgabat? We could go to Ashgabat. Oh, maybe. It's like down here. I think that's it there. That's like a long flight. But I could do it. That's like another hour or so, maybe. Are we doing Ashgabat, or are we going up the Caspian? Oop, starting to head through the perspex again. Naughty, naughty. The only thing is, if we go to Ashgabat, it's going to mean the trip back is even longer next stream. Although we could cut across to the north and then come around the southern end that way through Kazakhstan. to Akhtar and then go around that way, like I was planning to do, just with an extra leg. Come off the power a bit. Stick to the original plan? Gotcha. I mean, we've done Ashgabat on stream before anyway, so we know what it looks like. It's not as impressive as it is in real life. Sadly. I've still got to do the Darvaza gas crater as well, otherwise known as the Gates of Hell, but we won't do it this trip, because that's way up north in the fucking desert. Coming back through 12,000 feet, we should see the supercharger kick back to first gear, as it just did. And that is formerly Kislovodsk, now Turkmenbashi, in front of us. What I'll also do is, once I'm a little further along, I'll turn the oxygen back off, because I don't want to be wasting it if I don't actually need it. Although, delivery, yeah, no, I think it won't matter. No, we'll turn it off. Not that this model's hypoxia, as far as I can tell. Not yet. Does you just get the end screen? Oh, really? Huh, well, there you go. Whatever, I'm low enough that it doesn't matter anyway. Roll rate's quite slow at this kind of speed, as you would expect from a Spitfire. That was full stick deflection right there, plus rudder, and it still didn't want to roll. You can see here the auto-gen's done some funky stuff with the terrain and the sea level. Again, I think a lot of this area is actually technically below sea level, but it's kind of sucked up the water into those cliffs. So it's not perfect, definitely not perfect, but it's good enough. It's serviceable. Well, it's a hell of a lot better than what the world scenery was, except that. Let's just ignore that. It's a hell of a lot better than the world scenery was in previous flights and titles, where it was just like flat tiles. Oh my god, this is even worse than the last time I came here. Never mind. It didn't do it quite this badly last time I was here. It did it a little bit, but not like that. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Oh my lord. If you look out this side, it's all good. It's all good. Everything is fine. No problems. There's definitely nothing terrifying going on here. Maybe I should have kept my altitude. It wouldn't be as noticeable up there. But we're coming up on the town now. Whoop. Frame rate's a little stuttery as it loads in. I don't know what is going on with that. Really odd. I know, right? Oh, man. What the fuck? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not meant to be there, but interesting. Oh my goodness gracious me, what the fuck is going on here? I did this exact same flight, well, except without the diversions, but I did this same flight across to here the other day, streaming on Discord just to a couple people, and it was like, it was glitchy, but it wasn't this glitchy. Some interesting shaped buildings there as well. So this is the cursed part of the stream, guys. You know, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about a thing. That doesn't even look like auto-gen. That building there, that looks like fucking hand-placed. But I don't know how, because I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be any hand-placed buildings here. And everything around it's auto-gen. It's time for a few nightmares? I know, right? Just a few. Just a few. Man, look at all these fucking palaces, I assume. You can see here the satellite imagery and the terrain data didn't match up, which is why this weird shit's happening. At least there, with the coastline. Don't know what's going on with the water, but with the coastline at least I can tell what's happening. This is literally Turkmenbashi. Or as it was once known, Kislovodsk. Oh, I have found something spicy. I wonder what those are. That is an S-200 site. That's what that is. That's an S-200 site, right there. SA-5, if you speak NATO. Where's the search? Actually, no. Where's the fire control radars? They should be around there. That's where they are. Okay, so 2 batteries. 2 batteries worth of missiles. That's the admin there, and the vehicle park, and the service area. And then both batteries, they're always arranged in that spade shape with 6 revetments. That's how you can tell it's an S-200 site. And then 1, 2, there should be 2 radar heads for the fire control radar. Yep, right there. On ramps, or on berms rather. So 1 fire control radar per battery. There you go, we did find something interesting after all. Other than, you know, the cursed shit that's going on with the Caspian Sea at the moment. So if you've ever wondered how to spot an S-200 battery from the sky, that's what it looks like. The number of batteries varies. Sometimes there'll be 2, sometimes there'll be 3 or 4. But each battery is 6 revetments arranged in like a, usually a spade shape, so straight sides and then 1 tucked in at the back. Each revetment will have a launcher and then usually 1 or 2 TELs with missiles on them. And then the radar heads are further out along a road with ramps. But it's curious because the radar heads are pointing north, and I would expect them to be pointing either west or south. They're actually pointing upwards into Turkmenistan rather than away from it. So we've yet to find the old Soviet over-the-horizon anti-ballistic missile radar at Gabala in Azerbaijan, but we found an SA-5 site, so that's something. And I didn't see that last time I flew through here because I didn't fly that far south. Some more cursed shit going on here. With what I assume is meant to be a causeway. And it's turned it into a dam. The actual town's over there. So this is the actual city of what was Kislovodsk, is now Turkmenbashi. It's a water treatment plant down there, or something of the sort. We just found an SA-5 site, Saber. Right over there. So right on the outskirts of Turkmenbashi, there's an SA-5 site with 2 batteries worth of missiles. It's probably a power plant. That looks like a power plant there on the left, which would also explain the canal. That'll be the cooling water for it. Coal-fired, probably. Coal or gas. Now, curiously for a Mark 9, this thing starts to choke when it's inverted, or when you negative G it. It shouldn't. At least not that quickly. So I don't know why it does that. The Spitfire Mark 9 should be able to tolerate negative or 0 G, at least briefly. Little waterfront fucking palace or resort or some shit. Probably a palace. Another big one there. Like, how many fucking palaces do you want? Jesus. Should be blessed by Miss Schilling's orifice? Yeah, it should be. It's a Merlin 66 in this, I think. Low altitude, so... It'll still be a SU carb, but it'll be with the orifice. There's the airport there. We'll land there in a minute. The coastline here is quite cool, how it has these cliffs and then the city's built on the low ground. Looks really cool. And dusty as shit though. Let's go land. It's meant to be a power station or a factory, and it's turned it into a very sketchy looking housing block. That almost looks like some kind of radar or something there. Like the shadow of it, I mean. Like it's a grid pattern, it looks like an antenna. Play more Cyberpunk? I'm probably going to play some tomorrow. I'm kind of starting to Jones for it, so I haven't played it for a couple days. There we go, we'll get a screenshot where the sea isn't trying to consume us. The giveaway hasn't started yet. It'll actually open this time next week. So next Sunday evening if you're on European time, Sunday around the middle of the day if you're on American time, or early Monday morning if you're on Australian time. I would have left the entries open all week so you guys could just enter whenever, but I don't know how to do that competently. I've never run a giveaway before, so it is what it is. Yeah, I got you, Kang. I'll probably do one more leg after this, I think, and then I'll be jumping off as well, so I need to actually get some shit done today. Okay. We'll go for the runway. We won't land on the taxiway. We'll be a good boy. Interestingly, oh no, they're both runways. I was going to say the taxiway has approach lights on it and the runway doesn't, but they're both runways. Getting a bit slow. A little more power. Yeah, I know, right, Kang? Every goddamn time. What even is self-control? I'll try not to fuck this one up. Operative word, try. Little bounce. Just a little one. What the f... It's doing it again. Why are you doing this to me? That doesn't count. It doesn't count. That's bullshit. Pilot-induced oscillation because the fucking tail wheel steers when it shouldn't. Whatever, we'll pick up the next leg of the flight next time I stream MSFS. Jesus Christ. So, next flight, we will go from... Ah, there is an airport there. That is very good to know. So we attempted to land there. There's one there. So we could actually do hops all the way down there, but we won't follow the mountains. That's Ashgabat there, and Mary there. Instead of doing that, we can pick that up another time, but we'll go from here up to... Should be able to fly past that. We should have the fuel. Maybe land there, Uzen. Or we could probably make it to Akhtal directly, I'm thinking. Because we went from Tbilisi to Baku, and we still had a decent amount of fuel left. So if we go from Turkmenbashi... I wish I had a ruler on this screen so I could measure. Let me just eyeball this. It's like that far, and then... yeah, it's about the same distance. Close enough. Should be able to do that. So that will be the next flight. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set the flight up now. Set as departure from the fuel box, because we were going to refuel. Not 8:37. I want it to be... What time is it when we landed? It was like half an hour behind real time, so... Sorry, half an hour ahead of real time, so like 3 p.m. I think. I can always adjust it if I check the stream and figure out when it was. I think this is meant to be my effective range, but I think that's lying to me because I'm pretty sure I can make it further than that. Because I need to get up to Akhtal. Oh, yeah, you know, I will make it, because that's the center of my range, but we'll easily make it past that. And then we can go from Akhtal up to... Oh, this looks nice up here. Follow this coast around, see some greenery, which will probably be the only greenery we see for a while. Then Atiral, Then Astrakhan. Oh, we could land at Privolzhsky at the airbase. Akhtubinsk, we'll go up there eventually. I'm trying to figure out... Ashuluk! There is an airfield at Ashuluk! Shit, yes! Can I actually plan a flight on this? Probably not. Probably need like an actual flight planny thing to do that. But we'll go from Turkmenbashi. Let me write this down, as a matter of fact. Let me write this down. On whatever piece of paper I can find. Okay, so from Akhtar there to... We'll go past Bazachi. We can probably make it to Atiro. No, maybe not. Yeah, no. If we're going to follow the coast, we'll probably need to stop off, so... Karaton... Then Atiro... Then Astrakhan, but we'll go to Privolzhsky. Then we'll go straight north from there to Ashuluk, which is the PVO's main proving ground, or was, probably still is. So we should see plenty of SAM sites up there. That's where they test them all and train their crews. And then we'll double back onto the Volga, which is this big fucking river here, which actually doesn't even show fully on the map, but we'll follow the Volga up from Astrakhan, then north, then come back to it. We'll go west, come back to the Volga, go up to Akhtubinsk. Then west from there will take us to Volgograd, formerly known as Stalingrad. We could land at Gumrak, maybe. I think we got the range to do... Yeah, we should have the range to do all of this. And then... Do we want to keep going? Yeah, we do want to keep going up the Volga, because I want to go to Angles. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go up the Volga to Kazan. And then all the way around. And end up in Moscow, maybe. We could do that. And then we could hook back to... This is going to be like weeks of streaming. But we could hook... west... We actually go southwest. There's probably enough airfields down here. I'll plan out the rest of it. Like, I've only got up to Gunrak. We can plan out the rest after. We'll just follow the river up to Kazan, but... Where I want to end up is... Where is it? 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 Oh, Minsk 2. That will be a military base with a name like that. Where is... The fuck is Kiev? It's up here somewhere, isn't it? My brain is very smooth today. Yeah, Kiev. Here we go. So, where we want to go is we want to fly down to this area right about here, or actually probably right about here. I think it's a bit further north. Because I want to go to... Pripyat. No, don't put that there. Can you actually plan stuff out? That's... I don't know how to use this screen, but can I plan out my stages, or do I have to do start to end without the steps in between? Because we could legit go all the way up. God damn it. Probably on a site, yeah, probably. So we'll go all the way up along the coast of the Caspian, all the way around to Astrakhan, up the Volga, all the way to Kazan, hang a left down to Strigano, then Moscow, then we could either go across to Minsk or we could just cut the corner, probably cut the corner honestly, and go like southwest. Down to, we're gonna have to stop off at like some little podunk airfield to refuel because the Spit doesn't have the range to go all the way. But we'll do that, and we'll go down, and then we'll hit Pripyat, and then we can go down the river past Kiev. We could just check out like this whole section of Ukraine, and then we can head down. Oh yeah, no, we could totally then just come down Ukraine, down Crimea, across into the fucking Kuban, and then down the northern side of the Caucasus to see all the shit we missed coming down the southern side of the Caucasus. We could totally do that. And then we could come across again and then go all the way down to Ashgabat. This is going to take weeks, but we could do it. We could do it. I will stew on that for a bit, and I will attempt to come up with some vague kind of a flight plan. It won't be a proper flight plan because I'm bad at planning. It'll just be which airfields I'm going to stop at. And the weather we will find out as we go. We'll chance it. It'll be real fun. Was it called Turkmenistan during the Soviet Union? It was the Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic. So all of the stands were just... The stand bit was dropped and it was Soviet Socialist Republic instead. So Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic, Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic, Kyrgyz Soviet Socialist Republic, etc., etc., etc. Lap of the Greater Caspian. It's a fucking lap of, like, the Urals as well, almost. Actually, no, the Urals are further east. This is Urals here. No. Yes, this is about where they are here. They're a little further east. I kinda wanna go to Chelyabinsk and overfly Mayak. I kinda do. But it's way out of my way. We'll do that in a future trip, I guess. And then, what we could actually do is, if we do come all the way back down and then hit up Ashgabat on the way through, we could hop across Mari, then we could go down into Iran, but we'll do that another day. But we could keep hopping across, basically. Across, skip over the mountains, and... where is it? Almaty, it'll be up here. I want to fly over to Baikonur and the Semipalatinsk test range. I was trying to remember where exactly they are by eye. They're like somewhere around here. I think this is... I think this is Mongolia here, or is Mongolia further east? We'll figure it out, but yeah, it's somewhere in this area. And then from there we could maybe go all the way across the top here and back out the other side. Look at me, planning months of content. Who is this guy? In any case, we will set our flight up now. Why is that set to 10 AM? From Turkmenbashi, I want it to be like... We'll set it to like 3 PM, and I can tweak it when I spawn in because I want it to be the same time I actually attempted to land. And then we will set this to right there. Yes. Excellent. Cool. Okay, well, we will save that. Bad life choices.flt, and I can't spell apparently. There we go. Haha, so next time that should load in hopefully. Now, let's see who I can send you guys off to, because I need more food and a drink and to spend the rest of the day not flight simming. Get this all set up so next time I play DCS I don't fuck myself up too. Conti's on? Oh, perfect! Well, I will send you guys over to Conti, and you can watch someone that actually knows what they're doing. If you guys aren't following Conti already, you should be. I'll just leave it at that. You should be. For those who remember me blabbering earlier about the Over the Hump flight, he's the one that's going to be doing it. So definitely worth giving him a follow. There we go. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for sticking with me for way too long. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful, safe rest of your day wherever you are, and I will catch you all later in the week, probably for some DCS. But until then, enjoy Conti. Catch you guys next time.